talking about. Good evening, everybody. Welcome, Arvanauts. Welcome, all the viewers. Thank you so much to Tadgill for the raid, and welcome everybody to day 50 of D&D with Infinity and Beyond Curse of Strahd. That is right. We are here. We are ready to go. My stream deck is frozen, and I don't know why, but it doesn't matter because we are going to... Yes, I want to quit Stream Deck. We are going to fire this up and get ready to go. I am excited to have everyone with us today, and I hope everyone is looking forward to what I think is going to be a pretty amazing session as we continue with Infinity and Beyond Curse of Strahd. Before we get started, just a couple of reminders about ways to support us here on the stream. If you haven't done so already, please make sure to follow us on the channel, which you can do by clicking that button right down below there. You can also, of course, support us by checking out our YouTube channel, which is !ArvTube. Our Discord is !ArvCord, where you can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. There we go. Now I got my stream deck working again, I think. Yes. Okay, good. It's all working. Lovely. So, !ArvCord for my Discord channel. Twitter is !ArvTweets, where I will talk about streaming and writing and gaming and teaching and music and occasionally a bit of hot politics in there too, be warned. That's !ArvTweets, and you can find the website for all of this at arvaneleron.com. On the financial side, we have my shop, which has merchandise for both Infinity and Beyond, and also for the Adventures in Middle-earth crew that I play twice a month on this channel as well. That is !Arv Shop. We hope to have Espergenesis stuff over there pretty soon also. !Arv Treon is the Patreon. We got a new patron, so we are currently sitting at $2.27 per month. You can get awesome stuff for you and for the channel. You can get inspirations to help the players in these campaigns. You can get an epic character background written for you, an epic poem written about you, a copy of one of my band's albums, professional critiques of your writing, a whole bunch of different stuff on the Patreon. And of course, it does help this channel directly because I put the money back into the channel with in various ways. And then, of course, we have the besides that, we've got the sub button. We are currently sitting at 75 subscribers, which is great. So we're moving on up. Again, more support. The more support we can get there, the better. That really does help the channel as well. You can get those custom sub badges and emotes and all that kind of good stuff. So please jump on board with that if you possibly can as well. On the publishing side, very quickly, Icarus is my Icarus and Jelinek graphic novels from Athos Arts. You should know that the official, we think, tentatively official anyway, release date for the retail versions of Icarus and Jelinek is now November 10th. But we do have some pre-retail editions that are available over on that link that Echo was kind enough just to put up there. So you can check that out. Library is Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, my D&D 5e sourcebook, and Adventure, which is a silver seller on Drive-Thru RPG, coming out in print edition soon as well. That's from Alligator Alley Entertainment. And last, Gray Shade KS, I will have an announcement in the next couple of days about whether or not we're going to be doing that with that Kickstarter for that in October, or whether it's going to be next February. So we will find out soon. Just hang in there and you will know soon what the details are about that. And the last thing, of course, very important, BLM, Black Lives Matter. Driving around today with my family, I saw a lot of the Black Lives Matter signs out in this town that we were in, which is great. So hopefully more details about that, more of those signs we'll begin to see, but not just signs, but action. That's what that resource link there is all about. You can find out resources for education, for yourself, for others, how to be a good ally, if you are, how to be someone who can avoid, how to make a better protester, that sort of thing. And also resources for donations to various places as well that support Black Lives Matter. And speaking of that subject, I do want to mention Brandon O'Brien tomorrow is the GM, of course, for the joint Speculate Twitch campaign of Blades in the Dark. So he will be back along with the crew, Valerie Valdez, Yori Cusano, Yoi Gawain Lin, and my co-host on Speculate, Mike Underwood. That'll be tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern. And then next Sunday, the following Sunday, is the premiere of Sound Clash, the new tabletop role-playing game in which you play a punk rocker battling other rival bands and battling oppression in the man through the use of your musical powers. It is an all by POC cast. I am super excited that we've got that going on, and I am proud to be hosting it. That is Brandon O'Brien's game. He will be GMing it, and that will be a week from tomorrow, starting, I believe, at 8 p.m. Eastern. So that is going to be happening too. So definitely you will want to be around for that. You'll also see Brandon on my Masters of the Dungeon Roundtable show that talks about tabletop gaming and D&D and such, and game mastering, and he will talk a little bit more about those who they've got coming in for that. So that's what we have going on. Very exciting to have those things, and I am super excited for all that kind of good stuff. Now, with that said, it is, let me see. It is now my great pleasure to unmute myself so that they can hear that we're ready to go, and then to unmute them and then move over to where they are talking about something very cool. And at the moment, we have got right here this
So
crew.
you think.
I never know exactly what they're talking about, and that's why it's always fun to just jump in right at the present time. You can see that we have got 4 out of the 5 intrepid Infinity and Beyond crew. One of those, the missing person, GC Dark Sir Rob, should be joining us in the next about 25 to 30 minutes, something like that, he said. So we will have him back shortly, and then he'll be able to introduce himself when he shows up. But in the meantime, we have everyone else here of this able and intrepid crew, and we will start, of course, with the gentleman that's, as you look on the screen to my right, and that is Mr. Trendane Sparks, who apparently is also dealing, as Johnny was yesterday. There are rolling blackouts and power things in Cali. Is that what I'm hearing?
My housemate informed me that there was a possibility. He said it was statewide, so we don't know if it's going to hit here. There are other areas in the San Francisco Bay.
What? That can't be true.
I know. I didn't think so either, but it's also been like close to 100 degrees most of this week, which
oh my God,
sucks.
Wow.
And because I usually try to work at night when it is quietest, because it has been very, very hot, I can't really keep my window open. Or normally I would. But the problem is there is an army, I tell you, it's probably like 8, but of crickets outside my window. So I can't leave my window open, or the microphone picks them up while I'm trying to record narration.
You can't add a line into the middle of that, like, he looked out across the barren landscape of 30, 40, 65 as the Wolf Clan blah blah blah, and holding his pet cricket, Jones, he said to himself, like, there's no way to just, throw something.
No, because the planet they're on is very UV poor, and I suspect that crickets probably wouldn't do all that well.
Okay.
Well, the humans can't eat the plants that are there anyway.
Yeah, but these are dark future crickets where, right? Like, it's not, these are crickets that are armor plated, and I assume, like, they're the,
In that case, and it's very undruidly of me, I know, I decided to get some cricket poison so that I can...
Wow, you're poisoning some crickets?
You know damn right.
Wow.
In addition to that...
Man's got to work.
We've got, because I can't...
Yeah?
Yeah, I can't record during the day because it's too loud, and even when it's quiet, it's too hot. And then I can't sleep during the day because it's too hot. So I wind up sleeping all night long and missing it. It sucks. But I also got an electroshock racket just in case the flies that somehow get in here and instead of hanging out in the kitchen at the other end of the house, decide to come to my room. I don't know, probably because my window is open and the air blows through. And so they think, oh, there's a way out over there. No, there isn't. So they just come and hang out in my room. So I'm going to be killing them too. I know it's a bad druid thing. That's why I don't play a druid right now. Additionally,
I look forward to the racket hitting the mic at some point and we just see a big bizz and we never hear from Trent again. Like, that's what I'm...
Just a ball of plasma.
It's a good way to go out.
Before I forget, I did want to make mention of this because I saw it on Twitter. I think it was earlier today that Margaret Crone has gotten engaged.
Yes, that's right. That's right. Congratulations
to Maggie.
Congratulations to Maggie. Yep.
Our lovely Zarama is now engaged.
Oh, okay. Isn't that nice? Okay.
Yes, and I, not involved in that engagement or wedding, will be playing. Oh, right. You can barely hear me because I had my volume set at a normal level.
Hey, there we go. Wow. Trendane has returned.
Hello.
God.
You're welcome.
Well, that is much better. Thank you, Trent.
Yeah. So I will be playing a tiny little man named Weller Pale, who does not, at present, have another tiny little man that lives in a bottle that he carries with him.
That's true, but dealing with that tiny man in the bottle, that's going to be the subject of a lot of what we do today, I think, in terms of how we get that guy back. Yeah, exactly. Okay, Trent, now repeat everything. So beginning again.
Everything. How many times?
Oh my God. I am very excited to have Trent with us, as always.
Me too.
And I am also excited, of course, to have Saad with us, who's kind of like 100 degrees. We, us Australians, eat that for breakfast. It's 100 degrees every second.
Celsius.
100 degrees Celsius, exactly. I'm on the surface of the sun. And
that's what.
How are you?
It's boiling.
The atmosphere, out of the atmosphere, looking directly
It's
at
like
the
a
sun
billion degrees.
temperature.
How you doing, Saad? How's life in the universe where you are?
I am good. Weather here, though, compared to you guys, wet. So if you like wet,
I do.
come to Australia. Just wet,
Okay.
which is good. We need the wet. So,
Yeah, I was gonna say.
but yeah, it's pushing to spring though. So hopefully everything will.
Just
warm
gonna
up.
skip winter altogether and go right on to spring.
Straight to
Yeah.
spring. Yeah, they've been in winter. Like, I mean, whatever their version of winter is. Is there ever any snow? Have I asked you this?
Just
There-
poison raining from the sky.
I was
Poison snow.
trying to. There was this website a long time ago that actually said this is like 4% of Australia gets snow, which is such a
Really?
minute amount comparing to the size of the country. And
Mhm.
it's
Surprised it's not 0.4%.
Yeah, I mean, really.
yeah, it's but the snow that we get is like barely what you guys get.
mud. It's
You
mud.
get like multiple feet. So that's considered like a rarity here.
It's immediately eaten by the drop bears that just leap to catch every flake.
Yeah.
It sounds like Georgia.
Sounds like Georgia.
It sounds
Well,
like Georgia. It's hot and humid, and the winter is rainy and hot still.
Yeah,
and
but-
then you get like 1 month of cold weather, and it barely ever snows.
But I've been
It's
in
cold
Georgia,
for
Dot,
Georgia,
and
which is like 45 degrees.
I was gonna say, not everything tries to kill you in Georgia either. Like, whereas in Australia, every step is
well,
potentially
right
your last.
now,
I was going to say, be patient.
right now,
True.
yeah.
Yeah, maybe that's true. Maybe.
But I get what you said.
Yes. I was thinking more of innocent creatures, like not humans.
Innocent creatures. It's a good disclaimer.
Yes, not the death koalas that Saad deals with. Anyway, but Saad, of course, also the star of Grumbler's Guide to Sorkos Legends, which is moving into the DLC portion, I think, right, Saad?
That is correct. We
yeah.
just finished the base game, and
Yep.
now we're on to the DLC.
Yeah, the DLC.
So and it's good. I really like the game. If you can get your hands on it, you may have it in your Humble Bundles. Check them out.
Yep.
Uh,
Yeah, it's
one
been
game
fun
got
watching you play through it. Yeah.
Put in a bunch of it. It's a really fun D&D game set in Sword Coast. So
Is that Neverwinter Nights?
No, Sword Coast
Sword
Legends.
Coast Legends.
Yep.
It's 5e, but it's like Diablo 5e, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Probably the best way to describe
yeah, it's only single player, right, side?
yeah, because the multiplayer's been
Because
officially
the
shut
servers
down.
didn't break
So.
and everything. And stuff.
Oh, that's too bad.
So, Saad, who are you playing today?
I'm playing Alok Adamakor Gugedza, who is a vampire star. Note.
In
Maybe not.
Sperovia,
We
you're
don't
like
know.
vampire?
Still
Question
got a
mark?
training wheel down.
Most honest character introduction ever. That question mark nailed it.
I had to put a developer's star, developer note, maybe not.
Yeah, exactly. A vamp.
It is note.
Little ... in the end of it. But yes, always a pleasure to have Saad with us. And of course, Saad is also one of the stars of Emberwind, which is GM'd by the gentleman to the right, where Saad is. And that, of course, is the great John Helfers, who is, listen, now the overlord of representing. I know I did not have it today because it's too goddamn hot. I have worn it almost every time, and that means that I have worn it almost every time more than the 0 times that
Wait,
that
although
Rob has
that's a
worn
cool
it.
shirt. I will say
Wait,
that,
let me
but
see the shirt. What was this? Dot?
yeah, I was curious too.
Is it too lit to quit?
Too lit to quit. Classic.
I feel like
don't-
it's a mood for an adventuring party, which is like really,
Right. No, I think
can't
that's
wait to
Lit with
hear-
that holy fire is what I'm talking
it's
about.
like
Of
you
course,
must
of
believe
course.
to achieve, but for cool people. Like that's that kind of.
I look forward to MC
inspirational poster.
Hammer's, song based on that.
Yeah.
Sequel. Absolutely.
Oh my gosh. Anyway, but it is a great pleasure to have John with us as the overlord, so to speak, of all things Catalyst. How you doing, John?
Yes.
How's life in the universe with you and who you're playing?
Good. I just found I'm gonna very briefly because this is so freaking awesome. So those of you who are on Twitter have probably seen the whole It's not a kerfluffle. It kind of is over the whole combat wheelchair thing, which
Yes.
play however you want. It's awesome.
Yes, absolutely. it is.
Strata Miniatures is putting out
Yes.
They
figures
are?
for them. Yes.
Oh, that's great.
It's fantastic.
They look
And they
absolutely
look
great.
amazing. I'm like,
Awesome.
yes, absolutely. Play how you want to play. Don't worry about it.
In a land
F
of
the
stupid
haters, to be
arguments,
quite
that is
hon- oh my
maybe
God.
the
Oh my God.
stupidest argument I have ever
Just
seen in my life.
The
Like,
vein just was like blowing up in my forehead. Like,
unreal.
what
That's
a-
awesome, though. That's great.
Yeah,
That's
and,
great.
That is
and
very
they're
cool.
amazing. So I just wanted to
Slick.
throw that out there real quick. Yes, John Helfer's executive editor at Catalyst when I'm not gaming with these fine folks, and Emberwind GM, getting the group lost in the fog, which is great. The mind-bending fog. Anyways, yeah, so I just want to throw that out there. But here I am playing Django Lucky, reanimated Vistani Warlock, and we're embarking on this crazy Oceans 5 quest suicide mission. I don't know what the hell this is, into Strahd's castle for some strange reason. By the way, I'll ask when we get in the gameplay. So good to be here. Let's get to dying. I mean, I get to play.
Get to play.
Play.
It really, it does. I should be playing the Mass Effect 2 Suicide Mission, which is incredible anyway. I should be doing that regardless, just for something like this. I'll have a comment about the music after Dot introduces herself. I will say first that, again, we'll have Rob back with us, and when he comes in, then can introduce himself, but he plays Mason Xavier. We'll talk more about that. But for now, I want to introduce you to the hardest working person in showbiz, and that, of course, is Little Red Dot, who was with us and is hanging out and is excited to bring her amazing brand of awesome to the channel. Dot, first of all, congrats on the podcast, which I would love to have you talk about, that just dropped. How are you doing? How's life in the universe? And yeah, tell us about the podcast that you just dropped.
Okay. I'm Dot. I have dropped a podcast with a group of friends. If you like Vampire the Masquerade, we're doing a new V5 podcast. It dropped yesterday, so go check it out. It's called Stitch of Fate. Stitch of Fate, or you can find us Pod by Night. Pod by Night will get you where you're going. And you can just look us up on any your podcasting platform of choice.
Yes.
So it's out there for you to consume, so have at it. We've gotten really cool feedback already, and people are seeming to really enjoy it. So and I feel lucky to get to sit at a table with people like Mark Meir, so it's pretty sweet.
Speaking of Mass Effect, yep.
Yeah, speaking of Mass Effect, exactly. So yeah, I am back tonight to bring you all your druid goodness, even as old and corpsey as she may look. Agatha is back for our Ocean 5 run.
But every other day she's a young, beautiful corpse. So there's that.
But
you know.
yeah, every other day she's a young, beautiful corpse. Today I don't even know.
I thought you were young today.
I am young today because we're still traveling. Okay.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
So she's young and corpsey today.
Yeah, exactly. Young corpse
She's got that
face.
young
She's
corpse
young and
chic that we
yeah,
all
she's really owning it. It's
The young corpse pallor. It's delightful.
it's just really gray, really gray. But it's okay. You can't see it because she hides most of it behind a veil. But she's ready. She's ready to go party at Strahd's. Is what she's ready for.
Party at Strahd's. Yeah, it's gonna be it's gonna be
Now
a good
wish we had a
time.
bar.
Always a pleasure. Of course, you will also hear and see Dot on our vocalist show, where we'll be doing Paper Mario: The Origami King, which has nothing at all to do with Strahd in the least, but is a lot of fun.
Yes.
So it's going to be good times. But thank you, Dot. Always a pleasure. And I do want to mention, just before we start the recap, that I have a new licensing agreement on this channel with a small company called Green Forge Studio. I have licensed a new set of tavern music from them that I really, really like. And in fact, I like it so much that I'm going to briefly play one of those songs here. So this just came in. Let me see if I can find. I think it was this one. This came out to me. The person actually reached out to me and said, we have this stuff, and I was thinking about this, and would you be interested? And I was like, well, and I listened to it, and it's really, really good. And I said, well, let's talk about it. So I have worked out a deal where all the campaigns, and I do want to mention this since John's here, that also includes Emberwind, can use this for various tavern-related things. So if you've got any kind of like tavern or cafe or stuff like that, this can be used by any of the campaigns that are run on this channel. So I wanted to give them a shout out, and I'm going to be making sure that I put links up and all that kind of stuff for Green Forge Studios. So let me play one of these. I think it's this one. Yeah, here we
Does
go.
it soundscape as well? Or is it just?
It's also soundscape.
Ooh, nice.
So this is all very like kind of, this particular one is sort of the slow ballad part of the evening, but it's got much more upbeat stuff. He's working on a forest one as well. And it's nothing against Kevin
That would
MacLeod,
have
who's
been
amazing.
perfect for the last session, John. Oh.
But I love it. I mean, like, I really liked this music a lot. And it's got titles like The Last Barrel of Mead, The Honey-Tongued Traveler, An Ale to Sip in a Seat by a Fire, I Know an Ogre Fair and True. Like, how can you,
Ha!
like, this is
Awesome.
like,
This is good. Yeah.
This
I'll
is
have to
cool.
check
And
out
then
the
they have,
suite. Yeah.
and
very
then
cool.
one more, and this is just the, since we talked about the soundscaping. And it's got, let's see, where's my sound effects on there? I think it's, I'll trust it to the end. Oh no, he gave me, I'm sorry, I just uploaded the music. Okay, there's also an ambient one that has sound in it. But anyway, so yeah, so that is Greenforge Studios, and welcome to the channel, and thank you so much
Thank
for
you.
the licensing sponsorship agreement with
Yes.
us, and yeah, so it's good stuff.
Look forward to using that. That
So,
sounds great.
absolutely. All right.
Big
Now,
fan.
with that said, the time has come for us to get into a little bit of a recap as we talk about what happened with, and boy, did a lot of stuff happen as we move into our session, which today, by the way, players, is being called To Steal a Skull, which I thought was, reasonably appropriate for what was likely
Still set
to
up shop
happen.
as business keepers in Valaki.
It-
It's still an option, folks.
That's very true. Very, very, very
Saying.
true. All right, let's throw some ominous
That-
music up here.
STEEL. Like we're steel
No.
plating a skull.
It's not, or
Just
to
checking.
steal against the skull.
Steel,
maybe?
steel
Like,
plating a skull.
steal
Steel plating a
Mm.
skull. Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
All right, there we go.
Silver dragon skull.
Um, Also,
That's
welcome
cool.
to our audio listeners, I should say, on the audio podcast. Welcome, welcome. We are so happy that you are here. Thank you for listening to us. And you can also find this podcast, if those of you watching did not know there was one, you can find this on my website and in many of the fine places where podcasts are provided, like YouTube Music, which used to be Google Play, which by the time you hear this will probably now be called Overlord Tunes. I don't know, like it'll be called something else. They keep changing the name. Anyway, it's whatever you get your stuff. That's where you can find this podcast too. In our last session, the party spent much of that session, almost all of it, speaking with their new, very strong ally, Mordenkainen, who is not just kind of a mage, he is one of the mages, one of the most incredibly powerful mages of the Sword Coast and indeed the Forgotten Realms, who came here initially to try to stop Strahd and was unsuccessful in doing so. He was driven mad by his failure, and the party, after managing to restore sanity to him, which was no easy task, then spoke to him about what needed to happen next. What Mordenkainen told them was that it was very clear that Strahd's power had grown to the point that the only way he could be taken down was by a concerted effort by a determined group of adventurers, and that had several things working for them. An ally, like Mordenkainen, knowledge of Strahd through something like the Tome of Strahd, a weapon that he would fear, like the Sun Sword, currently carried by Mason and Xavier, came originally from Casimir, the holy symbol of Ravenkind, about which more in just a moment, and if they did all that and brought all that stuff together, they could then challenge Strahd. The problem is that holy symbol of Ravenkind thing, though, because at the moment, the holy symbol is being kept very safe, where no one can get it, including the party, inside a bottle which only Little Weller had access to, and Little Weller was annihilated in a fireball blast sometime back at the Amber Temple. So there were several ways that they thought they could deal with this. One would be to kill Big Weller and then
Just for a
resurrect
moment.
him.
Just
For a moment. Yeah,
Yeah,
just for
yeah.
a second. He's only mostly dead. So that when they bring him back, they can then pull out, he can basically re-summon Little Weller and everyone will be happy, except it involves killing Big Weller first. What? No.
No. Kill him, then break the
Oh
bottle.
yeah, that's right. Then break the
Then
bottle
bring him
because
back.
once he's dead. Yes, that's right. Right. So that. But that involves killing Weller, and the famous well then just bring him back to life. They're pretty sure they can do that, but it's not and it involves killing him first, and So
Which, while they're fine with that.
yeah, they're like,
No.
listen, that's okay, but what about the price of glass these days in these troubled times, in this troubled economy? So, yeah, just don't crush his skull. So rather than doing that, they were given an alternative, and that is that if they could find a way to basically restore the light of Argynvostholt, if they could restore the light of Argynvostholt, they could strike a serious blow against Strahd, and it would give them the means and the power, hopefully convincing the Order of the Silver Dragon, the means and the power to be able to recreate this homunculus for Little Weller. Thereby, Little Weller could then go get the symbol, a holy symbol of Ravenkind, and they're all set. Only problem with this plan is that the dragon's skull is currently possessed by, wait for it, Strahd in Castle Ravenloft, which means that although they've been invited to dinner for a while now, the party which doesn't want to face Strahd until they're ready to face Strahd might have to deal with Strahd before they're ready to face him so they can be ready to face him. It's all very Barovian 22. That, of course, is the logic they had, but right at the very end of the session, as the party had come up with this plan that involved part of them distracting Strahd, while the others, one of them turns into a... I don't remember.
Hippogriff.
It was a
Hippogriff.
hippogriff.
It was a hippogriff. To then pick up the skull and fly it back to Argynvostholt, hoping that one could turn into the hippogriff, get to the thing, find it, fly back before the spell runs out. So there's a little bit of risk there in terms of timing.
The flying back is easy. The getting there in time is hard.
Getting there in time is hard. So the whole Mission Impossible quality of that. Right at the end of the session, after the party had just about decided they were going to do, Mordenkainen informed them the morning after they had this big discussion that he had done a little bit of poking around Barovia himself and had discovered that there was one person who might have the power to be able to create this homunculus without getting the skull and without killing Weller to do it. The problem is that it is a person who has just entered Barovia, one Shorik Rist, the former teacher and mentor of Weller, who Weller loads with the white-hot intensity of 1,000 suns because he lied to Weller and basically made him vivisect his best friend in front of him. If you thought Weller didn't like lycanthropes, let me tell you about the news when he sees Shorik Rist. So it was literally right at the moment when he said, "And I have found this news about Shorik Rist." It was right at that moment with the bacon sort of held halfway to his mouth, as I recall.
Exactly.
Yeah, with just right to halfway to his mouth that I left the session over. And so I'm now going to hand things back over to the party with that bit of information just having been dropped in front of them. And with that, I'm going to hand things back over to the party. What would you all like to do?
The bacon being so incredibly crisp.
Which, as God intended. Yeah.
Right. Some god, which god we don't know.
The god of bacon.
The same
Okay.
god of bacon that we both
Right.
prefer.
Being held in Weller's invisible mage hand just turns into powder as it gets crushed.
Fair.
I beg your pardon?
Yes, I am led to understand that there was somewhat of a history, I think, between the two of you.
You have been terribly misinformed.
Hmm?
That doesn't even
Here we
begin
go.
to cover. I suspect that perhaps I should be anywhere but. No, I definitely be there.
It is easier if we just find this person, though Weller seems to have an itch.
Truly, we should actually, and I can't believe I'm mentioning this, try to do both. Simply because the light at Argynvostholt would be a powerful weapon. And taking the skull, if we are trying to keep Strahd off his game, as I believe the saying is, if we were to pull that off and reveal to him that he is actually vulnerable, it would be another psychological point in our favor, because we're going to need every single one we could possibly get.
So you know where Shorik Rist is?
I only have rumors, I'm afraid. But what I have been able to gather is that he is apparently staying somewhere with Strahd. And this is the part that is troubling to me. I'm not entirely convinced that Shorik came as a guest. I think it is possible that he has come as Strahd's unwilling prisoner. And that, of course, would lead one to ask, why would Strahd bring Shorik Rist to Barovia now? And he kind of fixes his look. He hasn't really looked away from you, Weller. He's not looking at you like, confess, but he's sort of seeing what you're going to do because yeah.
One would hope that he is going to torture him endlessly for millennia in an incredibly painful fashion.
I would agree this is the willing
Definitely
the desire you would
palatable,
have.
yeah.
But I think his desires are different in this case, Weller. I wonder whether you...
Could convince him? I would be delighted to try. Let's go now.
I was thinking about distraction. This is an odd play for Strahd. Shorik has considerable power himself, and although Strahd clearly has more, it is difficult for him to keep all of these balls in the air at once, and it makes me wonder if he brought him here for a singular purpose of leading one of you in particular, astray. I cannot say, as I don't know for sure, but it seems a strangely timed coincidence.
That is a singularly appealing piece of bait. That is true.
So
Go ahead.
he's in the castle. That's what you're saying. So that's something else.
So
we have
it
to
is
deal
said,
with.
but I don't know where.
Depending on how long this takes, I'm not sure I could distract Strahd long enough. What do you know about the castle, Mordenkainen?
First, that the castle was built atop the ruin of an older fortress. It was built there by artisans and wizards and workers loyal to Strahd's family. It is said that the creator of the castle, a genius of an architect named Artemis, was rewarded by Strahd with a crypt in the castle's catacombs. First rule of villainous lairs, always destroy the one who created it. In any case, beyond that I can say that even Strahd does not know all of Castle Ravenloft's secrets. First, it has multiple levels and layers to it, some of them considerably older. Again, that older fortress predates Strahd, may even predate some of the darker powers who now occupy this land. And if that is true, it may be the source of both unspeakable danger and potential assistance. Strahd has lived there long enough now to know almost every nook and cranny, but there are some which may still be barred to him, and that might give you an advantage. The other thing I can say about Castle Ravenloft is that it is occupied by its own form of guards. The ones who roam its halls seem sometimes to be randomly placed, but they are all part of the structure of how Strahd maintains his security there. And this is particularly important for all of you to remember. Strahd is Castle Ravenloft. Do you see what I mean? He is the castle, and the castle is him. Some way they are inextricably linked, and that may itself have some valuable quality to you if you can figure out how to harness it. It's not his home, it's his identity. A cat
You
meows
say-
somewhere.
The cat has spoken.
You say that it predates not only some parts of it predate not only Strahd, but the dark powers which reside in Barovia.
Indeed.
Does that mean that there could potentially be a sliver of light in there somewhere?
It's conceivable, although any kind of light of that sort would be very difficult to find. No doubt Strahd would at least be aware that something like that existed and would do everything he could to wall it up. But yes, it is possible there may be some light somewhere within that dark place.
Said that parts of them are still unknown to him or inaccessible to him. That
Correct.
first
And I
thing that
cannot
came
know
to
which is which. I know that when I fought him in Castle Ravenloft itself, it was a deeply disturbing place. I think, ultimately, that is part of the reason he was able to defeat me. Something about the place itself weighed me down, gave strength to him. Even as I hewed at him, even as my spells hit him, I felt the castle itself moan and cry out in torment. And yet, it was as if I was striking at a fortress. Had I to do it over again, might approach things somewhat differently. At the very least, not assuming that the man was better than the mansion.
Are you saying that you don't have it to do over again?
Well, in a way, I suppose that's what we're doing, isn't it?
Yes, thank you. Don't worry me like that.
He nods. Well, I was planning on doing a target run. I hoped that would be all right with you.
I was just there earlier today. That's where I got my...
Really lovely. They have new...
Grab a pizza, kick back for the night.
Very large jars of peanut butter.
Sorry, go ahead.
2 months from now, all of a sudden you see, like, we'd like to welcome everybody to the Target-sponsored Curse of Strahd. What? Oh, man.
Welcome to the Valaki branch. Yes, it just opened up. Fun for everyone.
All will be well.
Exactly. All will be well.
All right.
So
Go ahead.
this fortress, castle. If he is strong because of it, and that ego is tied to it, how do we destroy the castle?
I would say you may not need to destroy the castle, as much as whatever it is which lurks within it, that animates the castle and Strahd with its force. Something somewhere within that castle is tied to him. It may indeed be simply the coffin that all vampires must occupy, but it felt like it was more than that to me. Something physically linked to that castle ties Strahd and the castle together. But every fortress can be undermined at its foundations. I imagine the same can be said here. Find the weak spot, and you may find a way to strike at Strahd too.
Our distraction then is not an entire loss, and still very relevant to pull him from the building.
And he nods.
Just the question of how long we can hold him out of his castle.
I imagine once we are inside and begin taking what he believes is his, the castle may let him know.
Undoubtedly that would be the case. Do not underestimate Strahd's knowledge of that place, or his knowledge of Barovia. Many have tried to defeat him over the centuries. It is true that he has more power and more ego as a consequence, and with that ego he can make mistakes. But Strahd is powerful enough to make up for those mistakes in many cases. Only a perfectly timed and executed plan by determined people can bring him down once and for all.
Well, we're out. That's it. We're out. Done.
With no errors at all.
Razor sharpness. Everything must go perfectly. One mistake.
One slight hair out of place on any of your...
So, it is true. If he believes our distraction to be what it is, an actual distraction, and comes back to the fortress, the front door is left open. You'll forget it is his ego believes that the front door would be our last place of entry.
True.
We could waltz in the front. There's also the Trojan horse option. Not that I know that reference now in this time.
I have heard
Barovian
of this
horse option.
mysterious Barovian horse. It's an
mean we're
actual
gonna-
horse that has been
I was going to say, if this,
disemboweled and then
we're going to start stuffing people into Alex.
It would seem to me, although if he still. Arv, how much do I know about general vampires in Barovia? I would assume a fair amount.
Sure, I would say.
And
Having
if
read that book, especially.
Indeed.
Well, yeah. Well, I don't know how much he said in my Creatures of the Night what music they make, but I'm assuming I know that they have, dominion over the beasts and
That's true.
bats and this, that, the other, right?
That's true, although really all because it's all top down from Strahd at this point.
Right.
Insofar as they are reflections or echoes or in many cases even spawn of his, then yes, they
Yeah.
control the beasts of Barovia also.
Save for ravens, usually.
That's true. Ravens, they definitely do not have dominion over, which is one reason why the ravens are opposed to a lot of the beasts here for that
Indeed.
same reason.
Yeah. So my point. So, Django says, well, the front door theoretically could be an attractive opportunity since you and I both have the capability of three-dimensional approach. I still suggest the way to come in is from above.
Oh, agreed for the beginning. And we still try to draw him out. All it does is buy us some time. Once the fortress lets him know, he's going to have to come running back to save his castle.
Or at least True. Hopefully, well, if he knows everything about it, then he will be able to find us quickly, so time will be of the essence.
Yes.
This is sounding better and better all the time.
Regardless
can
of what
delay
you
him some
do,
more.
you will need to make that decision quickly, I think. Strahd will begin to gather knowledge around him, as he has already done. He is very invested now in making sure that all of you are brought to him, toyed with for a time, and then destroyed. But also, my presence will soon make itself felt to him, no matter how I try to conceal it. As long as I am in this land, Strahd will soon find out about it, and at that point, he will know you were somehow involved.
Unless you stay in here.
True, I could remain here the entire time, but then I wouldn't do much good to you as an ally, I suspect.
We only need you here
yes.
for a period of time. Again, enough for him to believe that it is the truth until we attack. Once the attack happens, there's no stopping it. Then you can free yourself and aid us in any way you see fit.
He nods and he says, in that case, it is a question again of timing. You may be able to communicate with me in multiple ways, but... And he sort of pauses and frowns a little bit, and he says, the Ravens. As you've said, you managed to make connections with the Mardikovs, yes? The Ravens of Barovia?
Correct.
So it is possible, then, that if you were able to notify one of the Ravens, they could easily come and find me. At that point, I could emerge from this place and make my way there with all speed. But, again, once I am out of this place, I will be known. Also, I have this sense, this strange sense that someone is waiting to be let into the call.
Who could that be?
Suddenly he
I don't know.
turns
Well,
around
he's-
and he says, very well, you may speak now, Mason. And he sort of turns around and notes that someone has arrived. Sorry about that, Rob.
We have to fix the webcams.
Yep, webcam's being fixed. Just a moment here whilst I welcome in the next person. And make sure that I get... Nope, not that. There you are. Okay, I'll make sure I adjust John's picture so we get that. There we go. So Django can look all Django-y. And...
I'm tootin'.
And,
Toot toot.
okay, and then we can get rid of this player not available because he clearly is available now. And he leaves. All right, that's cool. That's fine. I
Betty
mean, that
accidentally
wasn't-
clicked the disconnect button.
That's
when it was
awesome.
trying to minimize. Or
No
something.
problem. I mean, I'll just wait around here while we reemerge. At that moment. And now he's back. There we go. Now he's. Oh no, he can't be. Oh yeah, I can't hear. I can't hear him either. Well, I will show you the screaming.
For now on, he can just mime everything. I'm sure he's good enough to do it.
I did not give you leave to speak, Mordenkainen said. You will speak when I say.
Silence!
He is still, I'm sure, making super dramatic sounds right now.
He's already having that duet with himself.
Yep.
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 just can't hear it.
He's gonna run his own parallel game right now.
Yep, that's right.
His own
I'm afraid now he
mind.
can hear me and he hears him talking shit about it.
So we have
He's,
another side
he's
story.
used to it.
It's all part of the plan. Okay. Rob, can you give us a thumbs up? Can you actually hear us? Can you hear us? No?
Rob,
I think that goes two ways.
It looks like he
I'm gonna
can't
let
hear
him at
us.
Ah, delightful.
All right. Hey, what's up, Gun Eden? How are you?
Hey, Jen.
Hey, Jen.
Jen.
All right. So you can now see Rob talking. Like, hello. But we cannot hear him as of yet, nor can he hear us apparently. All right. Hang on. It's now as good a time as any to learn sign language. Yes.
Oh. I saw something.
I heard a click.
Yeah, I heard.
A little click.
Clickety click. And apparently that's all I heard.
I did. Oh, but you can hear us now? Nope. Can you hear us though?
Wait,
Yes, he can. He can hear us. We're making progress.
All right.
We have
We're
one-way
halfway there.
communication, but we still can't hear him.
Percent of the way there.
Nope, no mic sound, unfortunately.
Start writing everything down.
But we can hear you. Okay. We rather you can hear us, but we cannot hear you, sadly.
So invest in post-it notes. Right?
Exactly.
Wipe off board.
Yeah, whiteboard. That's perfect.
Here, and then here, and then here.
Hello?
Hey, there, way!
Hello! Hey, look, I'm sure that conversation that you really important, but getting me in the
Definitely.
call way more important. Did I cut out just there, by the way?
You did for 1 second.
In and out,
For
yep.
1 second. Now you're back in.
I don't know what the hell is going on right now, but something's busted because that's keep. Because
Nope.
again,
It went
I don't know
in. Yep.
what's doing that.
At least
It might
you
be
know
some
when
kind
it's
of
happening too this
volume
time.
gain.
I can hear it.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah,
know
yeah.
what's going on though. I don't
Sounds
know
like
why
a
I keep.
short,
It's been.
maybe.
I sure as hell hope it's not a short.
I don't know. I just it's, you know.
Thing keeps cutting out. I'm gonna restart my computer because this is fun. Way more fun than playing D&D. Let me tell you.
All right, we'll see you back in a
It's
little bit, Rob.
D&D, the technical version. Hi everybody. Bye everybody. Be right back.
It
We'll
is
be done with Strahd
2024.
by the time you get back. Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree with that. All right. So I will, at the moment, try to show as much of John as I can without breaking all my windows again. All right, there's John.
Or John can just lean to the side.
Yeah, there we go. That's fine. He's a little bit off center. We'll just keep it there for just a moment. So anyway, so yes. So I don't remember what Mordecai was saying, except something to the effect of.
Yeah, well, he was actually talking about when to come in and pop out, and he'd be
Oh yes,
visible,
exactly. That the Raven. That's right. So the Ravens could
Which
notify him.
There's
So.
a mental clearing of the throat from Django in everyone's mind at that. Yes, about that, Mordenkainen. And excuse me for referring to you as an asset on the board, but it has occurred to me that perhaps we are looking at your presence in the wrong way. If, and I gesture to Agatha and myself need as much time in the castle as possible to find the skull. We need something or someone, I motion to Mordenkainen, that is guaranteed to draw him out. We cannot hope he will come out. He must come out. And unfortunately, I believe you are one of the very few things or people that will make that happen. Therefore, hiding will not help us. Appearing will help us tremendously.
He
There
nods
is someone
thoughtfully,
else.
kind of with his hand on his chin. Go ahead, Alec.
Rudolph Van Richten.
Yes, Van
Mhm.
Richten. Interesting.
He is currently in Barovia somewhere. We last met him at Kazan's tower.
True. The problem is he is somewhere, or Mordenkainen is here right now in front of us.
Do you think
If
you
we are
could find
to
it?
if we are to execute this plan quickly, we should use the assets we have.
I may be able to get a hold of Von Richten. I had heard that he had entered Barovia, but given my recent convalescence, I had not had the time to track him down further. But I know where his tower is, and I have ways of getting there rather quickly. If your suggestion is that we bring Von Richten and myself in front of the castle, yes, I imagine that would attract Strahd's attention in some fashion, though he might think that it would be wise to remain in the castle while he sends out his servants and minions against us. Not much of a concern. He kind of shrugs and does not much of a concern, kind of brushes off his shoulder. He says,
But
but
then at least the castle is empty for us to move about.
Perhaps, but
And
Strahd, you must realize, has ways of creating more of those quickly. But that said, I agree with you. It might cause more concern. That, however, he will absolutely come out of the front door for that. That would make your front door approach more difficult. I will say, however, that if he was to bring the two of us and the minions and then himself out to battle with us, it would certainly attract and keep his attention. But I must warn you, my friends, the minute that we do that, we, how did you describe us, go from being assets to being occupied and drained as resources. We will not hope to defeat Strahd on our own. And he kind of blinks. He says, although given a little more time, I might find a way. But, he kind of cracks his neck a little bit. In the meantime, given Strahd's power, we would only be able to occupy him and not assist you in the actual fight. In other words, use us now, you might get your distraction, but you might lose us as valuable assets against him in that final battle. The choice as to how to use us then would be yours.
I already have an answer for you. You see, again, Strahd is trying to dictate the terms of our meeting, where we are doing everything we can to avoid that. I am not proposing you fight. I am proposing you lead him and make him chase you as long and as far away as you can. Do not engage, but keep moving ahead of him, even to the point where the first time he gets word you are visible is somewhere halfway across Barovia, where he has to come to you. Not in front of the castle. That is too obvious. If you appeared in, well, maybe not in Valaki, but outside the Valaki, or Kresk, or somewhere there, somewhere where it would be, oh, he came out of the, the Mad Mage has returned from down from the hills, etc., etc. A location where, because let's face it, Mordenkainen and you, in proximity to a town or city, can only mean one thing. You are trying to raise forces to go at him again. He would have to come out and at least try to find you. He would try to fight. You are only trying to lead him on.
We could set up a fake front.
Exactly.
Because he seemed like he was about to respond, and then Agatha, when you say that, he sort of pauses and says, "A false front, you say? What would that look like exactly?"
Definitely Kresk.
The Abbey?
No, the pond.
Interesting.
And he says,
I shoot him a quick kind of visual of what happened at the pond.
So he takes that in and he says,
Both the event with the first time when Alec was there, and then the thing with Alec as well. So both of those events.
"You really have decided to..." Oh, God damn it, he's back. Poor kid, poor guy. You really... I wish there was a little notification beep or something that just says ding dong or something. Like, just really
It's always or something.
or something.
Guaranteed to be always or something.
So you are back. How is that any better, Rob?
Usually a restart fix like
Sounds better. I mean,
Yeah, you sound better.
Note to all audiovisual people out there who use computers. If stuff is fucking broken, restart it. It usually fixes the problem.
usually does.
9 times out of
turning it
10.
But for how long? All right. Anyway,
American Dental Association approved.
so Rob
Hi,
is back with
friends.
us. We will pause this for just
Hi.
pause what I'm talking about just for a second to introduce GC Darkside Rob, who was with us. Rob,
Hi.
how are you? Other than a little frustrated, but now it's past because you're playing with this again. How are you? Who are you playing? And all that good stuff.
I'm happy now that everything's working.
Well,
That's the other thing. Pro tip from streamers, and there's several in this call. There is nothing more frustrating than leaving your casting system the night before, having had everything work,
oh God, yeah.
turn it off, turn it on the next day,
Yep.
and H-bomb.
Yep.
Just
Because of whimsy. I agree.
just everything laid waste. You didn't touch anything. You didn't change anything. But lo and behold, it's gone.
We're out to lunch. Come back a week from next Wednesday.
Wow, Light and
It's
Passion.
great.
Hey, the
Light.
part-timer made it in. Dang. Wow. Just because he doesn't show up on... Wow. Wow.
Wait,
Wow.
Is someone referring to me as the moi as the
Light and
part-timer?
passion
Just figured it
out.
out.
Light and passion?
Dang, man.
Bring your face over here, because it deserves a slap right now.
Brutal
Holy
technique.
shit.
I was gonna say a kiss, but you know, to each his
Really just
own.
tried to sneak
It's
it
a
in
different
there.
kind. It's a different kind of kiss. It's half love, half like
I
what
kissed my baby with my fist.
Yeah, Jen's right. You left your computer. It got
Wow.
you got lonely. The computer got lonely, then angry. Rob, according to Jen, you left it. And it
Lonely,
got
then
lonely.
angry.
That's why. That's what.
Look, I'm starting to think it's because it's Mac and PC. It's the Sharks and the Jets over here. That's da 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 da, and Officer Krupke comes in and just shuts the whole thing down. But somehow
might
the Jets
not
are never
be
blamed.
wrong. Yeah.
Somehow the Jets are never blamed because the Holy Church of Apple is never wrong. What?
Well, that's right. What's your point?
It's
Anyway,
true. It's true.
when not fiddling with your tech, who are you, Rob, and who are you playing today?
That day never comes.
Oh, okay,
That's every single day when I wake up in the morning and I sit in this chair and I don't leave it for 12 hours. Hi,
moment
I'm
I
GC
wake
Darkside
up.
Rob, but what? Yeah, exactly. It's like I fall out of the bed.
Say a little prayer for my computer. Yeah,
And,
exactly.
can't stop the signal, Mal. Anyway,
And Rob's like, watch me. Hold my
God
beer.
damn it! I'm gonna make it happen today. We need a reset. It just all needs a reset. Hi, I'm GC Darkside Rob. I'm a caster here on Twitch TV. I'm also a professional video editor, voiceover person, musician, composer, blah 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 yakety schmackety. You've heard all this shit before. If you haven't, you should go check out my Twitch page because all my links, everything that I do there, Bandcamp, Twitter stuff, Instagram stuff, photography stuff, video stuff, all that stuff is there. It's the easiest place to find everything. Honestly, these days, it's like the only social media that matters. I hate all social media these days. I want to burn it all to the ground. But you can follow me on twitter.com/GC Darkside Rob. You can also follow me on Instagram.com/Darkside Rob. More photography and music stuff there. And also my YouTube channel, which is youtube.com/ because I don't actually have a short version of that yet because I still don't have enough subscribers to make a custom YouTube channel yet. Thanks, Google. Anyway, that's everything. I don't know. I've been working out for like 4 hours, so I'm a little bit crazy right now. So I'm gonna go get some coffee because I'm sure that will help.
Just tell
I'm
us
also
quickly who you're
playing.
playing. Yes,
What?
thank you.
Yes, I'm also playing Dr. Mason Brockwell III, blood hunter, human person, British. He's cool, and he's got some junk in the trunk, also known as Dr. Xavier. Don't you dare refer to me like that. It's Dr. Xavier.
Like,
I like junk in the trunk.
I'm more than just your junk in the trunk. I am your Airbnb renter in your mind.
But I don't pay.
true facts, Dot. True facts.
What did I do? Oh, Dot, are you quietly judging me again?
No, out loud on the
I don't
chat.
Not so quietly.
Very public.
Straight up.
Very
Very
public.
public.
Does she ever quietly judge you? No.
Thank you for the
No,
hostage.
but I love when she judges me because she's
I
usually
don't
right.
have. I don't have. Yes, I know that. I also have. I also know that. Sorry, I also have no shame. So sorry for being friends with me.
That was funny.
You're in good company. You
and,
know
and
this.
it's your own fault for being friends with her.
You
That's
know
the
this.
great
Yeah.
part. That's the great
Sorry,
part.
It's your fault for being friends. Sorry about that.
Do better amongst people with no shame left. I burned the rest of my shame to the ground.
Yeah, in January of 2020.
Before Y2K.
Exactly.
So
Thank you, Diginferno, for the host. All right, go get your coffee, Rob, and we will keep on moving here.
just where are we real quick, just so that I have.
We're
Barovia.
just talking. We're talking to Mordenkainen, and making final
Hi,
plans
Trey.
and
Actually, no,
preparations.
not. We're not in.
We're
That's
in
true.
London.
You're in the
Somehow you're in my world
You're
now.
in the
Just you wait.
no. You're in the secret, the Mordekainen's magical
Mordenkainen
mansion.
is a mansion.
Magnificent.
We're going into
mansion,
business
so-
with Mordenkainen.
Is it in a different plane?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
it's
it's
a
extraterrestrial
Yes, it is.
space. Yes.
Yes.
Ah,
Technically.
okay.
Oh, that's right. Thank you for reminding me that. Yes.
So
See, I knew I had a purpose for being here.
so
Get your coffee, Rob. We got to talk.
So
All right.
Mordenkainen
Okay.
is
Trying to
so
make a plan,
Mordenkainen
Rob.
sort of sits there and goes is talking to all of you about this, and says in response to the leading hymn that you were talking about, Django, and says, we were talking about Kresk. Got it. False front. Yes. And he says, what you're suggesting in bringing some sort of attention upon this town could be done, but I must warn you, if that is what is done, then Strahd will make sure to come back to the place that you choose, whether it be Barovia, Kresk, Valaki, Wizard of Wines, any of these places that you've told me you've been before. And when he discovers that you are not there, he will wreak his vengeance upon that place before coming to find you. You are signing the warrant of destruction and death for any place that you decide to take this action.
Who says that we cannot have it on his front gates?
As I said, the point is to draw him as far away from the castle as possible.
Yes.
Him next door does not really help us because he can return even quicker. And once he's in the castle, yours and my survival chances drop to nil. If we are to do this and get away, I am sorry, but that is a risk I am willing to take.
I don't like the idea of sacrificing a town for this.
I have seen Kresk burn in my visions.
Do you think that they would be willing to sacrifice themselves if it meant stopping Strahd permanently?
Is that to everybody or to me, or to Mordenkainen? Well,
Generally to the table.
okay. Mordenkainen just sort of waits and looks at all of you.
Based on what happened last time in Kresk, I don't think they're willing.
I would agree. I do not see the populations of anywhere able to throw off the fear that Strahd engenders.
You do, of course, have the might to compel them to do it, whether they choose to or not.
Proposing we force a town to help us?
Oh, I don't propose anything. I simply point out that you will have a decision to make, and if I may, these are the decisions that Strahd forces everyone into making. You spoke before, Agatha, of wanting not to fight on his terms. Django, you spoke of trying to draw him away from his fortress, from his center. These are all wise and sensible things to do. But it should be noted that Strahd changes the terms of the game constantly. In all of you. I can sense, though I don't know any of you well, that you have already found yourselves having to battle your own demons, and yet you've made it through, so far anyway, as a unit. This is the dangerous thing for Strahd, and thus he brings up these questions, questions the answering of which could tear you apart. It is part of his plan.
So you're essentially saying there's no good option. Even if we intend to do the right thing, something will ultimately be sacrificed regardless of whatever our attempts are.
Unless Strahd misunderstands what he thinks you will prioritize. If
Well,
Strahd
that's not confusing at all. All right.
If Strahd believes that you care about one thing more than everything else, then he believes you will not sacrifice it. If you are willing to sacrifice that which you care about, or, more directly, which you think he thinks you care about, then you will put yourself on a path to have the advantage over him.
I'm sorry, but you didn't answer it in the form of a question. No, I'm kidding. I don't know. I don't know that I understand what any of that you just said means. And I like to think of myself as a particularly intelligent individual. However,
Strahd understands that there are things worse than death. And that true
Clearly.
pain comes from having what you love taken from you.
yes.
What he's saying is that Strahd is going to go for the things that we love.
Oh, of
things
course.
we care about.
Whether or not we think they're exposed, they are our greatest part of us to exploit.
Yes, but the
All I'm
difference-
saying is there apparently is no, how do I put this? We would all like to attempt to get out of this with our skin intact, and hopefully with as few extra casualties as possible. It seems likely that whatever we choose, there is no option that gives us that result. I don't know that any of us are going to enjoy the choice that we have to make, but we are going to have to make one.
And
So
the
we're going
bigger
to have
point,
to live with it.
the bigger point is to choose something that Strahd thinks is of utter value to us, but
Yes.
truly is not.
Well, as an outsider, I'm sure I don't know what that would be. So, I will leave that choice up to those of us here who are more likely to make the educated choice. And he sort of looks at both Agatha and... the hell is your name, John?
Django?
Django.
How could you possibly forget that?
You know, it's really easy when you try. Sorry. I'm kidding.
Don't
I
try
swear
very
I'm
hard, do
kidding.
you?
What if we lead everything we love to him? The withered field, the empty one. This is not far from here, but far enough. Large enough where if we send word quickly to the Dusk Elves and any other allies we may have, we call them all to the field. Who says that it has to be in a town? Wars are not fought in towns.
You propose that we assemble an army.
I do. One which we hopefully will be able to back up as soon as we deliver the skull.
I must say I've gone down something of that path before.
And
The result was the Mad Mage of Mount Baratok.
The problem, it is a viable option. The problem is, what is their mission? How do they work together? And who is to lead them?
none of that matters because it is simply a distraction. Strahd just needs to think we are working together.
So he
Long
falls on
enough.
them and destroys them instead. I thought you said back at the Ember Temple
The
you didn't
moment
want
he
to.
finds out we
Oh,
are in
people.
his castle, he will turn around and run. We will be waiting for him with everything we have collected. The point of gathering all these things is for us to stand together. That has to be the final moment, and we all knew that we may die.
Oh, well, yes. In terms of that long ago.
Well, then let's get past the idea that if things go poorly, we may die.
Well,
Do we have to get past that part?
I guess
Eventually.
you don't.
I just find it interesting that before you were not willing to sacrifice the barbarians at the Amber Temple, yet now suddenly you are very willing to put them out as bait. It seems to be a
did
sudden
not
turn.
say put them out as bait. I never called upon them at all.
I'm aware, but you said all of our allies. I'm not trying to
said
argue,
we-
I'm just saying. Suddenly, it seems your terms have shifted, Agatha. That is all.
Dear Django, with all
Then
due
we
respect, you
view
certainly
things
are
differently.
arguing with her.
They are not shifted. And I did not ask to call upon them.
Are they
Should
not our...
stay in Kresk. They are an ally. And if we wanted to, I guess we could. The point that I'm trying to make is there's no reason for them to fall directly on Kresk when we could bring the battle, which is simply a distraction. All he has to do is give us enough time inside the temple to get out. The rest of it, we just have to beat him. We all knew we were on a time frame, a very small one. If we still think that the best option is to send one person out, and I gesture to our kind of vampire. Vampire?
Vamp Paladin,
kind of
let's call it
vampire.
right. Vamp Paladin.
Vampire?
My favorite CBS show, Our Kind of Vampire.
His
Our
new
kind of
logo,
vampire,
his new crest
right?
is a V with a question mark like embedded in it. Like just thinking, sorry.
Vampire for Vendetta, yeah.
I mean, worst case, nobody shows. And it's just a vampire, a mage, and we fight it out till the end.
So let me see if I get this right. We're looking to pick a location where we'll bring all our forces together to use as a distraction to bring Strahd out so that we can send one person in to do the thing that we've agreed on need to be done.
People in.
2 people.
So what are the options of locations? What have we narrowed it down to?
So
He snaps his fingers and a map of like Barovia again appears, so that you can kind of see it.
So originally we had
I
said
see you have
send
Barovia maps. Very nice. Can I get this on my phone?
the original plan was to have him here, but that was very close. If we do the fields, which are like we could pick any,
Which is true. The field is a good distance away.
we would fly over it, or no, we wouldn't. Yes, we would.
Isn't it to
I'm
the south?
sorry, Dot. Could you click again? I missed it.
Yeah, you're fine. I'm
I
looking.
assume you
for
mean
it.
the bottom left area, that field area.
The one
Or
that
was-
is dying, the withered one. Which one is it, Arv?
Are you talking
This one,
about?
right?
Are you talking about near? Well, yeah. Okay. So the leading up to
Slinka Pass
Argynvostholt,
area.
you're talking about, where it was like silent. It's not a. These are not fields though. They're kind of hills.
Trees.
And kind of trees to the west and the north, but it's really kind of a mountainous area, not nearly as mountainous as where the Amber Temple is down here, but down here, right?
Yeah.
But even here, that is still sort of hilly. The place where the place that I always thought you were talking about when you said withered was Yester Hill, where the tree and near the Wizard of Wines, and he's already encountered
where
you there. That's what I thought you were talking about, but I don't know
I mean,
if that's
that
true.
would work too.
Yeah,
Where's Yester Hill? Where's the Wizard of Wines?
I just
On the far left.
I just
right
shift
there.
tabbed it,
That's-
yeah,
Oh,
That is very
that's
far.
even better.
it's very far. And the question
Yeah?
also, yeah. And Morin kind of sort of looks at that and kind of traces a finger in the air, and like magically a red circle appears around it, yes.
He's very suitable. I mean, not for the Wizard of Wines, unfortunately, but I think they understand the gravity of the situation.
So
And yeah,
here
And that's
is
quite a long way from where Strahd resides, correct?
How
castles.
fast can Strahd fly? Or like, how do we know how he travels? Can he just
I can't
take
do it.
himself to and
He has
from?
many ways.
Arv, can you encircle the castle, please, as well? So we can.
After you finish gathering up your food.
Yes.
Yes, I can. So the castle
texting there as
is.
well.
I would zoom out. Okay, that's just about as far as I can zoom. So the castle is over. Let me put this in purple because it's fabulous. The castle is over here.
I like it.
Fabulous.
Right. So there's that, and then Yester Hill would be over here.
It's literally the
So-
other side of the map.
Right. So we're looking at, if I take a look at the map of Barovia to scale, it is. Come on, physical book, don't fail me now. There we go. So the scale is 1 square equals 1/4 mile. So that would be about. I love how it says 1 square, but these are all in hexes. Come on. So
Hexasquare.
if we go, let's see, 1, 2, 3.
Did you just say hexa square?
I did.
1, 2, 3,
Stick to literature.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Maybe it's
Okay,
maybe it's
so
a
it's about
hectare.
60. So 60 hexes divided by 4. So we're
Lost
talking
15.
No,
about
no one would.
15.
No one said
so
there'd
it's
be
about
math.
15 miles as the crow flies or as the raven flies. It's about
As the
15
vampire
miles
flies,
to
for
get
that
there.
matter.
Okay,
Yeah.
so looking at this,
Yeah.
we would be here. We would then take the skull here, while the distraction is yonder over here, as far west as you can go. Okay,
Right.
so then Agatha
Yonder
makes
Yester.
yonder Yester. So I would make a second suggestion to build on the original plan that we had. What if none of us were there? The moment Strahd arrives and figures out that we are, say, taking the skull, he will immediately fly back, where he finds the three of you. We still have to face Strahd with all of the weapons together.
So you're saying send him there, but all of us go to Castle Ravenhold together?
Because he will be more interested in killing us than them. Once
How
he
do you
knows
propose we
are-
convince him that we're there, even though we won't be?
I don't know if you have Mordenkainen, the
And Von Richten.
Raven group, Von Richten, that would definitely be something worth.
He would not want them to talk for very long.
It is just a ruse long enough. He's going to know we are in his fortress the moment we get there. We just need to be far enough away that we can beat him. When he arrives, the three of you will be there. We'll have long delivered the skull and will rejoin you.
I'm not against the idea as long as we're sure we can convince him to go there knowing we won't be there. There's always a chance he can figure it out before he even reaches that place.
You may have to take that gamble ultimately, Mason. It is quite possible that he will have determined much faster than any of us think what has happened here.
Obviously, they're all gambles. It's just which one's going to pay off.
Indeed. Again, the choice that is given to you by Strahd is a difficult one.
I don't think that is a particularly bad idea, the one that Agatha just suggested. My only concern is convincing Strahd that we are where we aren't. That's the problem.
So
But who says he needs to know that we are there at all?
Exactly, it is irrelevant. Mordenkainen, Von Richten, and the Ravens. 3 threats to Strahd he knows exist. If they're all together, he cannot help but go investigate what they are doing.
And they can say we are there.
They can say whatever they wish.
You missed this part, Rob. He is the castle. The moment we step in, he's gonna know we're there. They're like one in the same.
Yeah. He's like connected to it.
Earlier.
The whole land.
I understand that part. I'm just saying that we don't step foot into the castle until we know he's
there. You mean on the hill?
They're there. Yeah.
I got you. Yeah.
On the battlefield.
Yes. And then his ego
not minus.
Yes. And then his ego will not allow him to stay and fight some battle on the hill. He'll come running for the thing he cares about most.
Well, what were you going to say?
Valaki.
What about it?
The Monticals at the Blue Water Inn can easily whisper of forces coming together. And people who are loyal to Strahd, who do in fact hang out in that inn, we know for fact, will hear the whispers that are not meant for them. They will
actually are meant for them, indeed.
Continue to see the deception until we arrive. I like
Okay.
it.
This has, I think, some potential, but I must warn you one last time that if we, myself and Von Richten and the Ravens, all meet Strahd on Yester Hill, it is quite possible that all of your allies will be wiped out and unavailable to help you when you do eventually face Strahd. This does not mean that your plan does not have merit. It is simply another thing to weigh in the balance.
Are there any other forces that...
He points up hold on one sec.
Sorry.
He points up also at the map and a picture of a cuckoo clock. Like a 3-dimensional image appears and you can see it sort of ticking, and he says, and the fact that time is passing and Strahd may be gathering information from his spies. You may not have much more time left to put whatever your plan is into motion.
Yes.
Are there any other forces left besides those that can fight on... I know it's not... What is the name of that hill? Bunker Hill? What is it?
Yester.
Yester Hill.
What if we don't send the extra forces to Yester Hill? Just the mage.
Von Richten and the Ravens.
Von Richten and the Ravens.
You're already there.
We send the rest. We send our own messages of whispers. And they meet us at Castle Ravenloft. The people of this land want to fight. And they want to fight Strahd.
The young Burgermeister of Barovia certainly...
They will come. But they must make their way without letting Strahd or anyone else know.
In that case, Valaki could be a problem. But the Monticals and the priest would know who to call upon.
True.
It is also
not a bad idea.
Possible you realize that if all of these places that you've mentioned, clearly you have been active during my convalescence, it might also be an position of intelligence to put all of these into play. If Strahd believes that Valaki is filled with forces and armies that are opposed to him, and that Yester Hill possesses myself and Von Richten and the Ravens, and that Barovia, the village of Barovia, has finally risen up against their one-time lord, and that the Dusk Elves themselves have emerged as threats, he may look at a map. He may look at the map and find, and he kind of waves his hand, and these the sort of there are red spots that glow in various places that he just mentioned. He may find a land which is united against him, Strahd will still have enough power to destroy all of them, even if they were indeed all allied against him. But it could distract him. The question, though, is how long. Castle Ravenloft is very large, and I do not know its inner workings. There are none now except Strahd himself who know all of them. And you have a skull to find, I believe, before any of this can work in the way that you hope.
The one upside of all of this, my good sir, is that if we can have enough irons in the fire, he won't know which one to put out first.
It's true.
That's the positive of all of this. We need all of the forces that we're looking to recruit to be on the same page with us and know their part and play it. And if they play it right, while we may not all come out of the other end of it, we'll definitely play Strahd's fears like a fiddle. And hopefully that will give us enough time we need.
And you said it yourself. Let us not do it the same way we did last time. Instead of putting all of our forces in a single place, we set them up in stages for Strahd. You
Indeed.
on a hill, in a small number, just enough to get him out. He arrives only to find that we have entered his fortress, and when he gets back, the cities of this land have a reason to meet him. If we cannot let him if once we get him out, we cannot let him inside. So we barricade him from his own castle.
Think that'll work. At least he could just fly in, probably.
Possibly, but it is at least a start. And an additional unfortunate line of fire. Until we can get that
And again,
skull back.
how do bees take down a target larger than themselves? Lots of bees stinging at many different locations at one time.
He looks at you and says, not the
Wasps,
bees.
too.
Sorry.
Not the bees!
Sorry, it's low
And I won't bring back your damn honey! Thanks, Nick.
And
I'm on board with this plan. I got nothing else to say.
we still must get a homunculus.
Oh, that.
Weller, this is your decision. It is probably not unknown to all of us that I do have the ability to bring you back. I do have the ability to bring you back.
What you are proposing is not a permanent truce. I take it.
That's to Mordecai.
I don't follow. Permanent with whom?
Shorik Wrist.
I, myself, have no particular interest or involvement with Shorik. I have heard enough stories of him, not simply the one involving you, to know that he is not one that would be welcome into my circle. Shorik to me is an asset like any other, but he may be an asset that is too dangerous to take advantage of. Not all weapons are worthy of being used.
And not all assets are weapons.
He nods. Very true. And I agree with Agatha that the decision here must be yours. Even if it were not wrong to force one of my order and connection to be involved in this if he chose not to be, I could not do so myself and ensure your loyalty. I have a sense, Weller, that you would rather let your mind be destroyed than have it serve other purposes than yours and your friends. And thus you must decide on your own which way you wish to take your vengeance or your victory.
My vengeance has waited a fair bit longer than the need for this victory. So as much as it feels improper, I suppose I can stay my hand long enough to get done what needs to be done. This will not wipe the slate clean if he helps me.
No, I would not expect that it would. And that too will be your business.
It was you who said I should have to put aside my feelings.
Indeed.
That's the only reason I posed this question to you.
Put aside your feelings does not mean to bury them where they cannot be uninterred. This is a suppression of feeling, Weller, and I assure you Strahd is exceptional at burying his feelings until he needs them to be used.
At the very least, it will take an hour. If I can find the necessary materials.
I will help you if it is of any consolation.
Mandrake root?
Of course. I probably could druid craft up mandrake root. Just like, whoop!
Yeah.
I can't personally remember them right off the bat, but he definitely knows what the.
Yeah, some of them
requirements
too, you know, Mordenkainen also is kind of like, also my stores are at your disposal. And he kind of snaps his fingers and like several cabinets appear and just open up. And it's just like, you know, like roots and plants and like, you know, like all the way down. Like he's also got that stuff. Cause
It's like the Matrix version when the arm showed up. Only it's all like
yeah.
old-timey wooden
He's not a
cabinets.
druid, but he's definitely got, he's got some.
And
We're gonna
if
need
it-
mandrake. We're gonna need mandrake root. Lots of it.
Lots of mandrake root. If it were anyone else, I would call bullshit on that. But the fact that it's Mordenkainen,
Yeah.
right? Because if Weller makes a sandwich out of the shit on the table and takes it out, it's gone.
Right.
It disappears. But because it's Mordenkainen,
And remember, and also remember, time it works differently here. I mean, like, and even literally matter works differently in this magnificent mansion too. But anyway, the idea is not that he can give you everything, but between him and Agatha, probably, there should be enough. Before we, because I want us to summarize this plan in just a minute, but before he does that,
no, that is too much.
yeah, so let me sum up.
Let me sum up.
So then he looks at you, Alec, and he says, I have one last concern. And please do not take this the wrong way, Alec. As I said before, I have respect for your resilience in the face of evil. I trust that you will remember whom it is that you truly serve. But Strahd's force is powerful, and his control is great within his own ground. Even if you can distract him, even if you could hold him off, even if when the time comes you are willing to fight him, on his own place, in his own land where you purport to fight him, in his own heart, if you will. In this place, Alec, are you sure you will be able to resist him?
Yes. In fact, if I am able to, probably I'm willing to go all the way to the end, even if it's by my own hand to stop it.
You mean yourself? He kind of nods as if, all right. And he leans back slightly and he says, very well. Then I suggest the time has come. We have our tasks to do. Let's be about them. So, to know whether...
wait.
Wait, there are 6 more things. Right.
I look. No. I just look.
Round 2.
I imagine we can see like time of day.
Yeah, roughly. I mean, he gave you this
Roughly
sort
from
of...
here.
That's what that clock would be able
There's
to
a
tell
clock
you,
on
at
the
least.
wall.
Yeah, basically.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Okay. So what? Like, a fake clock is great, but like two days, 2 sunrises. Like, what is our?
No.
What is, like on the look to the east.
Yeah,
On the
exactly.
third day. Like, what
Sunrises.
is our
When the-
plan?
When the
Right.
thrush crows.
Well,
okay,
that's what I was going to
When
actually
you see the
ask.
hippogriff in the sky, everybody do
Exactly.
their thing.
When the dragon's skull returns to Argynvost's told, I was like, what the hell is this prophecy?
we need
When
our
my
epic
body
moment.
flies across Barovia lifeless, then
No, but like, so that's what I wanted to ask about. So I want you to, somebody, not everybody, one person to kind of summarize the plan involving like when this is all going to happen in terms of days and like how that all plays out. And that's up to you. When do you want all of these things to trigger, basically, is what I'm asking.
I mean, but we still got to get word out too, and we got to
Exactly.
get homunculus made.
yeah,
So like,
that's what I was going to ask. How we're getting word out to all these different
Right?
Okay,
We use the
looking-
ravens. Easy.
looking at the can I have this Arv, like looking at the calendar and like in 5 days time, is it like a full moon or some business?
Oh yeah, absolutely. No
Perfect.
question. As if it were
In
planned that
exactly
very
5
way.
days.
Well, I mean, of
Exactly
course.
5 days. Why the heck not?
Exactly.
So what we will tell for the whisper is that at the full moon we will meet. They will gather on the hill.
We need this Spielbergian moment, Arv.
We
We
need
need it.
a fucking full moon.
With federal agents cocking their walkie-talkies.
Yeah.
Oh,
Boats are about to hit the fucking beach, guys, okay?
So I say all that because that is what in my brain hole I'm thinking. So
We're
I think
taking the Strahd Nazis down.
we are taking these odds. So the full moon. So the story
Stratzes?
we will tell is the full moon in 5 Stratzes.
Sorry.
Koyata Strozzi? What? I love that movie.
It's the name of his band. It's the name of his cover band.
Wow.
Dodd, please go.
That's all I have to say.
Okay.
Full moon. We will attack the Stratzes.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay.
Yep.
So you attack
We've
them
said
on
it
day
twice.
5,
It's
and
stuck
then
now. We can't
the
get
night
rid
of
of
the
now
full
canon.
moon's
It's
Strahd.
now-
So we basically can take a day to get somebody to get to Valaki to spread the rumor, so that it can get to Strahd.
Yep.
And then we can try to hit our additional allies who secretly are going to make their way to the castle, to Ravenloft.
Right.
Right.
But we're making it sound like we're going to Yesterhill.
But we're making it sound, and he's gonna get. There's only 3 of them. They're gonna find out. He's gonna come back, but too fucking late because we dropped her skull off at a different castle.
Way to go,
Skulls in a
Bowser.
different-
Yeah.
I'm sorry, your skull's in a different castle.
Yes.
This is the
Sorry,
whole
Strahd.
plan.
Yes, our theme song for this fight is Bude Bude Bude.
Yeah, exactly.
Bude Bude Bude.
Newcastle, who dis? Yeah.
All right. So immediately muted. Nintendo destroys all like records. of
Yeah,
this
it's
video.
over. It's
Damn it.
finished. Yeah.
Hey, did we just get VOD muted?
Such a good run. Okay. So So as I understand it, let's see. Day 1, you send someone out to your various places. Specifically, you're sending someone to Barovia, the village of Barovia, to let the young burgomaster there know of your plan. Who is going to go do that?
I don't know this. I don't know them.
Right. So who does know them that wants to go?
Burgermeister Barovia.
So I was thinking, would it be better if a local does it, or
My thought was that we would tell
I
the
should probably-
Martikals and have the Ravens distribute.
Yeah, that's what I was
Yes,
thinking.
yes.
That's a good
Have
idea.
them be our.
They
network.
are accustomed to,
Agatha did consider going to the Dusk Elves. She did not meet. They're near Valaki, aren't they? Don't we decide? is
They're
that
to
where
the south of Valaki.
where the X is? You see this X in the middle or in the center?
I
That's
see that.
approximately.
Oh, nice.
They're more in the forest, but like that's a rough idea of sort of.
That would be. That would be. Okay. Agatha could take time to go speak to them if we needed to get them on our site to come join us at the castle.
I don't know. She might not like Luvash very much.
Yeah,
Hey,
no.
That might be something she needs to see.
She'd like Aragon. Oh yes.
So what? We just
Although-
send ravens and hope that they answer.
Yes. Because we don't have time to go traipsing across the entire countryside to get to everyone personally.
I mean, listen, you know the way this works. You light some beacons. I mean, that's how you do it. The beacons are lit.
It's the
was just
freaking
gonna say,
beacon.
this bacon is
But here's the
bacon
thing.
is lit.
Yeah, but here's the thing.
Bacon is lit.
If the Markovs have any pull, and they still should, then their missives should be respected.
Should be enough, you think?
And I'm sure they're keeping track of a lot of people.
Exactly.
And they can invoke our name with people that they may not necessarily, who we have definitely helped.
Yep. Although the Dark Elves, it's a horse piece.
Okay, so you're sending someone to the Markovs in Valaki, or presumably, or the Wizard of Wines. Which one?
No,
The
the
Markovs,
Valaki.
Valaki,
and
Valaki. Okay.
Yes, and I would volunteer to go because I can communicate without having to speak.
I think we need to do both at the same time because while the Ravens are spreading the correct thing, we need to have the other one running as a distraction up front.
Yep. Agreed.
Okay, so Django goes to Valaki on day 1 while... Wait, why am I writing this plan? One of you write down this plan. This is
Sod.
But I spoke it out loud.
You did speak it out loud. I just want to make sure I'm clear for everyone else.
She hath spake.
She had
What?
spaken. Thus Brock
Spake and bacon,
Bread.
smoked.
Agatha
It's on fire.
Maskiska.
We spread lies and
What?
truth.
Thus
Uh,
Brock Zarathustra.
She
Lies
Russian
and
now?
mendacity.
I was making a Thus Brock Zarathustra
Is
joke,
that
but
Valaki?
Ah.
Valaki. Okay, then what? Then we're gonna chill out until it happens. Then on the full moon, because I mean, what else are we gonna be doing? Oh, we gotta make homunculus.
I was gonna say like
We need.
No, don't waste the bacon like that. We got plenty bacon. Mike.
on.
We got plenty.
While Strahd is distracted, we find the skull in Ravenloft. We find the skull and we find Shuriken wrist, and to try and make the homunculus.
Ever
Within-
put kept 90 minutes. Welcome in.
So
Maybe.
in order though, we won't get the
Hours.
skull. We won't get the skull first. We're gonna have to make the
Yes.
homunculus first.
what I thought.
Well, we'll
was
try and find
happening.
whatever one because we don't know what's in
one moment.
Ravenloft and where to go. So
Mega
it'll be
Band. Sorry.
essentially us trying to find it. So
Well, yeah.
That's right. We need something from there to make it, don't we? Why can't we make the homunculus now?
we don't
Weller
know.
doesn't know how to do it.
Or not so much. Goodbye. Yeah, that's the
was-
problem. He doesn't
anyone-
have the spell. It was cast for him by wrist.
Well, Wrist gave him a scroll that
Okay.
allowed him to cast a spell.
Gotcha.
But you're going to go travel to have it made.
Right.
You're
No,
gonna
no,
go
if he
visit-
has the ingredients, he can do it anywhere as long as he has the scroll.
Mhm.
and there's
so he
one
needs the
inside of
scroll.
Ravenloft.
Well, we assume that Shuri
Is
Wrist
there?
has one.
Well,
yeah. Wrist was supposed to be our contact to get it made.
And
again.
if not, I think then we're gonna have to take some drastic measures that Nolok's not gonna like.
Well, remember also that what was suggested was that if you could bring back, the Argynvost Holt thing, not only would that be a powerful
wish,
light,
yeah.
etc., but also it would provide the possibility of a wish, which could then be used to restore,
That's what
obviously,
it
the
was.
model.
Oh yeah.
So
That's
you've
what it
either-
was. I
so
knew
you-
it was missing something.
So
It
you've
was
got the
wish.
Argynvost Holt thing, or you've got the Shorik wrist thing. The problem for you guys is that both of those things are in Castle Ravenloft. So you need to go to Castle Ravenloft somehow to get the stuff you need so you can go invade Castle Ravenloft.
So
if you
literally,
follow
the
what I
first,
mean.
the first thing, the only thing that we can do is lay low while the rumor spreads for a week. We have to get Strahd believing it.
Yes.
And then you
Right.
got to do a bunch of stuff during all at once. It's going to
We
be
can
a
just
hell of a
keep an
mission
eye out at
impossible.
Ravenloft until he finally moves out.
Yeah, I mean, if we that
Assuming we can conceal ourselves from him. Let's be very, very clear about that.
that's why I don't think we wait until he's already on his way to the hill.
Yes.
Our
he
actions
has
don't
to
start
leave.
until he's moving.
Well, I wonder if the
branches over a hole.
This
in
is
the
where you'd
ground.
ask the Martikos if
Maybe
they can
find-
somehow
grab a
track
bush.
him, or at least know if he's left the castle.
One would,
Maybe-
yeah, I will ask that question. One would think they would be able to know. Yeah.
So this will be information we need from Martikos before we can make a final decision on.
Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is spread lies and truth in Valaki. Then we're
Okay.
going to gather all of our allies. Then the Ravens are going to help us. The Ravens are going to let us know when he's left.
Right.
And we have to time it just right so that he's on the hill before we enter the building. What's Strahd? Right?
As
yeah,
far along as
ideally,
possible.
yes, as far away, right. Ideally on the hill, and that'll give us some more time, right?
Certainly, if given time. The distance is dependent
And
upon
the
how
right
well
price. No.
Yeah, is dependent on how well I know the person on the other side. But
How many letters is it?
What of us?
certainly, I could arrange some way to do that. Sure. Who exactly did you have in mind?
I don't care. One of us, as long as soon as Strahd shows up, you're like, hello, he's here. And we go.
Yes. That is.
It's not that complicated.
That is reasonable. I could make a link that
Hello,
would
it's
allow us
Julia
to be connected to
Child.
them. The reason I hesitate, Weller, is that kind of a link leaves a trail. It's possible that Strahd might sense such a link. That doesn't mean that it's not going to work. It might. It's simply another.
We
factor to
expect he will
consider.
already know we are in the castle once we set foot in
Well,
it.
if you're there, you could say it's like an ambush
Can
thing.
we
I'm sure
just
you could
wait for the
kind
full
of
moon?
persuade him.
I will do what I can, of course, to be persuasive.
Excuse me.
How about this? We would plan to enter Strahd's castle when the moon is full and in the middle of the sky, because that is how things work in fantasy.
Yes.
Is it
I approve
fantasy,
of this
Agatha?
suggestion. I approve of this suggestion most highly.
How romantic.
So-
Also, all fantasy is reality now because that's the world I live in.
Also, the organ theme of da 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 will play precisely upon your
Yes.
entry.
Enter.
Okay.
Ravenloft.
No, I especially want it to be masquerade.
Well, I was thinking either that or actually you walk in and they start playing
Told you. Called it.
Castlevania. Da 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 da
Yeah.
da da. Anyway, sorry.
Phantom of the Opera is musical theater Castlevania.
No,
That
that
is
really is true.
that is accurate.
So anyway, he tells you, Weller, that it is possible to do, but it might notify him earlier. But yes, I mean this is all around the same time, so that is certainly possible to do. Yes.
Okay. Yo,
Yeah.
my
These are
list-
all variations on a shitty plan. So
No,
it's like these-
Yep.
I mean it's a good plan.
it's a
but
good
it's
plan.
All gonna,
and it's a good
all
plan in
gonna end
Barovia.
poorly.
Like this is the best you're gonna get in
This,
Barovia.
yeah, for Barovia, this is actually pretty
Yes.
fucking good.
Yeah.
Anywhere else, total crap.
50-50 are the best odds you can ever get in Barovia.
I will take a moment also to just
There it is.
to point out for I will take a moment to point out for the
What?
viewers and listeners at home that one of the reasons they're able to make these plans is because they spent a great deal of time, 49 days so far, in building up allies over the spot of Barovia. Like that's one way they can do all this and be like, well, we got the Dusk Elves and the Ravens and the
Yes.
Sister
Ravens.
Hill and the
Ravens.
Ravens.
Them
The
Ravens.
The
Gotta love
Ravens.
them Ravens.
we got the
Oi.
Ravens.
So Raven.
And Mordekainen. I mean, you built up these sort of connections. Okay, so
I mean,
yes, there
it was
is a
friends.
especially the 30 sessions in Kresk that really
that really
sealed
made the
deal.
difference.
for us,
Spread
I
lies and
think.
truth in Valaki. Ravens when he's left. What? What is the Ravens
When he's left the castle.
Okay, right.
Ravens let us know when he's
The
left.
Ravens
Sorry,
let
I'm
us
gonna
know.
put this in a proper note, but I wanted to do it.
No, that's
quickly,
fine.
So I didn't lose
Strahd
it.
leaves. We wait for the full moon. Enter Ravenloft.
Oh, that's
find
where it is.
Skull,
Okay.
Make like a hippogriff. And then I love that 6 is just question marks.
Yeah,
like,
6 is just-
That's
All
where I'm
goes
pretty
as
sure
we
the,
planned.
The plan is gonna go to shit right about
I
there.
love it. It's like
I
just at
know
that
it.
point is where you're like,
Once we put fingers on the skull or claws, hippogriffs on the skull, it's gonna be all hell breaks loose.
5.5 would be steel underpants, I think.
Yeah, somewhere
yeah,
around.
yes, yes.
Yeah, find his undeed drawer.
Also, thank you for Skexis.
6 is
the-
ultimate wedgie.
Thank you
yeah.
to Skexis the Chamberlain for the host and the follow. Isn't the Skexis? Isn't that the from Dark
Dark
Crystal?
Crystal.
It is in the Dark Crystal, right?
Yes.
Nice.
Especially the Chamberlain, yeah.
I love the name. Yeah, it's awesome. Okay, so all right.
I have not watched that Netflix show yet.
It's
So,
so
I heard it was
good.
really.
I've heard-
only
I've
seen
heard.
a little bit of it. I have not watched.
And
it.
Did they
watch the
confirm it?
documentary.
And
Did
the
they confirm a
documentary's good?
second
Yeah.
season on that yet? Or
Well, they did before the world started burning.
You know.
that?
Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But right now, the Henson Studio, off topic. I don't know if you guys have seen the new Muppet Show, but it's brilliant. And they're doing it. It's so
Again?
good. And they're doing it. Yeah, they put a new one out that's all about like working from home, which is really cool. So it's like minimal people to film the stuff that they do or like how they do it. It's very cool and very poignant. Almost to a fault.
The Henson Studios.
Watched the Dark
Henson is
Crystal until like late last year, and I gotta tell you, that film would have disturbed me as a child.
Oh, it disturbed
it's-
me having watched it as a child.
Holy! I'm like, wait, this is the one they like over Labyrinth? What?
I just have to say this quickly.
Let's fall from
Honestly,
Labyrinth.
there is no way to overrate how brilliant the puppetry is in Dark Crystal. It is
It's amazing.
so good.
It's incredible.
It is staggering how
It's
good it is.
I mean,
Like,
yeah, it's incredibly impressive even now.
the TV show, the last show
Age
they
of
put out, they
Resistance.
had a puppet show within a puppet TV
Within
show.
the-
The puppets did a
it's
puppet
unbelievable.
show, and I was floored. I was jaw dropped.
Yeah, no, they are the best. Like
It was like
Henson
full-on
was
Puppetception.
absolutely incredible. If you
I
can you
need to
imagine
watch
being
it.
Jim
I
Henson
need
and
to
being
watch
like,
it.
my legacy is Sesame Street, The Muppet Show, Dark Crystal. Like, oh, and also by the way, I did work on Yoda, so just in case I needed extra
If the,
points.
you know what? If the
I wish he
world
was
ever goes-
around. I wish he was around because I would love to just get his reaction to see the stuff they've done, especially
Right, yeah.
considering the Dark
around.
Crystal bankrupted
It's
him.
true. That's actually well said,
It
Trent.
put him out of like.
He is around in every one of these puppets. I agree with you. Actually, my kids.
He almost. Was it Labyrinth or Dark Crystal? One of the two. He
it
didn't
was
direct
Dark
a film
Crystal.
ever again
if
because it broke him.
broke him, yeah.
So I think he would be absolutely thrilled to see that Netflix made a show and went to the lengths that they did to
if
honor
you
it.
ever visit Atlanta, if the world comes back to a level of normalcy where we can
Please,
travel again,
yes,
and
I
you
hope
come
so.
to Atlanta, the Atlanta Puppetry Center is a
Mhm.
Jim Henson Foundation
Wow,
nonprofit,
really?
and they have a museum of all of his puppets here.
And my daughter and I.
his wife and his daughter sits on the
That's
board, and
cool.
it is they do adult puppet shows. It's a puppet show theater.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
It is,
That
and
sounds awesome.
I've been to the Museum of the Moving Image with my daughter, where they have a
Yeah.
permanent display, including Dark Crystal stuff. And Russ from our vocalist fame got married at Henson Studios in the West Coast, so we were there for that. So anyway, everyone's like, "What does this have to do with Strahd?" Nothing.
Sorry,
we were
it
just
do- it
distracted.
It doesn't.
After we
we
kill
all
Strahd,
needed
we're
a
gonna go.
break.
We're going after the Skeksis next. We're
Mordecai
Strahd for the puppet show.
add them to the
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It's like, is this part of the Strahd Distracted Puppet Show?
Mordekainen is like, I particularly love the Swedish Chef, and I found like Mordekainen is the dude doing the Mordekainen
The
was
new
he was totally the guy doing the whole like he was the guy doing
All right,
like
Morde.
the continuing story of a quack that's gone to the dogs. Like he
All
was
right, Mordecai, you have to play out
The
an
Swedish-
episode of the Muppets.
the
for
Swedish
Strahd.
chef in the new TV show that they're doing does a cooking show, but he's actually a bad chef, and so they bring on a real chef who cooks next to
Yeah.
him, and he's throwing like shit. at the
That's
bowl.
awesome.
It is brilliant. He's like herder, and he's like doing his thing while this person's like legit cooking something. It is quality television.
That's
Do you
awesome.
think the Swedes hold a grudge?
No,
I sure hope
they've
not.
talked about that. They said basically no because the Swedes were like, I mean, like it's clearly not Swedish. Like
They're
it's
too
just
chill.
it's
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, Jim
You know,
Henson,
if
man,
the
what an amazing
Count
talent.
played Strahd, we could just get him to start counting stuff, and he would be completely distracted for the rest of the time.
One
Handful
raven,
of rice.
2 ravens, 3
I am
dusk
going
elves,
to
4
kill
dusk
six,
elves.
Six of you.
So I'm gonna make this cleaner.
right.
Ravens let us know when he's left. Strahd leaves. We wait for a full moon. We enter
Excuse me.
Ravenloft. We find a skull. We make like a hippogriff. I should make this clear. We fly
I thought
to
they were
another
supposed to be.
castle. We fly to another castle.
Fly to another castle.
We okay, and then step 7's really we wish a homunculus.
And step 8 is panic.
6 is question mark. 7 is please homunculus. Like
A
that's
little weller. Yeah, we wish for a little weller.
I thought
And
there were
then-
supposed to be commas in there. Make like a hippogriff. You know, I was
Yeah,
just like,
like
Claude
and
there.
then-
That's right.
And then 8 is party at House Ravenloft.
This unfortunately shows you where my references are. Every time you say the word homunculus, all I can think of are the Eldritch brothers from Full Metal Alchemist. I'm like, God, I gotta get that. Can't not be the only reference where I've ever heard the word homunculus.
That
I
is
actually-
the plan.
I heard the first homunculus playing a PlayStation like 1 or 2 game, which I think might even be called Homunculus.
Oh, I think
and
I
it's
know what
some
you're
like
talking
adventure
about.
game or something, and it was weird, but it was kind of a cool game. I just can't remember the name. Anyway, this is so off topic, but I got it. So
Weren't they in
we got
Fire
the
Emblem?
6
The Fire Emblem
That's
series?
true too, although that wasn't what I was thinking of, but that's true, yeah. But there was actually a game where you played like a homunculus, like that you, yeah. Anyway, all right. So this is the plan.
Well,
that you have
technically
set
Dragon's
forth.
Dogma, but they're called pawns, but they're essentially
Right. They're basically
Homunculi.
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 Yes.
Homunculix. All right. So, all right. So this
that costs an
plan-
extra fee, Arv.
The plan looks to be, yeah, sorry. The plan looks to be, Tremere from Vampire the Masquerade. Is Tremere is a homunculus in VTM?
What?
Tremere.
I think they can make them. I think they can make them.
They
from
can
their
they can
body
make a
and
homunculus.
blood or
Tre-
something.
Trem-
Yeah.
Tremere is the blood magic clan.
I need to give that game another try. I'm not going to derail us again, but
Yeah, I only know that.
Don't even get me started because we're not getting back on track if I start.
I
talking.
started playing
Got
it
it.
and I got to Act 2
Stop
and
it.
gave
Stop
up on
it.
it.
Yep.
Stop
Stop.
it.
Need
No
to give
more.
it another shot.
Okay.
Moving on.
So let's do it.
Holy shit.
Number
Here we
8,
go.
Party at Ravenloft.
Hey, look,
There we go.
it's a side irrelevant. It's vampires at least, okay?
It
The
is
other
vampires.
the other
True.
reference had nothing to do
It's
with
at
it.
least
We're talking
marginally tangential to what we're doing.
So, all right. So, assuming that you have this set up as the plan that you want to, does anyone
Oh,
have?
we do. It's right there, typed on the
I
page
see
art.
it.
There's no
It's in
question.
Question
numbers.
marks
All right,
and
good.
all.
It is set in
Yes.
She
stone.
put
I love it.
numbers and question marks. It's
No, I
real.
love it.
I love it. Yeah.
So, if that's what you folks are going to do, now that we have it all set and locked in stone,
Well, let's really think about this. Let's start over.
let
What
us
did we-
let us get into the. As we prepare to start this plan, this is a good moment to welcome everybody to day 50 of D&D with I&B Curse of Strahd To Steal a Skull. I am joined, as always, by Trendane, by Sod, by John, by Rob, and by Dot, playing respectively Weller, Alec, Django, Mason/Xavier, and Agatha, as they continue to move the Infinity and Beyond brand forward into amazing roleplay. If you like what you see in here, please follow the channel, support the Patreon, and please let Wizards of the Coast know so they can watch some of the best goddamn roleplaying that exists on Twitch. With
We're
that
moving the
said,
brand forward into profitability.
and with
are
a
we?
K, yeah, please, is that it? Was that in the question marks? Because I would love to know that if we could actually enter.
Well, profit
profitability.
is part of it. Yes.
That's true.
Yes.
I'd love to know.
Yep.
Anyway, thank you all for being here and for watching and for
We
spreading.
need
the
that
word.
Bobby Kotick money for this
So,
Infinity and Beyond.
I don't really think there's a need to do too much of this. I want to kind of fast forward to that spot, except Django, because you're going to be the one, right, going to Valaki to do
Yep.
that. So when you're spreading lies and truth, I assume you're the only one that's going to that, right? Because you're trying not to.
It
attract
seems that way,
notice,
but
or-
I need to talk to Mason before we leave Mordenkainen's
Then
mansion.
let's do
That-
that, and then let's.
And I need to ask Mordechai, whatever the hell his name. Sorry, I Jewified it.
A little bit.
Just,
A
you know,
little.
A little schmear.
Wow.
it's
You're allowed. It's okay.
it's schmear, not smear. Okay, it's
Right.
there's a difference.
Yeah.
There is. Anyway, yes, I need to Mordechai him and
Mordenkainen. How about just
yes.
go for straight up? There you go.
See, does he have any pays? All right, anyway.
Do you want to talk to him first?
I
Ours?
have one. It's a really quick question.
Yeah,
There
so
you
let's
go.
let's have him do that first, and then you two
Yep,
can
yep,
chat.
yep.
So, I just sort of approach him. I address the ball. Hello, ball. No. I walk up to him and I kind of say, I before we get too far ahead of ourselves, I do have but one question I'd like to ask you. I suppose not in private. We don't have the time for that, but at least as low key as possible.
Very well.
Well, technically, it's less of a question and more of a name. Varos Tyr. Do you know it?
And he sort of pauses and thinks, and he says, "The name does sound familiar to me, yes. But I do not have a point of reference to place the name to. I don't recall it as being specific to Barovia."
Oh, he's not specific to any one place. He's smart. He's a dark elf. Last I heard, he was in this neck of the woods. Not necessarily because of me specific. However, he and I do have a history. He owes me an answer. I do intend to collect it.
He nods slowly and he says, "How long have you known of this Varos Tyr being in Barovia?"
How long did it's been like a week, right?
Practically since we got here, yeah.
Well,
Well-
no, it was Rictavio and then Von Richten.
Who kind of gave you that
Rictavio,
info,
like
right.
so, it was a couple days after we arrived in Barovia, and then when Rictavio didn't confirm it until he revealed himself as
Right.
Von Richten, but that was session 29.
Right, it's been a
of-
okay.
You're
The-
talking about
49?
at least a week and a half, 2 weeks.
Okay, that's what I
Okay,
thought.
that's
So
fine, yeah.
he says, "This Varos Tyr, then, the answer that you said he owed you, I gather that this is of great importance to you, yes?"
Simple answer, yes. More complicated, I don't know. How much can you gather of my past?
Well, several points. One, that you are not only not native to Barovia, but clearly not native to the Sword Coast either. You have been brought from elsewhere. I know something about traveling to planes other than our own.
I am not surprised that you do, however, I am quite surprised that this one dark elf possessed the ability. Since I was brought to the Sword Coast, I've learned a thing or 12 about them, about the people, about their view of the rest of the world and how they feel both separated and segregated from it. I also have come to believe, although I cannot prove it, the Dark Elves do not actually possess the magic nor skill to do what Varos Tyr did. Which leads me to a hypothesis. He had help, either from this land or the Sword Coast. Now, he too knew something about me, or at least he assumed he did. My dark passenger, my traveler, that voice inside my head that now speaks to me all hours of the day and night. We are 2 in 1. And his actions split me and rebuilt me as the man you see now. The answer I demand of him that he refuses to give because of his elucidatory nature is simply why. What happens after that is all entirely based on his answer.
And he nods slowly and he says, "It seems reasonable that he had help from another source. And I agree with you that asking why you were drawn forth from your land to come to the Sword Coast and to Faerun is indeed of great concern. My immediate concern, however, is why Varos Tyr is here. If Shorik Rist was brought here by Strahd, and Varos Tyr was also here, it is not unreasonable to believe that it was Strahd who brought him. Each of you, in a way, have had something taken from you, or something held over your head as a threat by Strahd himself. Each one of you he attempts to distract, to confuse, to disrupt. And that is my concern, Mason, at the moment. What you seek is a worthy goal. What he seeks is for you to take that goal above all things, to pursue it as he hoped Weller would in the situation with Shorik Rist, or that Jenga would in finding out what is needed from his family and his patron, who, as I understand, has some power of her own, or that Agatha would in being so concerned about her land and her home, her tree, the children that she has kept there, that Strahd would threaten them to get at her. Or, of course, Alec. And Alec has had the most taken from him, his faith, his belief that there is some reason to get up in the morning and put one foot in front of the other. Each of you have been tempted and manipulated by Strahd. The question is, by fighting him now, do you work against the manipulation, or do you play into his hands?
My goal right now is not to put one over the other. Currently, the end game here is Strahd. There is no other. It does concern me as my second home, what Veros Tyr hopes to gain if he is indeed in an alliance with Strahd, whether he's working under his own preconceptions of what he will gain, or whether he's working for the greater Brotherhood of Dark Elves, for some task that we do not know of. Honestly, Dark Elves are neither friend nor foe, but they do not choose friends lightly. And I believe they would call them... what would the word be? An opportunity, more than allies or friends. You live in the shadows long enough. Sometimes you grow tired. Perhaps there's a desire for more. Perhaps Veros Tyr believed he could gain them more through Strahd. Quite frankly, all of this is more than matters to one lone blood hunter from a land beyond another land. All I want to do is look that bloody dark elf in the face and have him answer my question. And after he does that, whether he gets to keep his throat intact is up to him. As for Strahd, I know where my arrows fly towards. I know where my swords shall strike. I'm a hunter. We know our game.
He nods. Then your focus may be stronger than Strahd had believed it. As always with all despots, Strahd projects his own greatest weaknesses upon others. I suspect if you do manage to bring Strahd low, if you do manage to ask your question of Veros Tyr, that Strahd will have one overwhelming, overriding emotion. Do you know what that might be?
Anger.
And Mordekainen smiles. Astonishment. And he sort of gives you the slightest little smile. And then he turns and nods and he says, I will do what I can to see if there's any information about this Veros Tyr while we wait. It may be difficult because I must be sure to not reveal myself to Strahd too early. But if I do gather this information, I will let you know. In the meantime, Mason, what you have said is important, and I believe you, but make sure you hew to it. Strahd will try to distract you. It is what he knows.
Thank you. And I appreciate what you are willing to do for me and for us. Regardless, I have a sense, sinking though it may be, that the snake will come out from underneath the ground when the time is right. When the sand becomes too hot for him to exist in any further.
He nods and he says, very well. When that happens, make sure you're ready to avoid its bite.
Indeed.
All right, and Django and Mason, you had a quick
Django and Mason.
Yep.
Bosom buddies back together again.
It's the next on our
Hi,
lineup
friendo.
tonight. Yep. So I contact Mordekainen and ask him for a room to the side because I don't want any distractions while we're talking.
He says, certainly, and he creates...
He creates a
room. No, he points out a room.
I love this
that this always
D&D
works,
Sims 4 house.
Well, what I was
going
to say, the way that this actually works is that he'll often, if you say that, like, I need, like I can imagine at some point Alec asking for a room to meditate or something, right? Like, whatever he does, he's always like, well, if you go up the stairs, and you're always like, what the hell was this room? Like, you never actually see the door appear, but it's always just like up here and to the left, and there's this place. So anyway, yes, he creates that. There is a fireplace in this room and a couple of nice velvet chairs and a couple of end tables next to the chairs for you to.
Well, I'm gonna just pace around for a bit, so I'm not gonna sit down.
I'm gonna sit down in one of the chairs because I'm tired.
Oh, you just got a good night's sleep and breakfast. How can you possibly be freaking tired, dude?
Oh, we're gonna need a lot of rest. I'm gonna be on my feet for a long time over the next couple of days. So
That's true. That's true. Anyway, so he says,
those seats look very comfy.
Yep. He says, I won't keep us long since I know time is wasting, but this is important. I meant to talk to you in one of the side dimensions in the Amber Temple, but there was no time. But here, this is perfect because my patron cannot, I don't think, hear what I'm saying. It's very important.
Ah, indeed.
Do you remember the confrontation with Strahd and Esmeralda upon the hill, back at the Wizard of Wines? And I send you the image. Yeah, I'm gonna help you along there, Rob.
Okay.
I send you the image where she was facing him off and she said something, and he basically said, come at me, destroy me, kill me. He told her to kill him. Okay?
Yeah.
I send that part. And I say, at the final,
that moment.
yeah, exactly. At the final battle, whether it's you or Esmeralda, I don't care who does it. You must get Strahd to say that again. You must get him to invite us to come at him to destroy him. This is very important for me. Otherwise, I may be powerless against him. So taunt him.
Why not tell this to the rest of the group?
Alec, for obvious reasons. And you are the only one I trust with this. Perhaps Weller, but he's distracted. You, however, as you have said more than once, you have really no dog in this fight. I can trust that you will execute this for me without hindrance or hesitation. You're the only one I trust to make this happen. This is simple.
So you specifically need me.
It could be anyone, but I want to trust that this stratagem must happen during the final fight.
Specifically that he has to
invite us to
destroy him.
Yes, as if he was ordering us to destroy him.
Because you may not be able to attack him otherwise.
That is correct. I do not know if that is the case, but I have arranged it with my patron, although she is not aware of this, that any order from Strahd, I am to treat as an order from her.
Very well, but I have a question. If you go after Strahd, how will that affect your oath? Will you even be allowed to enter the castle?
I do not believe the patron can stop me from doing so. However, there are certain abilities that you all know of granted by her that she could certainly remove at her whim. I may be a much less formidable opponent for Strahd if she were to take away my abilities.
Well, still, would that be the only repercussion, or could she do even more damage to you?
I do not know. She has been quiet for a long time, until we came face to face. And she delighted in informing me. I did not even know, actually, it was her, until we found her in the village, the ruined village. I just knew this force. I accepted the bargain, and I was back in Barovia. So I do not know the limits of her power. I do not know the limits of her power over me. In many ways, I am probably just as corrupted as Alec is, or the potential exists.
Very well, on one condition.
Name it.
Do I have your permission to use this information in whichever way I see fit, including its divulgence to whoever I need in order to accomplish that?
Yes.
Done.
Very well.
I will do whatever I can to help both you and I succeed in this.
And hopefully...
And one other thing, Django.
Yes.
if you attack me during this last fight and kill me, I will come back and haunt you the rest of your existence, whatever the hell that existence is. Do I make myself clear?
And he chuckles. If I do,
And he gets up off the chair and he just slaps him in the shoulder.
and he laughs at that, but then he becomes serious and he says, Mason, if I do raise a hand to you, it is not of my doing. But if I were to do that, I would hope you would have no compunction in putting me down should it come to that, because if Baba Lysaga does have that control, she would make me use everything I have at my disposal to destroy you. And therefore you would have to destroy me first.
Well, Django, I certainly wouldn't get any pleasure out of it. You're the only person I halfway enjoy having a conversation with.
Oh, and we're not at each other's throats, yes? Indeed, I just wanted you to know. Use what I've told you however you see best. It indeed may come in handy.
So I have to get
yes.
Strahd to say the words. Come
I
after
don't-
me, attack me.
I don't think that will be too difficult, especially once we invade his castle. But I wanted to make sure someone of us knew of this thing. It may come to nothing. Ultimately, I may be overthinking it, but if Lysaga, and I personally think she's absolutely batshit insane. However, if Strahd is somehow connected to her bloodline, this is a chance I did not want to take to go unpassed without talking to you about it. So, thank you.
Well, the only good thing about this plan is that if there's one thing evil people like to do more than anything else, it's hear themselves talk. So, and we all know Strahd loves to hear himself talk.
Indeed, I
So we
think
just
this is
have
his
to get
favorite
him
pastime.
talking.
Yep.
Believe me, I think we'd all have been dead long ago if he was an introvert.
Right. All right. Thank you, my friend.
And yes, he reaches out to
Yep.
shake his hand and just sort of holds it for a second, just looks him in the eye, doesn't even say anything. He just sort of nods. He gives him that kind of Robert Redford long stare.
Oh, the
Yeah. Jeremiah Johnson. Yeah.
With,
Yeah,
with, the,
the-
with,
yeah.
with the kids going, "Who's Robert Redford?"
I know. Well, the thing is, if you don't pay close attention, you
I
just see
thought
the
it
guy
was
in the
Zach
beard. You're like,
Galifianakis.
who is that? Then you're like, oh, it's Redford. Anyway. Okay.
Robert
So-
Downey Jr. What?
Assuming you're done with that
Yeah.
conversation.
Yep. Yep.
Then
No,
I'm-
who wants to have a conversation next? Come
then
on,
I'm
this
going
room
to-
is open. We have
nope,
it here.
Nope, I'm going to come.
It's
We
a
have two more
confessional.
before this actually launches. I'm going to come to Alec next, and then I want to go to Agatha and Weller for the, as I called
right,
it,
I'm gonna get some more
homunculus
water. I'll be right
assembly.
back.
I know you're just gathering stuff together, but whatever. So I will start with Alec first. So Alec, during these few days, as everyone's sort of gathering information, I mentioned the meditation room sort of half joking, but that can actually be a thing if you want. What is Alec doing in preparation for all of this? And I'm asking because, well, who cares what I'm asking? I'm just asking. So yeah.
We care why you're asking.
Never
No.
mind.
3 reasons why the GM is asking this.
Never
Yeah.
mind.
I'd say he would definitely be praying. Obviously, that's pretty much a given to try and keep himself calm. He's trying to feel seeing if there's any kind of way he can use this abilities that he's got to help in the fight ahead. Even that requires a bit of like going to a training room, just testing stuff out without anyone knowing.
Maybe, but can you specify? Like, is there a particular, like, vampiric speed?
Seeing if I
or-
can sense things that normal people can't sense and move in ways that normal orcs and humans and humanoids can move.
Yes.
Sight beyond sight. Oh, sorry.
I
Sorry.
would say, yeah, that would be awesome. Yeah, I would say yes, Alec, but I would say that as you're doing this, it becomes clear to you that as you the more that you test the use of vampiric powers, so vampiric speed or
the more
sense,
that probably the barrier breaks down.
Right, exactly. Well, more specifically,
that's why I'm like trying to
it's
gauge
more
it.
right. And I'm not saying that like you lose control, but what I mean is you
Yeah.
have this sense that, for example, you feel less rested when resting normally, when after a day when you've spent time testing out these abilities. And so there is this very clear sense in your mind of this balancing act between the vampiric portions of you and the parts that, for example, the party, but in specific, Mordenkainen here appealed to, which was the half orc paladin, that part of you.
Yeah, because I know
so.
the abilities that I use that are part of the paladin spectrum deal me actual damage when I cast them, which is my channel divinities. But like, I just want to make sure that that I'm still able to be in control.
It seems like it. You're not in a position of stress, and you're not in a position of. Did you ever see the old Dungeons and Dragons cartoon? Have you ever had a chance to see any of it?
A long time ago.
Okay.
But...
Well, the best part of that cartoon, the best episode, is where they go back to the dragon's graveyard, which is where their weapons were first like forged. And their weapons are like so ridiculously powerful near there that like the Ranger's energy bow, which full disclosure, I wanted as a kid. Like I wanted that energy bow in the worst way. But that energy bow was like 10 times as powerful, and it made it hard for him to even be able to control it. So the question is,
it actually had recoil, and
yeah,
Tiamat
exactly.
was scared of it.
Yeah, Tiamat was like, oh god. Yeah. So as you get, basically what I would say is, as you get closer to Strahd / as you get closer to the castle, is that going to put more strain or stress on you? You don't know. Right now, you're not even in Barovia. Technically, you're in a sort of subplane. So, but as for you don't feel yourself losing control in the moment as you're doing these tests, though. No.
But if anyone comes and spots me, I'm probably in some kind of training room, just hacking away at some dummies, just to try and get help de-stress, and also just general preparedness. That someone of his training.
It's the Rocky IV training scene.
I was just about to say, like,
Cue the music
with a log, or the karate.
But one thing of interest they would notice is that I wouldn't be using my kind of fake form where you don't see the scars, is that you would see all of it. Like, I'd be armored.
Yep.
Probably with shirt off, and just like you see every scar that's on him.
I see that.
They're all still there.
Super. Yeah. No. I got the
scars.
image for sure. Like.
Yeah.
1000%. Okay. That sounds like a plan. So, you're sort of preparing yourself for this. So we've talked about Django, we've talked about Mason, we've talked about Alec. So that brings me to Agatha and Weller. Now, I know that you're going to partially create the homunculus based upon what you learn from whether you find Shorek Wrist or whether you go do the Argynvost hold or whatever. That's kind of in that whole question mark thing somewhere in there. But in the meantime, I assume that you're gathering materials, but tell me what Weller and Agatha, because I assume you're working together for these couple of days, what you're doing during this time.
Agatha, go.
Agatha has no idea how to make a homunculus, so I'm following. I'm just here for actual resources. So she just she gives you what you need. Make sure that she can find it or conjure it, or make it happen. And then helps you piece it together. And I think in the midst of doing that, Agatha decides to do something she's never done before in her entire time here in her druid life, which is to call a familiar to her steed. She's always worked in balance, but she's never had anything in her service. But if there's any time she needs to call on the land to serve us, I think it is now.
Okay.
And so in the midst of what I imagine is multiple days worth of prep, I'm guessing we have to do we piece something together and then you're casting this homunculus and it comes to life? Is that how it works?
The longest and most arduous part of making the soul homunculus is the bottle.
Got it.
And
Okay.
and that is still very much intact. All he needs is 25 gold pieces worth of mandrake root. And
I
various
can make that.
herbs.
I can conjure
Right.
mandrake root for
That is a
days.
lot of mandrake root.
It's a lot of. Yeah. So I conjure as much mandrake root as I can manage over this series of days.
The
But yeah,
Costco
I
bin
will
of
do
mandrake
this.
root.
Of mandrake root,
Yeah.
yeah.
And
no
so he's
problem.
just
package.
binding.
Yeah.
Yep.
I imagine Agatha has used that for all kinds of things. Okay. Yeah, right. She finds her way outside to a quiet place, probably the usual, and she gets down on all fours, really close to like the ground, and she begins to kind of whisper in Druidic as she casts the Find Familiar spell.
Okay. And be aware also, Agatha, now you know you have to leave the magnificent mansion to do this, right? Because you can't be
Yes.
in the Okay. So
Yes, I am aware.
So you were in the sort of northern wilds of Barovia,
Yeah, of
near
Barovia.
Mount Baratok, basically. Okay. Or
So
Mount
I'm
Baratok.
gonna be honest. Agatha is torn between what she wants to call to her.
Crab. Oh, sorry.
Delicious.
Crabby Agatha. Over
I have
here.
summoned a groundhog. Well, okay.
Crabby, gassy Agatha. Yes, it's all good.
Oh, we're gonna get some gassy Agatha. Don't you fret.
Total gas action.
Yeah, a little gas action is coming. Yeah, she can't decide if she wants to do something small or something that could fly with her.
Actually, don't I have the? Oh, shoot! I wish she'd asked me first. Oh well, that's all right.
I'm
'Cause-
so torn as to what she calls to her.
Mm.
All right, I need opinions, chat. This
Chat,
is where
what
you-
follower, what familiar?
What? So I'm torn between. So snake was an option. Like I just feel like Agatha draped in a snake is everything we need
Yeah, no, that's
for that final battle.
absolutely.
The realness right there.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's-
corpsey
yep.
Agatha draped in a snake was option actually 1. That's the first one. An owl was the second.
Okay.
So something that flies that's not necessarily a raven.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm gonna be honest. There's also this kind of like a black scorpion is also a very cool.
Black scorpion.
Yeah, they're just very small, so they would be used for different kinds of things. But all very interesting. I don't know.
All right, hold on. Let me fire up.
Are you doing the?
Oh, are we gonna do a proper
We'll just fire up a poll here. We'll find out
a
what
poll?
chat
Oh, we're
thinks.
gonna do a proper poll.
Let me see if
I'm
I
sorry,
can see. I
didn't
mean,
know it
it's not
become such a
binding
thing.
on you, but you know.
That you did ask the chat. You have
I'd
summoned
also,
the chat.
I did summon chat.
Yeah, can Hilness or Runella Burner or Rock God? I would say Sod, but Sod's busy playing. Could one of you create in chat, please, a poll about snake, owl, or scorpion?
And it would be a venomous snake, not poisonous.
It would. Oh, I'm sorry. I just go by what.
No, I'm sorry. I was talking to Gon Eden.
Oh yes. It says poisonous snake, but what they mean is venomous.
I only know how to do straw poll. I think there's a let me create.
How about this? Everybody ready? Listen. Type a 1 in chat for poisonous snake. Type a 2 in chat for owl. Type a 3 in chat for black scorpion. Go.
All right.
People are voting. It's happening.
All right. Let's see.
Two for how 2 for scorpion, 1 for snake.
All right. We
Okay.
have what's up,
Scorpion
Trisha?
pulls ahead.
We have 3.
Scorpion's pulling ahead.
Scorpion pulls ahead.
Scorpion pulls ahead. All right, we're gonna. Obviously, they're a little.
That's
well,
ironic
time's a little
because it'll be
behind
the
us, so
tail
no way
that
to know.
Scorpion matters. But oh wait, what? Nope,
Oh, wait, we have a late
the
contender.
Return of the snake. There it is. Return of the snake.
So now we have a tie.
Oh, we do have a
you
tie.
know
We're
what
gonna have to
the
do a
flow?
tiebreaker.
And
It's
your
okay,
scorpion
I'm gonna.
will go.
I can't decide between snake and scorpion, so I'm gonna roll.
Oh, we're gonna get a die roll. We're really playing some.
Oh,
playing some
well,
games
Hillis is
now.
thinking. Hillis is thinking.
Vote for
Mrs.
what?
Dunzel's like,
no,
vote for
three.
one.
Vote for one. Vote for 3. Actually, I'll take either one. I want something on the ground. That's all I care about. But come on, Scorpion would be awesome.
I rolled and hadn't decided beforehand what the numbers were.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
right.
And so the answer is Fluffy Bunny.
That really...
Right.
Oh man.
I like
which we will,
groundhog.
which we will immediately feed to the owl. No.
Wait, Eye Shield, did you just change your vote? You started with 2. Now you switched to 1?
Odds
This
for
is
snake.
madness.
I was about to say, I have to check the find familiar
Illness,
spell.
it's 1 for a snake, 2 for an owl, 3 for a black scorpion, which, come on, let's face it, is the coolest option.
Yeah.
It's,
I mean,
it's
I
not a
think that's
giant
kind of
scorpion.
it's not a. It can't be. The find familiar spell is
It's a regular animal.
It's a regular
Although
animal.
it's a fey version of it, but yeah.
No, Tren, not
But-
4.
That is not an option.
4 is
No,
not a
Roll
choice.
4, Trendane.
I rolled a 4 on the thing.
I've chosen banana slug.
It is.
It is. You should have a banana slug. That is.
I mean,
obviously-
looking at
No,
this,
it's not 2 either. It's 3. 3. I'm voting for the
Three.
scorpion.
There we go.
Okay.
Scorpion.
It seems like
Yes.
there's a lot of love
Yes.
for the scorpion. You know what?
Team
Agatha may
Scorpion.
have many familiars. Hopefully, when this is all said and done, but I have a scorpion. Actually, I have a plan. I have a really
So does
Stick him on
Weller.
the ankle.
Scorpions, by their nature, will sting you, Commander Dunsel points out. It is their nature, as indeed a fable tells the story of.
So I imagine she kind of like druidically like whispers down into the ground and waits and waits and waits because it's like conjuring forth a celestial version of this. That's what the find familiar spell is. And eventually the earth, like the ground, something from beneath it begins to burrow up and it kind of breaks apart, and this little hand-sized scorpion, little black scorpion, just comes out of the ground, and she kind of scoops it up, and she thanks the land for offering like a creature which inevitably is probably going to die to save it. And she
Number 5, just letting you know.
and she right, yeah, and she pockets it because that's how it works when you don't she pops her umbrella and she puts the little scorpion on top and she walks away back into the manor with a little black find familiar scorpion sitting on top that nobody can see. It's just waiting.
That's funny.
In the background of the music playing, why can't you see that I'm about? Wake me up, can I wake you? Jeez, I mean, yes, style. I want to see the fan art. By the way, you get fan art for your stuff, Dot. I want to see some fan art of like umbrella with scorpion and
just
like,
wait till she launches that scorpion, just pops that umbrella up and slings a scorpion like
Tiny little scorpion.
tail burst. Yeah, I can just see it now.
oh man.
True scorpion style. Yes,
Yeah, true
absolutely.
scorpion.
Yes,
Practice
true
many
scorpion
styles.
style.
All right. So you have found this familiar. Okay.
Oh, that's great. That's great.
All right. You, in the meantime, and Weller, anything else other than just gathering that information, or sorry, gathering the mandrake root and like other such things as you're doing this?
He will. If there are various points where Alec is praying, Weller will go and pray with him.
Okay.
If Alec will allow.
That's true. He's like, assuming you're allowed. Yeah. Do you allow any like people to find you, Alec? That's a good point. Like,
Yeah, I'm not hiding it or anything
Okay.
like that. Like the door's open.
So you walk
Assuming
in,
we're doing
you
it
see
in the
Alec
mansion.
praying. Shirt off, scars.
Don't care. Just help
A bunch
him.
of destroyed dummies around the room, like target dummies.
I will talk to him if he doesn't talk.
You're welcome to. I mean, he's once he's got the mandrake, he spends the time binding it into the shape that it needs to be, which takes a grand total of about 10 minutes, and the rest of the time he's just helping Alec as any way he can, knowing that the faith is wounded.
How you holding up?
I don't know yet. For the moment, it seems to be fine. But, I mean, you saw the focus at the cave.
Yeah, I did.
That is nothing compared to the ire that I shall feel. I honestly don't know if I will be able to hold back. I will give Strahd credit for one thing. He chose the one target I'm not sure I can resist.
Can't say I didn't know what you went through, and I didn't know, and I feel bad that I couldn't help you with it.
You
But
didn't know me. We didn't know each other yet. Well, we did, but
whatever your decision is, I've got you back.
I don't think that could necessarily be wise. I think that no matter what happens with me, you should stick to the plan. Because the entire purpose of bringing Shorik Rist here is to distract me. To take me out of the equation so that I won't be there to help the rest of you. So, if you come to my aid, that's 2 of our players off the field. Don't do that.
Paladins are trained to protect everyone, regardless. If it means that I have to do something like this to help you, I accept that.
And which is more important? If you were given the choice between saving me and saving all of the people of Barovia from Strahd, and you had to choose one or the other, which would you choose? Which do you think I would want you to choose? As a paladin, what is the greater priority? I know you're willing to sacrifice yourself to save anyone, everyone that you perceive to be.
This might sound selfish, but I would find a path where I can do both.
What if there wasn't one?
Then I would make one.
Then again, you have proven that you are very likely a better man than I. Because there is no small part of me that would gladly watch Barovia in its entirety burn to ash, that I could spend a fortnight
Sorry it happened to you.
Oh my.
When this is all over, if we all make it, would you be able to tell me the full story?
I'd not be able to do it all in one sitting.
That's fine. It just becomes this awkward kind of
Yeah.
yeah. And it's like, do you want to sit down?
You like stuff?
This mansion is magnificent, isn't it?
So do you play any backgammon or anything?
Used to. Way back when.
It's all Mancala now.
But what I will also say, after a bit of a pause, I'd say there is one thing I'm worried about.
Only one?
It's the curse that Strahd took at the Amber Temple. I don't call them powers, they're curses.
Which one?
The one that Agatha has. There has to be something about it as part of what has caused this to happen in Barovia. I don't want it to happen again. I have an idea, but I don't know if it'll work. And I don't think she'll like it.
He kind of glances back towards the door. She's probably outside digging up a scorpion right now. But
What would that be?
If we are able to deal with Strahd, the curse will still remain on her. Now, a curse like that, I don't know if I can get rid of a curse like that. But there is one thing I could do. I could transfer it to someone else.
And who would that be?
If it's going to be my end, perhaps I should transfer it to myself before I go. That way there's no one left that has the powers that Strahd had.
We don't know that. Casimir stayed at the Amber Temple. He very well might have taken it.
I know. But I have faith that he didn't, after seeing what he did to Agatha.
As always, it seems your faith is stronger than mine.
This is why I said she probably won't like it.
Perhaps. Perhaps not.
Do you think I should propose it to her?
Well, I mean, if it is your intent to do it, yes. You tell her before you do so. Her reasoning that she stated for taking the power is not necessarily that she needed it. For herself, I mean.
That's the thing. Everyone that I know of who has done that, it's ended up bad for everyone. Just as you have a story with Shorik Wrist, I also have stories. And they aren't pretty. Just something to think about.
I wonder if that's part of what brought us here. or enabled us to be brought here is that we, each of us, have, at the very least, a seed of darkness within us. If there was someone truly pure and innocent and devout and uncorruptible, would it be impossible, whatever the powers that be here are, to drag them here?
Perhaps it is Lathander's will.
It is not for us to know the will of the gods, but there are times when I wish I did.
You and me both.
So this is to be a test of faith. I don't think I'm going to pass.
I know you're going to pass.
So long as Lathander's forgiveness is infinite, perhaps.
From what I know, it is. And
It had better be.
I think what's more important is that I have faith in you after everything we've been through.
As I have faith in you.
Maybe we can get back. You can dye that beard black for once, and follow with my hair and all that. We could be like a team.
You've got sort of a 50-50 motif going on here. Do I have to dye half of it black?
Oh, maybe you do the other side, so it's like a mirror thing.
Perhaps. Let's get through this first, and then we'll talk about colors and which side of what is going to be.
Yeah, probably a good
modified.
idea.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So we just want to pray for a bit.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
And
Pray for a good dye job.
pray for a good time job.
What have you done? This is Houndstooth. How did you pattern this?
This is great stuff. And is also
Why
a
does
good
it look like a
place
checkerboard? What is this?
when it comes- I've seen better beard dye jobs than Guy Fieri. So when when he
Dive bars, diners, and dye jobs?
exactly
What?
exactly. And,
A sequel. Yep.
this is great stuff. So it's also a good spot because we're going till about 11:15 tonight. So this is a good spot to have a 5-minute break. I'm going to do what I can not to make people wait forever on these breaks. So I'm going to give people a chance to take a break for about 5 minutes. Chat, you are watching day 50 of D&D with IMB Curse of Strahd to Steal a Skull. When we return from this break, the plan is set in motion. The pieces are set. The board is set. The pieces are moving. The board is set. The pieces are moving, and we will actually see them arrive at Castle Ravenloft. So please hang tight with all of us.
And
Please
hell
follow
is
the channel
coming with us.
and do all that kind of stuff. And we will see you folks in just about 5 minutes.
Little
Hang
did you
tight.
know, up under the table. Oh, okay. Starsky nudge.
Going to go get a Coke.
That's what I'm thinking.
I'm
Like
gonna
Starsky.
Okay. So, welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to day 50.
Not
of
guaranteed, John.
D&D with I and B, as someone is knocking at the door. Yes.
Of course. We're ready.
That's how it's
That was an epic peek around the corner too.
A ladybug appears. Hold on just 1 second.
Don't say that.
Um,
Jeez.
So while you're doing that, one other thing is, since we've got this whole thing with the United States Postal Service going on,
Yes, please.
some time ago, not sometime, it's like 2 weeks ago or so, I purchased something online, and I've been waiting for it to get in. I've got the tracking system, because I was like, how can I possibly give the Postal Service more money? And I'm like, I can pay for tracking. That's, you know, and so I'm like, and I'm watching this thing as it's ping ponging, because the scans are not going through at the same time. So like, it arrives at the Fremont postal station, goes out for delivery on the truck, and then arrives at the Fremont postal station the morning before. And I'm like, wait, hang on. They said it was supposed to be here by Saturday, and then it switched to Friday because it was like 5 miles away for like a day and a half. And so now it's back to hopefully being here by 7:45. But unfortunately, we're going to be done by then. And it's a new set of masks that I purchased, which have like the Pleasure Island donkey muzzle with the cigar sticking out of it, you know. And I'm like, I want that mask. I'm hoping it shows up before we finish. So
I freaking ordered my Thundercats brand from Etsy like weeks ago, and I'm just kind of like, it's supposed to be, and it's going to take a while, but I'm just like, come on, I want that bloody mask. Let's go.
Everybody who is in the U.S., go buy stamps. Even if you don't need them, go buy stamps.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And
also,
when you see Thunder Carriers, thank them. Salute the post office people as they drive by. Give them hearts. Everything. Support those people like crazy.
But
Speaking
100%.
of Thundercats, when we were talking about Alec praying and practicing and whatnot, and somebody said, "Give me sight beyond sight," I immediately imagined him taking the sun sword and doing something.
But yes, if you can do nothing else, go buy stamps.
Yeah.
That's like, and do more if you can.
Yeah,
like
call your
write
reps as
petitions,
well.
call call your reps, call your senators, call your mayors, governors, everybody, but buy stamps, because seriously, that stuff helps.
I agree.
Buy
And
stamps.
The fact that a bunch of people now, you've started to hear a bunch of reps who are kind of getting freaked out about, like, because they're starting to get screaming because no one realizes. And I just want to say one thing to people who are just like, oh, you know, the UPS and all these other places could pick up the slack. Do you know that the U.S. Postal Service delivers more mail in a month than UPS, DHL, and one of the other ones that FedEx combined delivers in a year? Like, the reason that reason those private organizations can exist is because of the publicly run and created, and it was never designed to be for profit, organization of the United States government. And that's why it's under attack, not just because of we want to stop voting. It's also under attack because as a global thing, for a long time, the Republican death cult has wanted to end a government program that works beautifully and everyone likes. And that's one reason.
It's also
why it
important
has
enough to be included in the freaking Constitution.
Benjamin Franklin invented the goddamn thing. Like, I mean, anyway,
Right.
And they have to deliver everywhere.
Yeah, they do.
deliver
Amazon
everywhere.
could not exist without them.
There's a story making the rounds right now that UPS decided to not deliver to certain zip codes. You can probably guess which ones they didn't deliver to in Chicago because they claimed it was too dangerous because of shootings and protests and riots. And UPS has to deliver.
Yep.
And UPS does not, because they are a private organization, and they just can do whatever the hell they want. And the beauty of the USPS is that they get a package, they get a mail, it goes out and it gets delivered to everybody.
Yeah, and
it doesn't discriminate.
And that affects
black, white, red, brown, Democrat, Republican, man, woman, nothing.
And it affects people not just in the United States because of all of the shipping that gets to that either is going to the market in the United States or coming from the United States to go elsewhere. So there's a chance it could affect the distribution of the Icarus and Jelinek graphic novels to places in Canada and elsewhere that people have ordered. So again, this affects everybody. And what Dunsel just posted is really useful for that, which is emailing the USPS Board of Governors, and he has all the emails right there about removing Louis DeJoy, who was not qualified
Yes.
for this position and who owns stock in UPS and is a Trump toady. So we should get rid of this clown.
I believe the governors,
on
if
top
they
of
have
everything
enough
else.
pressure put on them, they can remove him.
Yeah,
And
that's
there
right. The Board of
was-
Governors has to be able
They
to
put
fight.
him there. They can remove him.
Yeah.
There was
So-
also a
Except
petition,
the only problem is they're all Trump appointees as well.
there's also a petition that I think Mark Hamill also signed. That we were talking about it before the show. That they got
Yeah,
like
let me see if I can find
700,000.
that one.
Move on.
Yeah,
It's
okay.
a move on petition. It's
Right,
a
right,
move
right.
on
Yep.
petition.
Right.
Yep.
So
But
the
all of
last
these
thing,
things, yeah.
the
Sorry,
last
go
thing I
ahead.
was going to mention is our dear beloved George Ledoux was a postal worker.
Yep.
So
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was. Whoa, what the freak? As we're saying this, all of a sudden, Burner just drops some massive gift bomb. What are you doing dropping
thanks.
10 tier 1 subs? What are you doing, Burner? Thank you.
He's dropping
Wow.
10 tier 1 subs. Do you not see the chat here? Jeez, dude.
To save the post office, have some subs. Like, I appreciate that. And
Thank you, Burner.
thank you, Burner, so much. So 10 tier 1
Newsflash:
subs.
ARV does not work for the postal service.
No,
Burner.
I don't, but I certainly appreciate it. Okiran, Little Red Dot, Gone Eden, Lizzie Wrights, Sod, It's Law, Bananas, 1739, Amal Ilmatar, that definitely fits, Owen Lloyd, O2, and Divinorium. Welcome, everybody, to the Yarvanauts, and thank you, Burner. Thank you very much, dude. I appreciate that very much. Thank you so much. That means that we're probably sitting at over 80 subs now because we were at 75, so that's great. Thank you all so much, everybody. I appreciate that. Burner is pro post office. No, everybody, I have a good friend whose father worked for the post office. I mean, this affects everybody, and medications are sent this way, and it's one of those things that it is an attack against the fundamental democratic principles that the country runs by.
Small
We
D Democrat.
Small D Democrat. We run short. We fall short of these ideals. But if we don't establish these ideals, then we're never going to, what are we falling short from at that point? And this is an example of something which has 91% approval on a nonpartisan basis because it just works. It provides money orders. It gives you a chance to figure out, you can do passport photos and applications there.
Here's
It's
the thing that gets me about it. In the midst of all the crazy shit that is going on in the world, in the midst of our country tearing itself apart, America, that is,
Yeah, Sod.
Americans came to the forefront real fast for the post office because everybody uses the post office.
Everybody loves it.
Everybody uses USPS. It is like deeply embedded in America as something that everybody has a right to.
Yeah. And so absolutely. And I think it's the one sort of hopeful story about all this is, as you said, everyone came together, is coming together to fight this. And it is, again, we're going to get back in the game in 2 seconds. It is
I
intensely...
posted the
Yeah, thank you
move
for
on.
doing that,
Thank
Rob.
you,
Definitely
Rob.
click that too. It is intensely stupid to make this kind, from a political point of view, to make a public attack on the post office this early and this obviously. And I'm reminded continually of the line from, if you haven't seen it, you should be watching All the President's Men, which is a great movie anyway, but also really, really feels prescient right now, let me tell you.
Right.
But this sequence where Deep Throat is talking to, I want to say it's Robert Redford's character, Bernstein, not Bernstein, the other one, Woodward, is talking to Woodward, and he says, then Woodward's like, but why would they do this? And the guy's like, let's be clear here. These guys, they're not that smart. And the reality is they're cunning, they're dangerous, they're utterly unprincipled, and they're amoral, but they're not that smart. And that is, again, I'm reminded of the Greek statement, character is destiny. What they are defines in some ways what will happen to them. And so they have tipped their hand, I think, far too obviously. That said, it's now our obligation, all those of us, except for Sod, as players and everybody in chat who is
No,
US
Sod
citizen.
can root for us too.
Well, no,
take any
Sod
help I
roots
can get
for...
from
No,
anywhere.
I only
Root
meant
for
that,
us,
like,
Sod.
Sod can't be
Every
like, go do
country
something,
has
Sod.
one. Like Australia has their own. It's called Australia Post, and it's government owned as
And
well.
you need
It's
it. And, like, everyone needs it.
UK
Like,
has one, though. I think they recently, the UK sold it or something called Royal Mail. I can't remember.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
Royal
yeah.
Mail, but it's weird
Um,
right now.
But like every country pretty much has some kind of universal postal
And they all
service.
talk to each
And
other,
it's
and
critical.
and
Yeah, it's
vets
critical.
and soldiers that they
Critical.
get like critically needed stuff through the mail, and like again, globally, the mail doesn't work. You rip the USPS out of the global structure, and everything collapses. It's one of those institutions that just everything runs on Duncan, everything runs on the USPS.
Yep, absolutely. And yeah, exactly right, Rock God. I mean, this is dead on, and I won't go into that except to say what Rock God said is 100% true. This is a self-created problem by the Republicans, and this is why this is happening now. So anyway, the point is...
Let's go kill Strahd.
You know, let's go kill Strahd, but also save the post office. You know who hates the post office? Strahd. So,
Strahd.
let's
Yes.
like that guy. Even Barovia has a post office. It's done by Ravens. Like, okay, anyway. But yes, that thank you for bringing that up, Tren. Yes, absolutely. Save the post office. It is critically important. Time to pack up and move to the moon. Look, man, you know what, Foxy? And the truth is, we don't have the ability to do any of
If
that.
we had an outpost on the moon, the USPS
would still
deliver
deliver to
to
the moon. Yeah,
I
it's
vote
100% true. Have you seen last thing? Have you guys seen that? Have you all seen the little graphic that the Postal Union, which by the way just endorsed Biden and Harris, and said
Biden, yeah.
600,000 workers? You think that's going to help a little bit? In like, do you think they're going to want to get the ballots to people? But anyway, the graphic was snow crossed out, rain crossed out, dead of night crossed out, and then fascism was crossed out, and they say nothing stops the post office. I'm like, hell yeah!
Yeah, they're
Like,
not fucking around.
No, they're not.
They are
fucking
not fucking
So
around. And I
let's
am all
do the
for it.
same. Let's not f around on our point either. So
Speaking of
welcome
taking
back
out
everybody
fascists.
to day 50 of D&D. Exactly. We are fighting. What we're doing here is fighting a fascist. That's straight up what this is. The party departs on the morning of the, I guess
To
it would
save
be
the
day
USP.
5.
I'm sorry.
Basically, on the day 5. This is yes.
Save the BPS, Barovian
Save
Post
the
Office.
Barovian
Yes.
Post Office.
Hey, can modern kind of turn us into mail and then we get delivered over to
There you go. It's the perfect plan.
Yes, they went.
We drop.
It's
We
Trojan
just
horse.
drop post off boxes
Polymorph
everywhere.
other, and there you go.
And then he opens it up and there's garlic. Oh, like it falls back. Anyway, no,
Yes,
I
Can we,
Fan
can, we,
mail.
can we get the postal workers union to come fight Strahd with us?
not for Barovian zombies or Vampire Night. Anyway, so the party sets off just before you leave the magnificent mansion to head off to Castle Ravenloft, which you're going to make quick time to get to.
Oh, boy.
The Mordenkainen wishes you all well and says, "Yeah, I saw that, Rock God. That was awesome." And Barovia, he comes out and he looks around he looks around in the Mount Baratok area, and he says, "Well, it appears the die now will be cast. You've done everything you can to prepare yourselves. When the signal is sent, we will be waiting. I will go now to find Von Richten. I would give you only one last bit of advice. Remember that your power resides, as you've no doubt heard, in each other. Sometimes this is used as a rather silly rallying cry, but is a powerful statement against Strahd. Remember, Strahd has minions. You have friends and colleagues. Use that to your advantage, and perhaps Strahd, for all his power, will not be able to stand against it. We'll be ready." And he kind of nods to all of you and steps back, and then he vanishes for a moment, and then you see a small butterfly that is flapping up sort of into the wind and heads off towards the southwest.
Gigantic bat.
Oh my God!
You're all like, well, damn it. Let's go find a new mage, guys.
Gets taken
What's
by an
Elminster
eagle,
doing?
and then
Anyone know what
Mad Mage
Blackstaff
2.
What's Blackstaff doing this time of year? All right. So, as you head to the southeast, the question that I have is, we're not going to, play this out too much, except that I just want to know the sort of general path that you want to take. The most direct path would be
The one to the
take-
castle.
Yes, thank you. No, the most direct path would be to take the boats that you used. I guess, no, you didn't use boats. You walked on water, I believe, using Agatha's ability to go down and then over Lake Zarovich. If you did that here, then you could pick up the path right over, I'll bring it all here, right here.
Just north of Old
Basically, yeah. And then could go sort of south into that pathway, and then could proceed basically following the blue, line past Old Bone Grinder, as you said, and then, going down that path towards you head back towards Castle Ravenloft. That's the most direct route. Is that what you want to do? Because, of course, time is of the essence here. You left on the morning of the 5th day. Presumably, the timing is going to be, you need to try to get there by the evening of the 5th day, I would assume, to sort of set this all in motion.
We need to wait for...
So.
We're waiting to see if Strahd has left.
But you need to get close enough,
I've got to get
right?
First of all, I've got to get the word to the
Yeah, we've got to get to
Malakoffs.
Valaki.
I presume you did that.
No,
during the
I
fight.
did too. I didn't play that out, John. I
Okay.
assumed that Django would have gotten the word to the Martikoffs.
If you want to say that, then that's a Valaki, right?
In Valaki, yeah.
Oh shit, that's easy. Yeah, if we can skip that, then yeah, the word was given. And the key is, do they know? Can they track when Strahd leaves the castle? That was the two things.
Yes,
One,
and they
this
said
is the
they were
plan.
able.
Two, yeah, okay.
Yeah, they said they were able
So-
to do that. I didn't bother to play that out because
Okay,
of,
okay.
yeah.
What's in this
No
old
problem.
mill? What's in this old mill?
Nothing
Rest of
now.
the party. What used to be in the old mill?
Well, there were a bunch of old ladies who we found out were hags, and they were capturing children and making
Dream
special
pastries
pies
out
out
The
of
of
most
them.
delicious pastries out of them.
Hansel and
There's one in
Greteling
the bottle.
shit out of it.
This
Weller
is
will give
where-
you a taste of the one in the bottle once he can
No,
get it
you
out.
don't want to.
Perfect.
You don't want to do
This-
that.
This is the perfect
More
location
hot
to
pies.
hide out. I suggest we hole up here until we get word and stay out of sight. Because
Well,
once
it's
he
certainly
leaves-
safe now.
Well, and once he leaves Ravenloft headed west, then we can enter.
Sure, Weller could find more bottles there as well.
Old Bold Grinder is about 4 miles.
I was
going to
say that's a.
Well, that's not. I mean, that's not that bad. I mean, like it's about 4 miles to Castle Ravenloft, although it
Because
is
here's
going.
the thing, we still can't enter till the full moon, which means even then we're still waiting for Strahd to make crust, so we can't enter right away.
No, that's
Because
true.
It's gonna call him back, so we've
Right.
gotta wait it out.
Right. I'm just letting you know that assuming that you want to leave as soon as Strahd is left, 4 miles isn't 4 feet, so you are going to need to make sure that you know, and it's uphill too, so you're going to have to get over that distance fairly quickly. I'm not disagreeing. I mean, whatever you want to do is fine, and
Yeah,
it's
as
not
long as
impossible.
He's got farther
but,
to go
so.
than us.
Yeah.
He's got farther to go than us, right? Like we'll
He's
make it
almost
4
certainly on
miles.
his horse too.
Yeah, and he'll be on. Yeah, we can do it. We can do it.
Yeah. So
I
that's,
believe in us.
that's fine.
Even
Is
if
that what you
Arv
wanted?
doesn't.
Is that
We
what?
can
No,
do, we
I'm.
can do
I'm,
it Cinderella. That's right.
I believe in whatever plans you have. So
So just that I understand, the path to Castle Ravenloft is uphill.
yes, it is because Ravenloft itself, of course, is on top of basically this fairly decent sized set of mountains that overlooks the village of Barovia far below.
It's always uphill.
Flat. I
You
wouldn't say
can't
flat.
lord over the villagers if you're not lording
not
over
lording
the
over
villagers.
From inside
yeah.
a pit.
You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
There's the
He
ceremony.
lords over us from the bottom of the well.
But exactly.
So anyway, yes. So are you going to do that then? Are you going to try to make your way and then get to the old bone grinder? Is that the plan?
That makes sense.
Okay.
I think
I'm down with that. Yeah.
Can you
Yeah.
cast your thing to let the party again? Are you going to have them walk on water again, or?
Oh yeah. On our way back, yeah. I'll yes.
Okay,
The
so
answer
it's
is yes.
1, 2, 3, 4,
And the horse.
6.
'Cause
So it's about 8 miles or so to Old Bone Grinder. So I will say that as you take that in the morning, bright and early, say 9 o'clock. So, as you're traveling, by the way, I should say, I assume, although tell me if I'm wrong, that you're trying not to make a lot of notice, attract a lot of notice. Like you're just kind of like, we're just travelers.
Traveling
walking
casually.
along.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
All right. So that means it'll which is reasonable. That means it'll
Fly
slow things down a
casual.
little bit. So you probably then are able to, I would say, traveling over the lake and then being careful to kind of make your way around.
To grandmother's house we go.
It's
Hey!
probably still about maybe, say, 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon, maybe 1 o'clock in the afternoon, when you actually
tea time.
arrive at Old Bone Grinder. Which again, for you may have seen this actually before, Agatha, at least from the outside. Clearly, the hags were not, your they were not the same kind of group of people that you would want to hang out with, but
They're
you
not
would've-
your hags.
They're not your hags, but they would have obviously you would have known of the existence of hags here.
Yeah.
And so this thing definitely, even to this day, still smells of death and blood. There are
Peggishness.
a lot more bones on the floor than you might have expected. Some of them seem to be the size of not adults, if you know what I mean. But a lot of them, but a lot of them also seem to be maybe like hag sized. There are like a lot of bodies have been kind of hacked up here, and you notice that the bodies that were here, the rest of the party that knows about these people, they do seem to have decayed incredibly quickly into these bones. I mean, this doesn't take this, it takes a lot longer usually for a body to decay completely like this. But apparently that is the case here, and the bones are literally bone dry. Like most of them are kind of, the bones are kind of hacked up and on the ground, and you can see that the corpses sort of lie where you defeated them, you know, where you destroyed them. But they have all the skin and flesh is rotted away, and it's just bones that you're looking at. So, really lovely setting for you to sort of make your way to wait for. Are you waiting just? So the plan is then you're waiting until how close to the full moon do you want to get it?
I
Do
would
you
say
want
just 24 hours before. Like,
Well-
I would say we hold out, right? And we arrive here 24 hours before the full moon.
Oh, all right. Well, then if you're going to do that, because the full moon would be, 1 or 2 o'clock in the evening this night. So that means you'd have to leave earlier than I said. I was assuming you were leaving on day 5, which is when the full moon is going to happen that night. So you want to try to get here by day 4?
That works too. That works too. I guess what I'm saying is I want to make sure that we take somewhere for a long rest before we leave. So like if we rested before and we're just heading straight
Yeah. That's fine.
to
If you-
enact the plan, that works.
So you can get a long rest then, certainly here, I would say. And that long rest would come to an end somewhere probably around, let us say, 9 or 10 o'clock. So night is fallen upon the land, and you have a few hours before the full moon actually arises. So at this point, and the idea was to warn Strahd, or to try to get Strahd out of his place just before the full moon, yes? So that you can then enter on the full moon? Okay. So I want to make sure I have the sort of cues from everything.
Yeah, the idea would be like we enter the queue for everybody across the land is the full moon high at
its
peak in the
zenith.
sky.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it is just as the full moon is rising, probably at about, I would say, let's make it 11:30, okay? That a raven comes flying up to the mill and lands sort of, on the ground in front of the door and kind of I can't do it, like pecks on the, door with its beak. And assuming one of you opens it, you can see the raven kind of looking at you with its head tilted, and it points a wing back towards the direction of Castle Ravenloft, and then looks at you and in a very non-raven-like gesture nods once, and then takes off with a caw and flies off.
He
away
says
from
that
the mill.
Strahd is already dead.
Yay!
He gets
That
back. I
was
hope they
easy.
got my emergency message that Strahd is waiting for you and there's an ambush. No.
Who pressed the Staples easy button?
Okay.
Agatha comes out of her 4-hour meditation and simply like stands and pops her umbrella and she says, "Well, we have no time to waste."
Pops the umbrella, huh?
The scorpion falls right on your head. Okay. So, that being said, you folks are setting out then for the castle.
So wait, did we just rest?
Yeah, you just got a long rest.
Oh.
I mean, you had already long
Cool.
rested. She just wanted to make sure that you were long rested. You rested in the mansion, but she wanted to make sure you were rested after this travel to the Bone Grinder, like fully
Double
1000%
rested, I got
rested.
it.
Yeah, super rested.
Especially
Double
after her
checking.
casting water walking for us and everything.
Yeah.
You've got a double XP bonus right now, Rob, is what I'm saying, and like that's
All right,
the-
you heard
right
it.
now. You got
Somebody
a rest
clip
bonus.
that. Clip that.
He said it, so it's true.
Okay. You make your way up the path. The winding path that heads towards, of course, Castle Ravenloft. And just a couple of notes about this. First of all, as you get to right here, these are, and if folks could move their characters. Yeah, if everybody actually could do me a favor and could move their characters down to here,
Do the thing
would
to
be
the
lovely.
thing. Yeah.
Okay, wait.
What? Jesus.
No, stop.
Oh, you're too far ahead.
Stop moving.
Sorry.
Where the hell? Where were?
Oh,
Oh, over there. There we
we're
go.
at- we're at
It's
the
the
very
gate
end.
that
Can't
had the
even find
gargoyles
my.
on it.
I have no idea where my token is.
I got you.
Up
I-
north. Yeah.
it took me
North of the lake. It's the gate that had the gargoyles on it, right? One of
them. It's actually, you have not passed. Well, let me think about that. No, you did actually. You did pass through that
this.
gate once before. Yes. So these are these high stone buttresses which loom gray in the fog. There are these huge iron gates that are hanging on the stonework, and two headless statues of armed guardians flank the gates. And when you first entered these ones, when you first came into Barovia, leaving aside Django and Agatha, but when Weller and Alec and Mason did this, those gates had swung shut behind you, or the ones that looked like these. These ones, though, you note are open. So they are sort of open and apparently awaiting your arrival for whatever the implications might be with that. So as you make your way up here, you get to about here, and the path breaks off to the south. Now, this is where you came from originally. You did not go on this eastern path. And I point that out because even here in the mountains, the forest and the fog are inescapable. Ahead, the dirt road splits in two, and it widens towards the east. There you see patches of cobblestone suggesting that the eastern branch was once an important thoroughfare. Parked at the fork in the road, pointed east, is a large black carriage drawn by two black horses. The horses snort puffs of steamy breath into the chill mountain air, and the side door of the carriage swings open silently.
Agatha would like to hide, please. Just disappear into a shadow somewhere.
Okay.
Wait, so they're just, the carriage is just there.
but the door just swung open.
Right.
Yeah, those horses are huge.
Well, I assume we're in the open. We wouldn't have heard it coming.
No, it was
Did we
there
hear it?
waiting for us when we got here.
Was
It's
there
already
waiting
like it
for
was
us?
waiting
Just
for
like the
us.
gates were standing open.
Yeah. I cast a look at Agatha and to you say, do we go now?
Last time I checked, our plan was not to go through the front door.
Exactly. This seems like the exact opposite of what we had talked about.
And there
Is
is
anyone
no,
coming
of course, driver on this
I
carriage.
was just about to ask that.
Of course
driver.
not.
Okay. Agatha says they can't possibly know that we're.
Sorry, Dot, I can barely hear you. Can be a little
I
louder.
said
I'm
they
sorry.
can't possibly know that we're all required to be here. What if we go around the kind of southeast direction where we had planned to do to begin with? Let them take the carriage up to the front door.
Indeed, I think that is wise. It's you toyed with suicidal, but like, no, let's go with wise.
We knew that he might expect us.
He's been expecting us for several days. Indeed,
So who's getting in the carriage?
you
Not
three.
it.
I'll go in if you want.
Agatha and I will depart you two, and you three will proceed. I mean, you don't. Out of gameplay, you don't have to get in the carriage either.
I have no desire to get in this bloody thing.
We could simply walk.
I was gonna say, Weller walks around to the front of the horses and is like,
Are you the ones that are supposed to take us to the
"Cats," but he says it in Sylvan.
They just kind of, they sort of look at you and don't respond. They kind of stamp a couple of times on the ground and
Well, they're still bloody horses, mate.
Doesn't mean that you have to be rude to them.
Horses can speak.
Thank you.
Okay, another time. So who's going in the bloody carriage?
I can go in if you want.
You, Weller, and Alec.
You keep saying me. I don't.
Somebody should remain out front to meet.
Do not have a good history with carriages, and quite frankly, my dear Django, neither do you.
Listen,
I'm
someone
not
should
going.
wait out front to meet the others that are coming.
True.
Well, are you going?
I didn't want them to come with us anyway.
Well, they also need to be able to get, if we need to get over to the other side of the castle walls to open the door or anything like that.
I thought we were invited. Why would it be so difficult to get in? Look, if you two don't want to go, then that's fine. You weren't. I mean, you were sort of on the. And
I feel it would be advantageous to have somebody on the outside.
Nothing else to tell of the latest failure to take on Strahd. Oh, I said that out loud.
Wonderful.
And so Weller gonna look out across the empty, mist-covered forest. Probably not empty. There's probably plenty of things out there. And he looks off towards the direction of Kaz. He's like,
but this is dinner. Do you know how long it's been since I've had a decent. Fine. If you don't want to go, then you don't have to go.
and he climbs into the carriage.
Okay.
I'll go in as well.
So Alec and Weller are in. Mason, are you then staying for the others? Is that the idea?
I'm not getting in the bloody death carriage. Sorry.
Okay. But you're going to stay
Ride
where
it.
you are then, right, Mason? Am I right? Like,
Well-
Or ride on one of the horses.
that's true.
No, not doing that.
Still think
You
somebody
can
needs
just
to
jog
stay
alongside it for
yeah.
no reason.
I still think somebody needs to stay on the outside and talk to people. Still believe that.
Stay on the outside and talk. What do you mean?
Like everybody that's coming to join, hopefully the reinforcements coming to join us, one of us should be there to meet them.
Oh. I'll do that, bro.
There, see,
Okay.
Why didn't you just say that?
I did.
She did for the fourth
on multiple
time.
occasions.
This is why I'm
Oh,
saying,
right.
like,
I'm sorry. I wasn't listening. That's what it was.
I did.
what if Mason needs to get inside the castle? He can't exactly climb a castle wall. Can you?
No, he's gonna have to just stay outside.
Oh, ye of little faith. You have
And
no
remember,
idea what I'm capable of. Then again,
Strahd
neither
will-
do I,
oh,
so it'll be
Strahd
interesting.
will also be coming back, and I imagine he will walk through the front door. So you could always follow him in.
So what's the plan once they go inside? We wrangle the troops and we wait outside till the signal?
You do. We shall hippogriff and skull across.
It should be noted that all of this was discussed long before we were ever within earshot.
No,
of Strahd's
no, there is a
forces.
slight change because I wasn't supposed to be outside rallying the troops. So I am just clarifying.
I'm just saying that
What part
the
I'm
whole
doing.
discussion of taking a skull and hippogriffing was all discussed before
I got
we
that
were
part.
in earshot
Oh, okay.
of the horses.
You see one of
So
the
the-
horses is like with one hoof making a note on the ground.
Right,
It's like-
exactly.
I would say you would. Agatha's point to draw people here was to put another barricade between Strahd getting into the castle.
All right,
So
done. Cool.
Your goal is to hold the line while we
Got it.
try to figure the skull situation.
We can do
out.
that.
Okay,
All right,
cool.
I will Lando Calrissian the shit out of this.
I
Let's
don't
go.
like that.
You've got a good cape for it too.
Yeah, buddy,
You
I
can
know it.
handle it.
Splitting the party. No.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say, not only splitting the party, but splitting it 3 ways. This is the moment where I look meaningfully into the camera and say, outstanding.
This is what we always do. Why would we change anything?
All right.
Oh, three-way we haven't done in a long time.
Yeah, no,
That is
that's-
a good plan.
That's way different. Yeah.
That's
It's
true.
a good plan.
I can
in
always
my
go for a
time
good three-way.
DMing
Wait,
Infinity
sorry,
Beyond,
what? Family show. Sorry, my bad. Moving
I
on.
have literally DM'd multi-level fights in observatories with telescopes. So I'll tell you right now, I am used to
And-
this crew doing this.
And
that
old
was fun.
bone grinder.
An old bone grinder, right? Which is the same thing, right? Which I was all
Yeah.
preparation for this. I even DM'd a battle with celery. So let me tell you, I can.
That's
true. So here we go. All right.
Also give
Yes.
give Mason my horse to use just in case he needs to somehow ride somewhere.
Was it like in a coin or something? Was it?
No, it's just a
Oh.
incorporeal horse that looks like a nightmare. That's the exact same as Strahd's horse. That's all.
Yeah.
Is it connected to like an object or something? Or
No, it's just standing there.
oh, it's just there.
It's just a
Okay.
horse you can
Oh, it's there.
use.
Alec,
All right,
what-
you know what? So then I'll get on the horse, and hopefully he doesn't throw me off.
Okay, so you're going to do that. For Django and Agatha, how are you going to make your way into the castle? Because I'll start with Alec and Weller with the carriage, but I want to ask how the two of you are going to try to make
I
your
just
way.
this actually did happen last time. we decided that the plan was to get inside, find the skull, turn into a hippogriff.
Right, I know that.
You're gonna cast the.
No, I know that.
I'm clarifying for myself.
Oh, all right, okay.
That's because I could turn into a hippogriff now and fly us up, but then I gotta walk the halls.
It's a hippogriff. Yeah.
So the plan is to get in first. So the plan is to use spider climb.
Okay.
Oh, not gonna fly? I was gonna fly.
I can't fly.
Oh, I can make you fly. Let's fly.
Oh, perfect. We're flying.
Hell yeah. Oh yeah, baby. 4th level spell. I can do +1 person, I believe. Let me just double check that.
Damn, I'd like to be the +1 to that flight, please.
Exactly.
Unfortunately for you, there are anti-aircraft missiles mounted on. No, wait.
Trent, don't cross the screen.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well, this
4th
took a
level or
turn.
higher.
All right.
Exactly. Boom.
Wait, we didn't discuss the missiles, but we discussed it. Never mind.
Okay, so we will have you flying. I will come back to you.
Warn you, keep in mind 10 minutes, so we need to find a place to land quickly once we get there.
It would be
Right.
like up and
Also, Mason, the horse talks to me, sort of. You can communicate to me directly, but I can't really communicate back to you unless.
Well,
you
also, I don't know
it's-
from this distance, Alec. I'm
it's
not sure.
Up to a mile.
1
It's up to a
mile.
Oh, up to a
mile.
mile? Oh, wow.
Well, that's lovely, but if I
I can only
communicate with it,
communicate with it telepathically. Like I can't. It can't speak or anything like that. It can just act like a horse.
All right, pause 7 times for yes,
Yeah.
23 times for no.
blink
What's that
twice if
little
you'd like to not be turned into hell glue.
What's
But
that
at
little
least
Alec
to
is
know-
trapped in Castle Ravenloft?
So
he
wait,
was dead.
so wait a minute. If I, Commander, he'll understand me there.
Yeah, he'll listen to you. I told him to listen to you. But if you need to say
Perfect.
anything to me, you just say it to the horse, and the horse will tell me.
Yes.
Okay then.
So, I will come back. So Mason is going to be you watch as the carriage, the doors close silently, and the carriage heads off. Django and Agatha waiting for a minute as the carriage goes before getting ready to cast fly. So I'm going to start with Alec and Weller and what they see. After winding
Inside of the
through-
carriage.
Well, after winding exactly, yeah, this is the inside of the carriage. No, there are of course the windows leading
It's
out.
a
of the
lovely carriage, there's leather seating and everything.
After winding through the forest and
Charcuterie plate
craggy
on the
mountain
knapsack.
peaks, the road takes a sudden turn to the east, and the sudden awesome presence of Castle Ravenloft towers before you.
He's got a handout. He's got a handout.
I sure
dear.
do. Towers before you. The carriage
cowers
comes to
before
a dead
you, yes.
stop before twin turrets of stone broken from years of exposure.
Told you the
Beyond
turrets.
these guard towers is the precipice of a 50-foot wide, fog-filled chasm that disappears into unknown depths. A lower drawbridge of old, shored-up wooden beams stretches across the chasm between you and the archway to the courtyard. The chains of the drawbridge creak in the wind, their rust-eaten iron straining under the weight. From atop the high walls, stone gargoyles stare at you out of their hollow eye sockets and grin hideously. A rotting wooden portcullis, green with growth, hangs above the entry tunnel. Beyond this location, the main doors of Ravenloft stand open. A rich, warm light spills from within, flooding the courtyard. Torches flutter sadly in sconces on both sides of the open doors. And the carriage is stopped, so at this point, you would have to get out and enter if you wanted to do that. And I think I need to fire up some different music here. Give me some...
Something suitably ominous.
let's go with House on the Hill, huh? Who's with me?
I was.
I
going
thought you were going to
say,
start playing some Metallica.
I was thinking merry-go-round broken down.
Or maybe even better, Vampire's Castle.
But please not
that's-
Nickelback.
that's-
That's a
all
little too
I
on the
ask.
nose, Arv. It's, come on.
It's appropriate to be.
yeah, there we
Good start. Good start.
go. All right.
Dragon Force.
If it's raining, I open my umbrella.
Scorpion scurries underneath like, screw you, man. I'm not getting wet.
Okay, let's see.
Oh, I imagine it like sits on her hat and like veil,
There you go.
and
Yep,
it looks just
yep.
like a decoration. You have no idea. There's this.
I love that.
Scorpion.
Yes.
If
Until
you
it
had gone with
springs.
this, you had gone with the snake. I could just picture you lifting the veil, and the snake is like right up in front of your face.
Okay,
That would also be cool. Yeah.
here we go. So, you are now on the outside, and actually, let me just move the two of you. Well, I can. We'll get this. Okay. So, let me just zoom in a little bit. Okay. Sorry, I just realized I have to turn this down a little bit because
What?
that's better.
Sorry, I can't hear you over the looming presence of vampire.
There we go. That's better. Yes, lovely. All right. So, I am going to bring you. So I have to actually find out what you two are doing before I show you what.
Bring the horses over? Yeah, I know.
Okay. So what now? The carriage has stopped.
I kind of look over it all. I can go.
This is so unbelievably rude. They opened the door to let us in, and now it's just sitting there letting like you can go and let yourself out.
Yeah, I'll just open the door.
We, as he's about to lean out the window, go. We are expected, invited guests. Someone come and open this door. Never mind.
Okay. So the door opens. Okay. And you can now, if you wish, assuming you're getting out, you could now cross the drawbridge.
Well, obviously, just want to make sure there's no one directly in front of us knows, I don't know, undead or anything that I can immediately spot.
Make a perception check for me, please.
Gang, 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 gang.
This is actually our first die roll today.
I know.
Believe it or not.
We had
And it's
some
gonna
things
be
we
a
needed to talk about.
Nice.
Yeah. No, absolutely. You do not see any obvious, like, dead or undead creatures sort of sitting around you. You do notice, though, that there is a creaking sound, and it seems to be coming from the drawbridge. You can hear kind of just as it kind of creaks in the wind.
All right, let's go.
There also seems to be an organ,
Step out.
Off in the tower.
as there should be. All right. So you step out, both of you, and the door again closes silently behind you, and the horses actually turn with the carriage and sort of fairly slowly kind of make their way back down the road.
So Mealy, is the front door still open?
Yes.
Okay. And it's not an actual drawbridge, it's just a wooden bridge.
Oh, no, it's a drawbridge.
It's a proper
With
drawbridge.
rusted iron chains groaning at the weight of the bridge.
Yep.
Just want to make sure, like, if I could spot from here, if I assume we're in the main kind of castle entrance foyer.
Well, that depends. If you cross over the bridge, then I'm going to show you another
Oh,
map,
we're on the
basically.
other side of the bridge.
Yeah,
Oh,
you're on.
okay.
It
I
stops
was confused for a
before
second.
the drawbridge, so you'd have to walk over it.
Because it would never hold up to the weight of those horses.
Yeah. So, you ready?
No.
And so he
Perfect.
has a quarterstaff in his hand, and as he's walking, he's kind of testing the bridge ahead of him to make sure that.
Yeah, it creaks and groans under the weight as you.
You
and
hear
you can
that?
see.
It says you're fat.
Yeah, there are a couple of the boards you notice that
It's
are
my
actually,
armor. How many times do I have to tell you that?
There are a
I'm not
couple
the
that
one
are
saying.
actually missing. You notice as you walk along. Well, there are a couple of boards, so there's a few of those here and there.
Apparently, we need to walk on the left side.
Little
The
Lady Hawk
penitent
called
man
back
shall
there.
pass.
Yeah, no.
There's like
Lady
a
Hawk.
like a hopscotch skipping
Neil!
squares. You have to go on.
Okay.
Idiot. In Barovian or in Paterna, Strahd begins with an I.
Do the eye.
right.
I was thinking the same joke. I hate it when we do that.
Here we go,
I like it.
folks. Time to reveal Castle Ravenloft at long last.
Robin Lift.
Just a bunch of black. What are you talking about?
And it's just exactly. No, not quite so much.
This is clearly Kissel Rovenlift.
Raven of the Loft.
Here we go.
The cheap Airbnb version.
Right, exactly.
It's a hell of a bridge.
Wipe your feet.
Wow,
Okay.
we made it, y'all. There it is. You see it?
This
Oh
is
my
the
God.
other side, actually, and I should reveal
Oh.
more than this because
It's just a
actually there is
bridge.
A lot of light that's here. So I will reveal.
And a
that-
courtyard. There you go.
And actually, I love. Look at the scale. Like that's actually the scale. Like there is the whole
Normally,
place.
and normally when we pull our tokens onto the map, they're gigantic by comparison to everything.
Yep, exactly.
So I fixed the token so it actually.
There's
properly-
actually no castle. It's just a courtyard.
Right.
Exactly.
They
Let
play
me,
rugby on it.
Oh, cardboard. What the hell?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's unfair. Weller isn't that small.
I'm pretty close.
Not large.
He's,
Nah, I
he's
do
4'9". You know, he's like 80 pounds, I think. Double check that.
Let me
He's
double
the
check
shortest tall
Yeah.
man in Barovia.
Yeah, he's a bitty thing.
4'9", 80 pounds.
It's only a mortal.
Whoa.
And real
did that
quick, while I'm
wrong.
thinking about it, good. Okay.
Oh my God, he's huge now.
No, this is
Raw.
Are you trying to make the grid smaller?
yeah, the grid's not right. Let's see.
You
So while you're doing that, the fuck is your name, John?
Wow.
We're just forgetting all of John's
I know,
names
I
tonight.
know.
Every part, it's just like,
I know.
who are
I was
you?
Rob, I expect it from you, but Jesus Christ.
See, I was gonna say Django, but I'm not talking to Django. I'm talking to.
It's because he looks like Jesus tonight, so we don't know what's
talking
going on.
to.
That's my son.
That is a
John.
majestic beard.
Um,
we made that decision long before you got
Yes,
there.
I shaved mine and I gave it to John because he was having trouble. So there was, you know.
Sure, Rob,
say-
you call that thing a beard. Sure.
You were talking about having to figure out
that a
where you and
challenge?
Agatha, or where Django and Agatha were going to land.
Yes.
But we've already discussed, because we have the detailed model of the miniatures of the external. You already know exactly where you're going to land.
Perfect.
The roof of the main hall, because that's where I figure he's going to keep something like this.
Just, I'm saying that we have already, we had the copy that
I know.
Weller made. of
Yes,
it.
I am
So-
aware.
So you would already
I
know
am
where you were
aware.
going to land.
I guess. Sure.
You don't have to decide when you get there.
Unless something more intriguing sparks our interest.
Like when you're flying in and a gigantic coach is waiting there hovering above the thing.
Yeah.
I'm
There's a
thinking the
giant
light,
helipad, but instead of H on it, it just has a big S.
the light of Short's prison
Yeah.
tower might draw.
I'm not understanding why it's doing this, but I don't want to waste time on it right now. It's the scale is a little weird because the in-book maps are a little bit different from the maps they provide for you folks, understandably.
What's the one cell size?
It doesn't say. That's the thing. It's not. I'm guessing that probably, like
Try
I
to
say, the
just
map is different. My
set
guess
to-
is it's 10.
Is north?
Yeah, thank God north is north.
North by
no,
north
it's not.
south?
Okay, let's
North
mark that
is
now.
indeed north, yes.
This
But
is
this-
part of Strahd's plan, is having
Yeah.
the scale.
Yes.
But the grid is
Right.
supposed to be smaller than this, which is why
He's
I'm
slowing
not
us
understanding
down,
why it's
our
doing this.
world.
Yeah, set the grid
I-
cell. One grid cell equals 10 feet. Do that. That's
Yeah, I did that, and then I just have to. How do I make this? Make your token again, so it's a draw, so it's not. It doesn't snap to grid.
Magic.
you.
It's a level 5 spell.
Roll 20 magics.
Exactly.
There's a
Snap
way to
to
do
grid.
it. There it is. There it is. I found it. I got it. It's
Under-
Alt. You just hold it down and Alt. That's what I was looking for.
Oh,
Lovely.
The
All right.
only cantrip that.
Okay. So, what you see here, as you're looking at this courtyard, the weather has started to get worse, incidentally, and you notice that the
Cool.
rain starts to fall. I'm going to come back to that when we deal with Django and
Technomancy.
Agatha. Becoming a torrent as time goes on. Lightning routinely lights the sky, followed by these peals of thunder which make the castle shudder. There is thin, cold fog swirling in this courtyard, and sporadic flashes of lightning lance the weeping clouds overhead as thunder shakes the ground. Through the drizzle, you can see torch flames fluttering on each side of the keep's open main doors. I talked about this warm light spilling out of the entrance, flooding the courtyard. High above the entrance is a round window with shards of broken glass that are lodged in its iron frame. And you can see that there is an area here to the north, up this way, and an area to the south, which would presumably lead, kind of to elsewhere into the main area. But there are no obvious doors or anything like that in front of you. You're looking literally at just this wall that's in front of you to the inner building, I guess you might say, the castle itself, which are inside these walls.
you're right. There wasn't really anyone to tell us where to go. So
I know.
So you're here to look at the tapestries.
Maybe there's someone around the corner. I don't know. And I'll
How
move forward.
dare he?
Go there.
We have many tapestries.
And these, by the way, behind you are two iron-bound doors that are closed, both to your north and your south. And as you move up, you can see much more area. Much more area like that. Yeah. And a little bit more to the south as well.
Oh, look. I've gone and got a sniffle. Most animated I've ever seen.
Yeah, no
Lord in
shit.
any movie ever.
There we go.
It's like.
Okay. So there you go.
Just immediate check. Is there anything in the vicinity? People, figures.
There does not appear to be at the moment.
Mighty fine record for
Obvious
this vicinity.
place where we're supposed to go.
Hello?
And your voice kind of echoes, low.
Oh, goodness. Yes.
No
I
response.
don't know about you,
subtle
Agatha, but
approach.
I'm glad we're back where we are.
John, I was literally about to say,
I was about to
I'm
say-
really glad I didn't take that coach.
The deal was don't enter the officially until the moon is high, because that's when we want to call him back.
Right, and I would say that this is pretty close. I mean, to that.
Great, perfect.
Yeah.
It's
We're actually early for once. It's amazing.
right.
Should we just try a door?
No.
That's a
Monty
yes.
Hall shows up. Would
And
you like to go behind door number 1?
The
for
doors,
the
by the way,
skull.
behind you are the doors that seem to lead to these towers, which are next to the the gates, on the other side of the drawbridge that you just passed through. So the castle itself is in front of you, to the east.
So I'll just go up to this door and just see if it opens.
It is locked.
Just out of interest. Oh, well, that's not really useful. I'll knock on it, just see if there's any kind of response.
Doof, 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 doof. There's a great booming sound inside, but there is no response.
Guess we're gonna make our own way somewhere.
Don't think we have
Well,
Valley
north or
5 out
south?
here so
Which
far,
way?
Lone Wolf.
You said there were gargoyles up on the parapets, right?
Yes.
And are they visible from here or at the?
They
drawbridge?
are visible on the other side, like that we're leading,
Over
on the other
here.
side of the bridge. Yes, that's right.
So
yeah.
Weller's gonna walk back over here
Okay.
and look up at the gargoyles and go, "Excuse me,
Nothing.
we've been invited."
Nothing.
Shame face!
Nothing.
Perhaps that's not his name. Perhaps it's not Shale. What's another kind of
Granite Beak?
you're not there. I can't hear you.
Trying to help.
I know. Who I'm talking to, but I know.
Like a I don't know, stalk or something. I don't know what you're trying to.
A stalk? No, what's another
don't know
kind of rock that flakes off very... flint butt!
Nothing. They immediately attack you. What? No. Just... Damn it.
The next one was going to be granite gonad, so it's probably just as well.
No, Flint Butt does not successfully summon them to life.
Are there any
Roll initiative.
in the distance? Are there any kind of obvious light sources to doorways that we can see?
There are these flickering torches
Sadly
that you can
flickering.
see. That's right, that you can see from these sconces. And you can also see that those are positioned throughout the courtyard along the walls, so that there's a decent amount of light inside the courtyard.
Come on, Weller, let's just pick a direction. Just hopefully find
Or you
our
could
way
try
there.
the other door.
All right, I can try the door. And just
Basically,
go over and
Weller,
like.
basically, Weller is burning time until it is time to go into the thing.
Okay. So you bang
I'll
on the
just go
door.
up and try and open it. If it doesn't work, bang on it to see if any kind of response.
Also locked, and you again doof 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 doof, but no response.
Well, I don't know what to do.
It's incredibly rude.
Well, they're pale. Minder of Barovian matters.
I mean, at this point, I don't feel all that bad calling him a prick. Invites us to his home for dinner,
Dinner.
and yet we get here, and there's not even a manservant or a woman servant.
Servant.
I mean, like Lady Morrigan was even nicer than this. So it's just
Ooh, that's saying something.
All right. So
You know,
you're
I think actually Lady Voctor was more,
Are you
inviting than
are you continuing to essentially?
we're just
stall
arguing.
until
We're just
until-
burning time until it is time to enact the plan.
Okay. So at which point like you are going to go in. I mean, like, are you queuing this with Agatha and Django, and with because it's close to that time when it is going to be, the moon will be full. But I just want to make sure, are you waiting for a cue from them, or are you just like
No, just waiting for the moon to be at its zenith, which is what the cue was supposed to be.
In that case, let me jump while you're doing that. Let me jump into Agatha and Django, who are flying in now. You are going to fly. Exactly. Where are you flying to? I assume you're flying into this
We're
courtyard
looking
as
for
well.
an upper window. We did have a map of this place, so I feel like we would have been able to note a window that leads us to the core
Main hall, exactly.
main hall. Thank you. Yes,
Because
the
we both
main
agree
hall.
that egotistic son of a bitch will have this thing like front and center on his
If he's not
fucking
fucking
table
sitting
piece.
on it, you know what I'm
yes,
saying?
yes,
Like,
yes.
you
We
know,
are
like-
both of one mind here.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
and come on, Trent, it's obviously right into the danger zone. Let's be honest. If you're gonna sing a song, that's what you're doing.
Danger zone.
Danger zone.
Danger Zone was clearly played during the day, during high speed. You are flying with a lovely lady in a very lovely dress. By moonlight, this is clearly "Can You Read My
So
Mind?"
it's the
Lois-
acoustic.
We do not have enough muscle,
Yeah. So it's
body
the
oil, or volleyball to qualify for that song.
acoustic right into the danger
That's playing with the boys, first of all.
zone.
No, come on.
Which
It's
I'm
like
a
it's Johnny
fan of.
Cash's version of "Hurt." I know
Yeah.
the
See, now I was
danger
thinking
zone.
actually, Arv, we would do, I can show you the world from Aladdin, but we don't have a carpet either, so that doesn't quite work.
I can show
So
you
that's actually the
world.
camera cuts into the scorpion that's riding,
There you go.
hanging on for dear life as the wind is
Flying
Right, he's got his
Little pinchers out.
hanging on
Yeah, yeah.
for dear life, and he's, I can show you.
Exactly.
And he's like, "Oh."
Climate
So-
is getting worse all the time.
Okay.
Probably a part of it. Oh yeah. So Agatha's correct. Looking for any kind of window that would get us to whatever the main hall of the building is, like the main, room, the main where he hosts his guests before dining.
Well,
with them,
okay.
basically.
So remember that the model that you're working off of was not super detailed internally. So
right. Yeah,
you
but
don't.
the external is fine.
Yeah,
Is there a
okay.
window on one of these that we can?
There
go
are
through?
definitely windows, although all the windows that you've seen so far are closed. You could, if you wish. There is one place which I will show you as soon as I can find it. There we go.
Go top down.
Yes, I was going to say there's one place that I can bring you all to. You'll give me just a moment.
Two of us, but yes.
You bring all, by which I mean the two of you.
If you
all
have
two
your
of you.
tokens on the board yet. that is.
Show me the
Huzzah.
world, Arv.
All right. I brought you to
This is
another map.
disappointing.
Yeah. This is
A
not
little
where we're
lackluster.
going
That
for
was
here,
not
pal.
what I thought I was gonna. Okay.
me?
I guess I gotta pull it.
These, I can't show you more of this at the moment because this is actually partly a cutaway view of the sort of top down. What you're looking at here, jutting from the steeply sloping rooftop of the castle, is a spindly smokestack, 5 feet in diameter at the top, which rises 30 feet above the roof's peak, and smoke belches from its iron-pronged capstone. And there is also basically, actually, you know what? This part of it is, the rest of it is not cut away, so I can show you these parts here.
But I say at least a rooftop.
We also
or whatever.
have, yes, I can show you some of that too.
Okay.
And let me actually reveal some of that. Yeah, I just have to be careful not to do the other. Again, part of the reason that I'm being careful here is that the digital version, and I'm glad they did it this way, but the digital version is much more top-down for player benefit. What I have in the book, the DM version, is basically
Right.
3 isometric, and I that's useful for me to keep in sense of level, but it doesn't help you in terms of map. So that's why I'm having to be careful. So,
Okay.
so this is sort of the outside circular wall of one of the spires that you were looking at.
Is there active smoke coming out of the stack?
There sure is. And the roof itself, so this is the roof that's right here. The roof itself, there is rain which is splashing against the sagging, sloping rooftop.
Well,
And
technically, you are correct.
there are flashes of lightning which illuminate gargoyles perched on the roof's end peaks. You can see those here and here. Their hideous stares forever fixed on the courtyard, some 130 feet below. So there is a lot of,
Good times.
yes.
And
Indeed.
the
How-
only way up here, there's no like additional holes, there's no damage. The only way to get in is this smokestack.
Well, I will show you a little bit. There are some windows that are closed. You could, I suppose, try to break through the window if you wish. But I'm also showing you some of the.
Are the windows able to close or inset in the hall and unable to be opened by any means that we can ascertain from here?
You'd have to fly up like right next to one of the windows.
Sure. Okay.
And then see. At the moment, they all look to be closed. There's definitely none that are open, but it's possible maybe that they're some of them are inset,
right,
and that that's
that's I'm actually thinking, Agatha, we should window shop.
I mean, we can go test a window.
Yeah, I'm not keen on trying to go around the chimney, especially when it has smoke coming out of it, for God's sake.
You realize that there are so many Santa Claus memes which could start just at this moment.
Well, don't think I will gas up if I need to go down this stack, but are we gonna have to pass all these gargoyles?
Then down the chimney they came with a flash. On Agatha, on Django, on
Django,
Lucky, on Morlock.
Actually, how does it work? I want to check on something.
Although I don't want you. Isn't that a 4th level spell?
No.
Oh, okay.
It is a 3rd level spell.
Krampus maybe, exactly.
It's a small thermal exhaust port.
I can do some moonlighting there. Yeah.
Question. If I were, say, to carry Django and then cast gaseous form on myself, it's anything that I'm carrying or wearing.
Keep in mind, I'm technically a thing because I'm not really alive.
Are you asking me whether you can turn into gaseous form and go down the smoking chimney? Because I'm here for that moment. If that's what we're talking about.
While carrying me.
While carrying
Yes,
Django.
but you have to wear Django like a
have
scarf
to wear him
first.
Yeah, can we Yoda backpack, and then I think we.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna go gassy.
That's Yoda wearing Luke, though.
Okay.
That's a little,
Actually, really. But actually, that's not a bad
but you know what?
idea.
I'd want to see that. I imagine he could fucking do it.
I adore this plan in every respect.
Okay.
So.
Agatha goes, climb on my back.
Excuse me?
I said climb on.
Well, we are flying, so I can just like glom. That's true. Right.
Yeah, you glom.
Yeah.
We glom.
Okay.
And I'll cast gaseous form on the both of us.
Oh, this is a
while
new experience.
I'm carrying him, and
Nice.
we will gas down the chute.
Nice.
Okay. So
Gas up.
you do this.
And down with a gaseous toot they flew.
You do this and go down into the chimney. And the chimney, as you go down there, I want to make sure I know what your
plan.
Resistance to non-magical damage. Okay, that's important.
Yeah, I kind of figured that would be. Yep.
It's definitely non-magical. Thank you, Prince Justin, for the tier 2 resub. Good to see you, Prince Justin. I hope you're doing well.
Oh,
Thank you.
Welcome into
Thank
our
you so much.
ridiculous plan to embarrass Strahd.
Yeah,
Have you
you missed a
heard
hell
we
of a
become-
plan, Justin.
We've become chimney sweeps. It's amazing.
So
yes.
yeah.
You shake
So
each
as
other's hands.
Yes.
so as you all make your
Sweet
way
bite
down.
that lucky.
And I just absolutely adore everything about this. So as you are making your way down, it is getting
So this is
hotter
interesting because it feels hotter, but
and
it's
hotter.
not affecting me. Which,
well.
Is
So
it magical?
is it
it
magical
is not
fire?
magical, but the gaseous form you have resistance, not immunity, to non-magical damage.
Oh,
Correct.
So I want to point that out because it means that as you get down to the room that you're going to be headed to, which I will describe in just a moment, you are going to take some damage.
But resistance cancels out my weakness, so it makes it even. Okay,
Here's
I
my
can make that happen.
question.
Yeah.
How deep is the chute? Or how tall?
60 feet down
Okay,
to the
so-
room that it's in.
And
So, okay.
yeah, okay, go ahead, Agatha.
No, I was just going to say, so we've got a flying speed of 10 feet together.
Oh wait,
as
that's
we
not gonna work.
descend.
Okay. Ooh, ow, that might be a little singy.
Yep. So 6 checks later. So let's see. Let me just roll.
At least I want someone who can heal, so that's a
I
good
was
thing.
about to say, like, can you extinguish fire maybe instead? I don't know if you got any ability.
That would have been nice, but I got nothing that'll do that. Wait, do I? No, I don't.
Okay, let's
I'm not
see.
even close.
Well, Agatha does, but I
So-
can't cast as gas.
Mm-hmm.
So I have to.
Apparently, you haven't acquired that skill yet. You need to eat more
Yeah.
spicy food, and then then you can make that happen.
I can cast all kinds
That's a
of
fourth level Indian curry, is what that is.
So the good news is that you have resistance to this very, very hot, increasingly hot damage, which means you are only going to take a lot less damage. Agatha, by the time you get to the bottom of this, you will have taken a grand total of 20 points of damage.
Oh my
halved from
God.
the 40 that you were taking at the 10 foot per essentially
just normal
round
fire?
essence. It's really hot though, and it's blazing.
Okay, wouldn't we?
So-
I think you would probably stop at some point.
But you're
not gonna
almost there.
keep-
I mean, you know, as you're heading down into this.
I was about to say that's that's almost half of it just to get down. That's not even worth it.
Yeah. I think.
We would
I
go
So
think
you would
safely
just
and
take maybe
recognize
10
the
damage
too
level
high.
of damage
Right.
and just say fuck it.
the first time you actually took damage, I think Agatha, you would stop, right?
Like, okay, I'm just gonna read this again. Okay, if the spell means that the creature drops 0 hit points, any incorporeal, while in this form, the target's only method of movement is flying.
Or resistance to non-magical. Oh,
Not immune.
wow.
Has
Really?
advantage on strength, dexterity, and constitution saving throws. Wouldn't we get some kind of dex save to like avoid?
You
like,
want as
Where
a
are we
gaseous
going?
cloud to
Where-
have
and
a
where are we
dexterity
going?
saving
Okay.
throw.
In a
to the-
chimney. That's the thing. I
was
mean,
gonna say.
yeah.
Wait a minute. Django, you're still concentrating on the flying spell, right?
Yes.
Does that spell override the 10-foot flying speed of the gas?
It says while in this form, the target's only method of movement is a flying speed of 10 feet. So I think it does override the fly
Right.
spell. Yeah.
Right.
That's how I'd read it.
Yeah,
Can
that's
an
right.
attacker cast fast?
But I don't think we're gonna fry ourselves because I will take all the damage. I don't have resist. Well, no, gas is coming. I guess I would have.
water down it or something.
You would have resistance to it.
This
I
is the
would have
most
resistance.
You would have
confusing
resistance to
gas I've ever encountered.
You would have resistance to it. So it means that
Okay,
both of you
because
would
my
get
form
down
is
having
actually
taken,
different, yeah.
You would both have taken 20 points of damage.
See,
Yeah,
I can
but
take
But
that,
you would then
I'm
be
not
inside.
sure you want to.
But you would
yeah?
be inside then.
You're okay. Agatha, that's totally up to you. This is my first time being gassy. I don't know.
Agatha doesn't want to cross the path of the gargoyles.
I do not believe that, John.
All right, so
So
we're
if
we're going
get
for
to
it.
a window.
You know,
without-
that's yeah, and through there
So we're taking it?
in. Yep. I don't
All
know.
right, so 20
Wait, Arf, hold on.
All right.
We're deciding.
Okay.
Yeah,
It's not gonna like
you-
ah, ooh, ah,
This,
ah,
yeah,
ooh, ooh,
it's like,
ah.
okay, it's hot. I guess.
And the funny part is we can still communicate. That's the hilarious part because my thoughts nothing changes there. So
Okay.
which is
I
hilarious.
would
You're just
say
like,
if
ow, ow, ow.
If we took damage the
Oh.
first 10 feet or so, oh, Agatha's got a way better idea. The unfortunate thing is I already put us in gaseous form.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna have to come out and go back in if we're gonna do it again.
But I think we just find the window and go through that.
If you think we can go through a window.
We're like
Well, you're in gas form.
mere
I'm sure it's a little
cracks.
Crack.
Yeah, all we need is
Oh,
literally a
oh.
crack as gaseous form. Yeah.
Okay, so we try to pass through, it doesn't work. Then we're gonna just very slowly. I can concentrate on this up to an hour.
Right. So we got time.
So we
thankfully.
well, kind of. I will move in my fastest gas form, carrying us
Toot
to
toot.
a crack near a window.
Yeah.
Okay, as you do this,
Yeah.
I'm just going to have Agatha and Django will both have taken 5 points of damage then from
Okay,
the
okay.
fire
That
before
makes
this
total
happened.
sense.
All right.
5 points of damage, Agatha can handle.
Okay.
And then, let me just make sure as I...
Yeah, I would have no idea that you're not resistant to fire. Like, so yeah.
Okay.
She's.
It was a good plan.
Doesn't
That
gas
fire-
It
fix
was.
everything?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
You know what it was? It would have been perfect had it not been the chute not been so tall. Like it was 60 feet was a lot.
Yeah.
If it had been shorter, it would have been a much easier plan.
Yep.
And you would have gotten away with it too.
I would have
over
gotten
those
away with it, too.
blasted chimneys.
That's right. That's right.
Okay. I think then if you're going to go to the first or the most window that you can get to that's close by, I think we're
Yeah.
looking at
Because we got to get looking for this. Like we're trying to move
Uh-huh.
quickly, so.
Well,
Okay.
yeah. Trying, operative phrase. I mean, 10 feet per 6 seconds, that's not terribly slow. It's
No.
like a fast walkish,
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not like we're.
you know? Yeah.
let me just
We'll
make
be
sure
there in
that
no
I'm-
time.
that I'm finding-
Exactly.
Fine.
Just a little singe for the trip.
It's.
Well, technically, you go 20
fine.
feet because you move and then dash. So
That's true.
Ah, there we go. Okay.
As a gaseous
yeah.
form can only dash, yes.
All right. So, as you, what we will do is, I'm going to. So you do, in fact, like basically the windows right below, right roughly here. Let me position. you
Yeah,
about
yeah.
this.
Where are we?
Sorry, I got
Right
yeah.
here.
Oh,
So
perfect.
basically
Yeah,
that-
that's
that
good.
spot,
That's good.
right below the
are
level
you-
of the roof. So you
I guess,
have to
are
go
you
down a
okay
little
with that?
bit.
Because that's still crossing the sight lines of the gargoyles.
But we're in gas, C form.
Okay,
that's true.
that makes sense.
That's true.
Come at us.
So there are windows there that there are indeed cracks to go into if you wish to do that.
That's perfect. Can we just like right
Exactly.
Okay. So I'm going to position you there.
What,
and
what,
then-
what was that sound, Dot? What was it?
1 second.
Oh,
in?
Trish,
My
that was
mouth
good.
sounds for all of you
No
listening.
plant
That was
survives.
good.
No
That was
plant
good.
survives contact with a chimney.
That's
good
winner
stuff.
right there.
That is
That's the
what
winner
we
right
do.
there.
100%
We make
accurate.
mouth sounds. That's what we do. This is the business we've chosen.
The sounds of mouth business.
Yes.
Okay. So where did we go? Yes, perfect. All right. So
Dot sounds. Great.
Where's your next podcast, Dot? That sounds.
Dot,
Yeah,
dot
that
sounds.
That sounds.
Sounds my Dot's mouth.
Okay.
That's my tagline. Straightforward and to the point.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
I'm going to move you to yet another map.
Okay, cool.
So many maps.
I know.
So many
well,
maps.
This is what happens when you're doing a multi, level, whatever.
I want to try to beat your record, by the way, like 6
Level
levels. We're all
infiltration.
separated. Yeah.
Jeez,
I
no,
want-
believe
okay.
me,
Oh, gee. Oh,
I'm
this looks
here
fun.
for it,
Nice.
apparently. So, okay, I'm going to zoom in a bit. and I'm
Apparently,
gonna-
we're still Gassie's form
And
token.
I'm going to
so,
ask
you know.
folks to move your tokens to right here.
I guess we just fake it.
You should be
Yeah, but
able to.
actually,
Did you
you
see
should
that?
gotta see the
so
token.
right here.
By the way, Valley is really not keen on this. To be
Right.
dead honest with you. Not happy
okay.
at all.
So what? So you both are in there.
Yeah.
Dust assault. Oh wait, let me move this up so chat can see it. Sorry, chat.
Oh my god,
There
that's
we
where I
go.
wanted to be.
Dust assaults your lungs. A sweet yet pungent smell of decay fills this room, in the center of which stands a long oak table. A blanket of dust covers the tabletop and its fine china and silverware. In the center of the table, a large tiered cake leans heavily to one side. The once white frosting is turned green with age. Cobwebs hang like dusty lace down every side of the cake. A single doll figure of a well-dressed woman adorns the crest of the cake. Suspended above is a web-shrouded chandelier of forged iron. An arched window in the south wall, which you just came through, is draped with heavy curtains, and resting in a wooden stand by the window is a dusty lute. Standing quietly in the southwest corner is a tall harp, shrouded in cobwebs. As you come into the room and you're sort of looking around, you are sort of drifting, kind of hovering, and suddenly you hear the lute by itself, the harp, not the lute, beg your pardon, the harp by itself play a couple of ding, ding, ding notes as if something or someone has just played it. Meanwhile, Alec and Weller, in the, as I bring you over to what I really hope is the right place, yes it is. Meanwhile, you are over here, still sort of looking around. You hear sounding through
In the courtyard of never-ending bliss.
in the courtyard, you hear what sounds like 3 sort of clearly plucked harp notes. And as you hear this sound, Mason, back outside, waiting as the moon has now risen to its zenith.
Zenith.
Its zenith.
Lovely word.
You find yourself sort of on the back of this horse, which kind of, quietly stands there, occasionally moving a hoof, let's say.
Did I head to the place where I was waiting for everybody? I thought I was heading to wherever I needed to go to wait for everybody.
You're
to
already
Waiting-
there.
You're waiting
Oh,
here.
that's it.
Yeah.
They're
Okay.
coming to you.
Cool. Continue.
You are on the back of the horse, sort of, looking around. And
Sure.
in the distance, flying towards you, you see what looks like a flock of something silhouetted against the moon. They look to be a flock of, perhaps, ravens, hundreds of them flying towards you. And just as you look and hope is sort of kindled, you hear a sound above your head. And flying in the other direction, towards the ravens, is a cloud of some other winged thing. It looks and sounds very much like a cloud of bats. And that is where we are going to bring this session to a close.
Damn.
I do have one question.
No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, sure. What's up?
I know that Weller's not in the room, but where the banquet table and everything is Mrs. Havisham life-size? Or
Nice.
I know, right? Exactly. Come closer so I can see you, dearest. Yeah. Yep. I mean, it hits everything on the nose. Also, I wanted to say, and it's your birthday this week, Shadow Mage. So happy birthday, Shadow Mage. Happy birthday, and I'm glad you brought your own
Happy
cake.
birthday,
got
buddy.
gourmet donuts. I know it's not till Thursday, but still, happy early birthday. So,
Happy early
man, what an
birthday to
awesome
you.
session.
Happy early
Even though it
birthday.
was a session that had more planning and all that, but we got role play from everyone. We we'll always do, but I'm saying, like, we got moments to shine for everybody. You got 2 Castle Ravenloft. You're now split 3 ways. I mean, as a DM, I'm just like outstanding.
We got a bitchin' plan though.
Everything is
But
proceeding as I
everything's
have
going to
wished.
work out, or we're all going to die. It's
You
great.
realize that next session is going to involve Agatha and Django standing there while the cloaked figure gets off the cake and walks towards it and is like, "You can see for yourself. The rebel fleet is like staring out at Mason and like this. Like,
No.
yes,
A
you
master
want
Celeste, everything has
like
gone
strokes his
according
own
to my
sword.
plan.
You want this, don't you? Anyway,
no.
Your friends there on the Endor moon are walking
Look,
into a trap.
Now, let me tell you.
It's using the cake as the
the fear from your pitiful little band. Yeah, sorry.
See, and then Agatha would just burn the cake and keep moving. Like that's where she's at now, y'all.
Okay.
We have pushed a snowball off a cliff, and she is not stopping until
Yep.
it either splatters or
It
comes to a
really
halt.
it flattens that house at the end of the clip.
Like
Yeah.
she is done.
I-
It is time.
I can't wait. We've got Alec
And
and
we get-
Weller down below about to go in for their invitation.
And we get
in
to do
quotes.
it right next week too.
Right, Django and Agatha up in that room.
Yeah, because
and,
weekend after that, I'm gonna be on beach earning 20%.
And
Except that last part's a lie.
and Mason being like, and Mason standing out there being like,
Well, I hope they're okay.
like with the
Boy, I
bats
hope,
and birds.
hope this works.
Anyway, it was
Time
really,
to go.
really great session.
Well, at least I
from
got a
everybody.
good view of the
really,
fight.
really great
What
session
big
from everybody.
birds?
Really great session from everybody.
Yes, that's exactly what he
I
sounds
will
like.
start on the right with, of course, Little Red Dot. Really good stuff today, Dot. You definitely today were Agatha was the voice of reason and trying to keep everyone on target and kind of sort everyone out one way or the other. And
We've discovered who the real party leader is.
there was a
here, for
focus
sure.
here in this particular moment. How did you feel about today? Where will the lovely folks see you next?
Today was a lot of fun. It's been a few weeks, so it was good to come back to it. We left on such a cliffhanger, and we have a plan.
A plan.
So rare
Yeah.
for us.
We have a plan, and I think it's a good plan. You know, I've watched Strahd campaigns. I've talked to a lot of people about how their plans for Strahd failed miserably because they never even made it to Strahd, like all kinds of stuff. So I'm really proud of us, y'all. I'm really proud of us.
It's a great
Um,
plan. I'm glad
We
to be a
can
part
die
of it.
happy in the castle.
Yeah.
We can
Yeah.
die happy knowing that at least we fucking made it to Ravenloft.
As he strikes you, you're like, we had a plan.
We had it doesn't matter. We win. Yeah, like it doesn't matter. Like,
Exactly.
yeah, but I
Moral
there's-
victory.
yeah, there's gonna be some interesting things. I think we're gonna be put to quite a few tests.
Yeah.
Just trying
Oh my
to
God.
keep to our time frame and our schedule and not really fuck this up.
Yeah.
But yeah, but I did something. I had been saving that Find Familiar spell. It's one of my favorite things to do as a druid, and
Yeah.
not use it. Like to have a druid wait to use it. It's one of those things. It's like you want to connect with whatever the thing is. Like it needs to be that kind of level. So I waited to cast it and have a familiar for the group. So welcome,
It's
welcome
awesome.
our little scorpion.
Yes.
We gotta give him a name.
Yes, you do. And then 1 for when it dies, and you just start
So
going
it's-
2, 3, 4. Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
Very important.
But yes, it was great. You can find me online as Little Red Dot, where I make all kinds of content. I make podcasts and Twitch streams, and I play on awesome channels like this one. In fact, I've got a VTM podcast that just dropped yesterday.
You got to throw a link up. Do you have a link to?
Yeah.
people?
Here's what I can do. Well, you can always go to Twitter and search us by Pod by Night, but I'll drop a. Can I drop a link in chat?
Yes, please do, because that way it'll also go to the VOD, so people can see it in the VOD and be like, oh, I must check out this
So
pod
you
by
can
now.
go find us. We're called Stitch of Fate. You can find us at any like podcast listening site, but there's a direct link to our Libsyn if that's helpful for you.
Episode 1, payment. I love it.
Yeah, payment. So yeah, it's great. There it is. It's a thing. You're doing it. I'm playing absolutely just a stone cold. She's stone cold. It should be fun. But there's that going on. At the end of the month, I'm gonna be moderating panels for DragonCon Online, so you can hang out, come like check out DragonCon all weekend long. I'll be there modding panels, playing on panels. I've got some big stuff coming for that, but I can't quite announce it yet. But when I can, you can check out my social media to find out more about that. I think that's what I've got right now. Ding.
Ding. Thanks, Dot.
And
we will-
amazing glasses.
And you will see and amazing
thanks,
glasses.
friend.
the best glasses on Twitch TV.
That's true. Best classes on Twitch. You will see also Dot, of course. You'll see her Tuesday night
Yep.
on this channel for a completely different experience.
Yeah,
Paper
I'll be
Mario:
at
The
my mama's.
Origami
I'm gonna be
King.
at my mama's house, so I'm
Yeah.
gonna be Paper Marioing from my mom's spare bedroom. I don't think they've ever heard me stream before, so this should be.
Yes. Oh
At
man,
least I
I
don't.
am.
At least I don't have to say panties because that is the regular term that I'm forced to say. on the show.
That's true. You'll just be making these things like, what do you do? Like, this is part of what I do.
You know,
Uh,
it might be time. No,
and maybe we should go back to.
Maybe we
Anyway.
should go back and
to the no.
Anyway,
where law makes sense.
you know,
Like-
exactly where law is true, where we
They
follow
have a
the
working
rule of
post
law,
office.
where the rule of law works. Anyway, always a pleasure. Thank you, Dot, so
Sorry,
much.
thanks.
And you will also, of course, as I said, you'll hear her along with this gentleman. Rob will be with us with the R vocalist. Rob, it was fun to see. Not only you had that conversation with Django. I really love the Weller Alec thing. We've talked about quite a bit. It was interesting to see the Mason Django thing continue. That's been something, of course, that's been set up in previous episodes. So you had that continuing, but also the discussion that you had with. I loved this aspect of it. The fact that each one of you really, Morden kind of was like, he's trying to get each of you, like he's pushing each of your buttons individually, right? And this was an example of like each one of you doing that. And I liked that discussion that you had with him too, where you were like, do you know this guy? And he's like, maybe. You realize that Strahd's trying to get your goat, probably, right? And you're like, that guy. So anyway, it was really fun to see that play out. And and I love the image of you on Sod's nightmare horse, like watching the
flame horse,
the bats flying towards the ravens and being like, well,
that's a
here
cool.
we go.
Yeah, I can see like the Peter Jackson, the Peter Jackson.
Right, the shot. That's the money shot. Yeah. How'd you feel about today, Rob? Where will the lovely folks see you next?
It was great. The thing that's interesting about the Mordenkainen conversation is that I don't really care for him much one way or the other. I really only care about the information he can, give to us. His help is the only thing that matters, and beyond that, not the most important thing on my list. And also, sort of his, I think, in this particular case, Mason is incredibly exhausted with all the roundabout conversations of everything. Well, he might do this, but it could because of, and he's just kind of like, bitch, I just want to fucking kick this guy's ass. Can we just go? And I think, he gets that Varostir is an important part of what he's looking for, but he knows full well that's not the ultimate goal. That's the that's the secondary target to the especially because Django is right. Like, none of this really is my fight, but because I have really nothing to lose, there's really no reason not to fight, because it's the only way I'm going to get the answers that I want. At least so I believe. I might not get any of the answers I want. Strahd might, just throw me out a window to my death before I even get a chance to, get any answers out of anybody. But I know the only way out of Barovia is through Strahd. I've come to believe that. It really, there's just no other option at this point. So that's where we're at. And it's the thing that's interesting about it is, especially because we have the sword now and there's all this thing going on internally, Xavier is kind of on board more now too. Ever since we got the sword, I think Xavier's also, because we haven't heard him as much, Mason is kind of a little bit more joined. Bringing the sword together sort of brought them of two minds into one again, of being like, well, I know you've got this you want to do, and I've got this that I want to do, but this sword's only going to respond to both of us if we're on the same page. And it's like, it's all Strahd now. In fact, if we consider the sword an object that talks too, now there's Three's Company under this banner, which is a little much, but maybe 3 will be a good number. It has a hell of a history as a numerical value. So I'm interested to see what happens next, and I'm really glad I didn't get on that terrifying carriage, because fuck that shit. I wanted no part of that. It's like, I'm not going into the scary castle where death is about to strike. I'm gonna get the troops out here, and then I'm gonna rush in with forces, and then we're gonna do some damage. But dude, I'm a hunter. I gotta know where the exits are, and I don't know where the exits are in there. That ain't happening. Especially if the horses are kind of like, you're coming. I'm like, no, I am fucking not. I am staying right here. Thanks. Just wait for it. So GC Darkside Rob, you can find me on Twitch. I'm currently doing a playthrough of Death Stranding on my channel, which, God, I love that game. It's so good. I'll be picking up more of that on Sunday. On Monday, I will be doing some music production. I have a new album that I'm working on that hopefully will be released in September. I will hopefully be mixing some of it when I'm away on my trip to the beach, because boy, do I need to get away from everything for 7 days. But I'll be talking more about what's going on with that on my channel tomorrow. I have some other projects going on, and some editing projects, and some stuff that I'll be doing on YouTube and on Instagram and on Twitter. So you can follow me in all those places. YouTube, it's youtube.com/go check my bio. On Twitch, because I don't have a short URL for that yet. Twitter.com/GCDarksideRob and Instagram.com/DarksideRob. Also, you can find me on Bandcamp at dsaudioverse.bandcamp.com, where you can find my album and my single that I released earlier in this hellscape that we're calling 2020. Yay! Please buy stamps. Please buy stamps. Please buy stamps. Please buy stamps. And sign the MoveOn.org petition, and contact your local governors, senators, mayors, congressmen, representatives, all of them. Hashtag save the USPS. Yay! That's it for me.
Thank you, Rob.
Jean.
Thank you, Rob. Always a pleasure. Also,
That
always
way.
a pleasure to have John with us again. And of course, you were part of that conversation that you initiated with Mason. So there was an interesting discussion too, thinking about Baba Lasaga's hold on.
Oh yeah,
you.
that moment. That was
And
fun
That
too.
was really interesting to kind of see play out. Also, the idea of like
I completely forgot about that moment.
I'm going
but it was fun.
to become gaseous with Agatha, and then that really hurts. Heat, flame, all that kind of stuff.
Just kidding, get off of me.
I was just like,
I'm leaving.
I
I'm leaving.
think this is not.
I want
yeah.
the next episode of this show to be gaseous with Agatha. That's
I
My
definitely
mor-
was.
That's my morning show when all this is done.
Yeah, exactly.
With Agatha.
Cash
Where
back
she
in the
just
morning.
sits there in a black veil with an umbrella, and she doesn't really say anything. She
There's
just
off a
turns
scorpion.
to gas. It's
Where is
her
that-
morning meditation show. That's it.
Where is that coming from? Oh my goodness.
Every so often though, she just randomly lifts her umbrella, just kind of like follow my Instagram, and then like puts the thing back. But anyway, it was a lot of fun, John, to see that all play out with Django as you're moving towards, you're entering the end game here, so to speak.
Are we?
We'll find out, I guess. How'd
Only
you feel
30
about
more
today?
sessions,
Where will
John.
the lovely folks see you next?
Well, I'm this was good. I'm very glad I got that checked off my list, because seriously, I had meant to talk to Mason back at the Amber Temple, and I completely forgot. Like, damn it! All right, hopefully, and then luckily, Mordenkainen provided us with a great extra dimensional space episode convo, so that worked out perfectly. Like, oh, thank goodness, because that is kind of important for Django, because he does not know how constrained he's going to be.
I've come up with
against,
such a good
so.
way to make that moment happen. Oh
Good.
boy, John.
So yeah, it was great. And then
It'll be so
our
fun. If it
hacking out the
works.
plan, if it works, which I hopefully will. But hacking out the plan. We're actually here. We're here. We're to the left. Yeah, it was great as always, and looking forward. I'm really glad we don't have a 2-week wait to get to the next part, where we can all die in agonizing ways. I mean, play in great
in-
ways
in
in Ragnarok.
Energetic,
Yes.
dynamic ways that inspire and uplift. Yeah.
You got it. People can usually see me here, mostly here, just about always here on Arv's channel. As you said, I am the GM who tortures runs an Emberwind game with the Ember crew. So
Yep.
Saad is a part, and Jen and Brahms and Marie, and they're right now lost in a foggy forest while chasing after their patron, which is really fun.
It was fun to watch Jen comparing notes, by the way, and just being like, "This makes my I have such understanding
so
of
much
my
better.
Emberwind crew.
Yes.
I feel like there's this and this, and I'm just like, yeah, I'm like, you know." So
Yep.
she's
I
like,
had
"It's
to
very
make the-
entertaining." I'm like, "Well, that's
we
what it is.
here now we tried blasting a tree down with
that was
Eldritch Blast.
definitely unique. I cannot say I've seen something
They
quite
tried
like
to
that again.
burn then explode a tree in Emberwind. So I think they
It's
topped
not
us.
our
They topped
fault
us.
that the person who is most adept at climbing fails every check
And
even
got
though they
stuck
had
in the tree.
advantage.
It got stuck in the tree. Yes, exactly. So that was you guys handled that last half hour beautiful. Anyways, but otherwise I stream here. Lots of work coming out for Catalyst. Something we did not do is hype up Trend's latest Shadowrun,
Which is out. Well,
shoots.
Trent was actually on
finally.
with us on Adventures of Middle Earth when it finally went live. He's like, "Oh, thank God!" We're like, "What?" He's like, "It's up." We're like, "Oh, okay." Like it's there. It's finally there.
Yeah, choose your enemies carefully. The second volume of the Secrets of Power Shadowrun book.
And are we dominating the charts again? Is that what we got
Yeah.
going on?
No,
There's
word's gotten
5
out,
ratings so far.
4.8 stars.
But the sales are very solid. Yes, we're doing very, very well. So I'm very happy. And he's in the midst. No, that the third one is going to come out actually probably next month too. So the whole trilogy will be out, and Trent is already working on his next trilogy for us. So yeah,
Is it a trilogy though?
it is. Don't worry about it.
Welcome
They decided
to
that
the
it is a trilogy.
Decology.
The first one is it's you say saga, not trilogy. That's the thing. It's the Grey
That's
Death
what I'm
Legions.
asking.
Okay, it's saga. It's
Thank
saga.
you.
Yeah,
It's a
there you go.
quadrilateral trilogy.
It's a trilogy.
It's a hexology. Hexology.
It's a
Hexology.
trilogy.
Hexology.
Yeah,
Decology. Yeah,
Well,
dodecathology.
Decathology.
with future stories to come. One's being written right now.
Fourscore and
So there we
7
go.
years ago, alology.
Yeah, exactly. So that's out. Ganeden, who was in our stream, Jen Brozak, has a couple of things out by us. She has the second volume in the Rogue Academy trilogy, which is called Ghost Hour. That just came out last month. She also has a Shadowrun novella called The Kiss to Die For, our first Shadowrun really SR. I'm sorry, YA, our first YA, truly YA story, which is very. And Lisa Lee actually recorded Makeda Red, our second narrator, who's now gone live, and that was a novella by Jen. So all sorts of stuff coming out from Catalyst. Dockwagon 19. Dockwagon 19, yes. correct.
Dockwagon 19.
Yep, exactly. So go find those if you like audio. You'll really love those. Trent and Lisa do great work. It's really a joy to listen to them. So yes, Side Adventures really connected, save for the same world. Yes, Lone Wolf, that is absolutely correct. Yep, that too. So yeah, next week, cannot wait to, like I said, play in Castle Ravenloft.
Play Castle Ravenloft in some kind of weird dining
Positive
room
thinking.
thing.
Positive thinking.
Always
We're gonna die.
Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure, John. Also, always a pleasure to have Saad with us. And Alec also got, some serious attention as well. I mean, there was Morton kind of double checking, like, what are giving him the sort of, again, the gut check. Will you be there, when necessary? And actually, one of the things that was really nice. I love the fact that everyone had these individual moments. But it's a really, really kind of sweet moment, I thought, with Weller and Alec, partially for me because I've also been DMing their individual, when Weller, or their duo, I guess, their duets, I guess it'd be a trio because there's the three of us, but when Alec meant Weller sessions, and so seeing what they were before, that moment of, I've got your back, and Weller being like, you got to pay attention to the mission, and Alec being like, Weller being like, I don't know if I have faith, and Alec's like, well, I have faith in you, and everyone's like, oh, Agatha's like, I shipped the whole thing, like that's, Dot was like, I should say. So yeah, that was really nice, and I thought that was an interesting, both sort of it is going to be a gut check moment for Alec, and that training was part of that, but there's also, again, that connection with him and Weller and Lathander that is sort of working together. So I thought that was cool. How'd you feel about today, Saad? Where will the fun folks?
It's great. We're finally in Ravenloft. This is where it all comes down to.
Exactly.
So I can't wait
Place
to see
is
what
big,
happens.
yo.
Yeah.
So.
But yeah, that was a blast. I always love all this, and just I don't know what else to really say other than I can't wait to see what actually happens after all this planning. So many what ifs. It's just who knows what's gonna happen.
Yep.
And just stay tuned. That's all I can really say. But
It's more than little nuts, yeah.
Yeah, I'm still on Twitch. Check me out there playing video games. Other than that, I'm doing Grumbler's Guide to Silk Coast Legends on Monday. So check that out. We're currently just starting the expansion, and that'll be fun. And of course, as John said, the Emberwind in between those sessions, hopefully. Check me out there. And yeah, that's it really. I'll just really say other than we're just next week. This is going to be a blast. This coming week.
It's going to be fun. I'm looking forward to running. The castle is the heart of this, obviously, so it's gonna be great. But thanks, Todd. Always a pleasure, and also always a pleasure to have Tren with us.
Of confidence.
A pleasure to have Tren with us. And again, the same thing. I mean, I think one of the best lines came out of the sort of back and forth with both. First of all, you and Mordenkainen, Weller and Mordenkainen, sort of exchanging different sort of moments of wisdom, like not all assets are weapons, and all that was a really good line, I thought, that came out of that exchange from you. But also, the fact that the whole Shork wrist thing that you have to address, and the fact that it's very clear that Mordenkainen is not some ally to Shork wrist. He's more like, look, here's this guy, and it's going to be up to you in terms of what you do with it. And you were the first one that he mentioned the whole, like, Strahd's attempting to play people, and the question is, has he done it in time, or has the party cohered enough that it's like, you know what, F off. Like, you tried to do this before, and we're not going to let this happen. But it was interesting to see sort of Weller navigating that, as you role-played him very well, as always, sort of showing us a little bit of kind of the internal calculus that he's making. And I wondered a bit whether his encounter with Alec, his discussion with Alec about the question of faith, tied into that at all. Like, he just had this discussion, and part of in the back of his mind is, will individual desires and group desires be in conflict at all? More specifically, will what I value, in terms of like upholding the memory of my friend and then upholding what this party is trying to do, like how is that all going to come into balance? So it was interesting to me to kind of see the gears turning in a role-playing sense, I guess, from Weller. How did you feel about today? Where will the lovely folks see you next?
It was fine. They'll see me here on Tuesday. Tuesday, for me, will be Tuesday morning. And for, I guess, it depends on where you are on the surface of the planet, really, as to what time. But it'll be noon Eastern time here on Tuesday morning for Adventures in Middle-earth. Yes. And then Erebor Adventures, where we are in a bunch of sludgy shit, if I remember correctly. I think. I don't know. We're kind of in the middle of a mire. In the thing.
Yeah. AIME is going to be interesting. It's going to be very interesting also, because you're a bog that is all going on.
Bunch of sludgy shit is the name of my Poison cover band.
Right. Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Good one. But more seriously, with regards to today's story, I think one of the things that almost everybody I know who has difficulty with really good RP is they don't trust themselves to relax and let it evolve. And it is letting your foot off the clutch and just letting it drift wherever it's going to go. Because if you know your character well, you know how they would respond to things. That's all you really need to worry about. You don't need to worry about, well, what is he going to say? And if he says this, what am I going to say? Let it happen organically. Let it grow the way a scene naturally would when you're having a conversation with somebody.
Yep.
And in the Arcane University, which is kind of the group that was beyond Skyrim, we have a new sort of subset. There's like the 10th freaking Discord server we got.
Yeah, I know. Oh man, join my Discord. Like, which 50 of them? Jesus.
Yeah. So the Arcane University is ours, where people who want to learn how to do 3D modeling and writing and implementation and voice acting, they can come in, and we have people who are basically teachers who will teach you how to do these things. If you wind up doing work for the Beyond Skyrim project, great. If not, you just want to learn, we're there to teach you. If you want to know how to do some stuff. And we've had a lot of people come in, because we've got people who are much more skilled at the tech side of things, and then there are people who are much more skilled at the acting side of things. And people are like, I've got this, I don't know how to do this. And it's like, okay, if you were having this conversation with a person, listen to it as though you were listening to someone talking to somebody else. Does that sound stilted? Does that sound like
Right.
like you're a 5-year-old standing in front of a class trying to talk? There's no natural rhythm to that at all.
Right.
And they're like, oh yeah. I said, okay, that you just, as long as you know the lines and you know what you've got to get out, it'll flow. Just trust yourself to do it right.
Right.
And
Yeah, that was a good take, Trent. Can we take one more just like that, please?
absolutely not. No, you're gonna have to pay me 3 times as much. Thank you. But yeah, I thought it was a lot of fun. The not all assets are weapons. As soon as the words came out of my mouth, I was like, oh, okay, yeah, we'll go with that. I like that. Wow, I don't know where that came from, but
That was great. That was great. It was funny too because it was something which inspired me later on to straight up. And I wonder if anyone in chat caught it. Probably not, because I think you'd have to be a particular kind of nerd to catch this. But the line with that I talked about, can you imagine? I think it might have been. I don't know if it was to you or to Mason, if it was to Weller or to Mason, but where Mordenkainen said that thing like, do you know what I think will happen to Strahd? It might have been to you, Mason. Do you know what emotion I think will happen to Strahd? He'll feel, and then that thing about
God, I had no freaking clue.
yeah,
what
well,
that
when
was
you said that
supposed
thing
to...
about astonishment,
Yeah.
does anyone in chat happen to know? I straight ripped off that astonishment part from another famous show, mostly because in the show it's one of those moments where you're like, oh crap, like because it says a lot about that character, and it reminded me a bit of what we'd all been talking about with Ego. The reason I bring it up here, Trent, is that one of the things I love about a campaign that's long running like this is everything gets to get set up that way. Like when Mordenkainen brought up the fact that like you have all these allies, that's all true. Like you helped all these people, so it's absolutely straight up the case that you can call on the Mardikovs, the Ravens, the Dusk Elves, the people from Barovia, because the Burgermeister owes you. Each of these groups are absolutely.
We Dragon Age Inquisitioned the shit out of
I mean,
this. It's amazing.
No joke. Like it is kind of like Mass Effect 2. Like you kind of loyalty missioned everyone, and like. So
but
I
I think that's it's actually the group took their time, and that's what pissed Strahd off. That's why he wanted us to come sooner and faster, and so we didn't have our shit together.
Yep.
And now we do, and now we've got everybody that we can have at our disposal, which puts Strahd at a bit of a disadvantage.
Yeah, comparatively, for sure. And I love to see that because it's the kind of thing everyone jokes like, oh man, 50 days in Barovia. But that's also the beauty of that is you build up to a certain point. Like this is what a campaign is all about, and you get to see sort of the structure of it over time. Anyway, I was thinking about that during one of the discussions, Weller, that you were having with both Mordenkainen and then some of the payoffs with Alec too, which I thought was neat. So, you guys have more pieces on the board. It's true. It's just Strahd's piece is really, really big and scary, and like,
he's got a bunch of queens on the board.
He's got like 500 pawns, but he's got like 50 queens. So you're like,
And he's playing checkers. Which
yeah. And a table flip from Strahd would be a problem. Anyway, sorry, Trent. I cut it in the middle of I think your final peroration.
Okay, I can't think of what else I was going to talk about. There was something else, but now I've forgotten what it was.
Perfect.
Any of your podcast stuff that you do on the side, like?
No, I mean, I had copied the URL for the audiobook, but we already covered that. Once again, I'm going to be killing crickets tonight.
Cricket Slayer.
Yep. Yeah. Cricket death.
Come watch the after show.
Trendane Cricket Death Sparks right here.
Yeah, absolutely. It seems like there was something else. I feel like there should have been something else.
Buy stamps. Sorry.
Yeah, definitely buy stamps. Those are the folks in blue that we should definitely be supporting. I've seen a lot of that hashtag. Yeah, that's very true. Yeah, I guess that's going to be the last thing that I'm going to say is if you're out and about and you see the postal folks, the USPS folks, just give them hearts, man. Just let them know that
this is literally my last stamp that I have to go buy stamps. I'm going to be doing that probably tomorrow on Monday. And
yeah, I need to buy some too.
Love Forever stamp happens to be a love stamp. It just fits perfectly narratively. Anyway. But Trent, thank you so much, and thank you, Party. Can we get some love from chat, which was great today, by the way. Good contributions from chat. Thanks everybody so much. But I'm going to say goodbye to these folks until I see them in various places.
See you next week,
Tuesday and elsewhere. Trent, Saad, John, Rob, Dot. Great job, everyone.
Back in 7. Castle Ravenloft. The Deafening.
Soon. The Deafening.
Bye, everybody. Yep.
Bye for now.
I think.
Okay. That is great stuff. Boy, I'm telling you, yeah, I really enjoy. It's just, I mean, I keep saying this, but man, how good is D&D? Like, it's so good. Like tabletop role playing, so good, so much fun, and I'm really glad that we got an opportunity to kind of finally get into Ravenloft. Although I will say, again, sometimes people I think make this point about like, oh man, it's taking you forever. I like, one shots as much as the next person, or sort of controlled things as much as the next person. But I really like these campaigns because you really get to know the characters over time, and you can really build a kind of relationship with them, I think. Certainly from the game mastering point of view, but I would say also probably from, just a viewing point of view, because you folks all know a little bit about what these folks have been through. And so as we know, we're definitely heading into the end game here. We're definitely heading into the home stretch. But as we do that, we're able to kind of see what's at stake and why, and what these things matter, and why these things matter, I should say. And it's really great to see that sort of thing kind of tying together. Just as everyone got to know over the course of Horde of the Dragon Queen and then the Rise of Tiamat, the whole Tyranny of Dragons campaign, they got to know those characters really well and their interconnections with each other. And so it really meant something when we lost TikTok, and it meant something when, Cade turned his back on, his revenge against Hodge to try to unhotch to try to get something for the whole party. And, anyway, so I really like that, and I'm really pumped up to see what happens with COS and with my other campaigns as well. Yeah, exactly, Prince Justin, for sure. And I think I love doing that. One of the things that I think I've talked about before in here, I mean, I consider myself, in terms of my profession, obviously I'm a teacher, I'm a college professor, but I consider myself a writer. But what I think I didn't want to admit until maybe not that long ago, maybe even 4 or 5 years ago, is that I am a writer and also a gamer, and that I love game mastering and playing games and being a part of games and getting a chance to write for games. So as much as I love, writing my novels, my short stories, things that I submit that don't have anything to do with games, I also do really love writing for and about games and playing games too. And I find that that's sort of, I've done talks about this at Gen Con and Origins now, the sort of link between game mastering and writing, I think, is profound and has given me lots of insights into each. And so it's really neat to see that. So I'm really excited about that. So yeah, it feels nice to be able to say that, I guess, publicly. And of course, Prince Justin is 100% right. Also, Prince Justin is an awesome guy who you folks should be following, and is part of multiple things. And I won't go into details right now, except I just want him to openly know he's an awesome dude, and everyone knows that he's an awesome dude. Everyone in the community knows that, not just this community, but also the fantasy community, fantasy fiction, speculative fiction community at large. And I wanted him to be aware of that. So yeah, thank you so much for the sub today. Thank you as well to Jedi Burner for that 10 gift sub. Holy cow. Everyone who jumped on board. Thank you to GC Dark Side Rob, who resub too. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Yeah, pretty much, Rudinell. That's right. I mean, and I honestly think that rep is changing. I feel like that rep is changing quite a bit. I think that people have come to realize the value that it has, but I just think at its top levels, and this is why I'm so happy to see more and more people come to see these shows, because at its top levels, you're seeing really high level art. It is marrying together, as you say, voice acting, sort of mechanical and tactical understanding to produce something which is really storytelling, and it's storytelling at a high level. And so I'm really happy to be a part of it and to get to see it. So with that said, it is time for us to sign off for the evening, because we have a busy couple of days ahead. Tomorrow, we have got, remember, at 7 p.m. Eastern, we have got more of the Speculate Twitch game of Blades in the Dark with Brandon O'Brien, along with Yori Kusano, Yori Gawain Lin, Valerie Valdez, and Mike Underwood. Brandon O'Brien again as the GM for that. And next week, Sunday, the following Sunday, so that's Sunday at 7 p.m. Eastern is when that's happening. And then the following Sunday, starting I believe at 8 p.m. Eastern, if I'm not mistaken, is going to be the premiere of Brandon's Sound Clash tabletop role-playing game based on the Forged in the Dark system. The campaign is called The Clampdown. It will feature an all by POC cast. We're going to be starting to tease out some of those cast members. The cast has been selected. We're going to be teasing out a little bit of those so you can kind of get a sense of who the cast members are. And then they are going to be revealed to you next Sunday, where punk rockers are fighting oppression and fighting the man using their powerful music to rise against rival gangs and to fight the man and oppression. It's super awesome and exciting, and I can't wait for it. It's going to be great, and I'm honored to be able to host it on this channel. Yep, collaborative art. I totally agree. Yeah, and that's no question about that. The logo for it is ready. I am so excited. Yes, Shadowed Mage is working on the overlays for that, and yeah, oh man, super excited to have that. It's going to be awesome. But that is going to do it for us for this evening. So again, that's tomorrow. Monday, we've got Grumbler's Guide to Sword Coast Legends, the DLC. And then Tuesday, we have Adventures of Middle-earth. That campaign with our new player, Brad Bollier, is really kicking into high gear. We will have D&D with GOG, Storm King's Thunder. So we will have the return of the amazing GOG team. That's been a lot of fun as well. And then that evening, Tuesday night, we've got the Our Vocalists returning with some Paper Mario, the Origami King. So that's going to be good times. Thank you, Rippin. Have a good one yourself as well, Rippin. Thanks for stopping by, man. Definitely go follow Rippin as well. Rippin's been around for a long time on this channel, on and off, and it's good to see him back here and streaming some Apex Legends, I believe is what he was doing. So yeah, check him out. But that is, yeah, no sharing it yet. No sharing it yet. It will be revealed soon. You'll just have to stay tuned. So we'll see. Wednesday, we've got Community D&D. Yeah, no, I know. Wednesday's Community D&D with Dragon of Ice Spire Peak. That amazing campaign continues. Thursday, we have off. And then Friday, I believe we have got Masters of the Dungeon coming up with, again, Brandon O'Brien is going to be filling in for Little Red Dot for that one because she's going to be away. So it'll be me and Brandon. And then we will have Kingdoms of Amalur. And then Saturday, we'll be right back here with some more D&D with IMB. Curse of Strahd is what we've got going on. Thank you, Rudinell. Thank you. So that's what we've got going on. If you like what you saw and heard today, please follow the channel. That's one of the best things you can do. Check out our YouTube with !ArvTube. Twitter is !ArvTweets. I just hit 1,070 followers on Twitter, so it's a new record over on Twitter, which is pretty cool. So thank you for that. And I talk about lots of stuff over there, so definitely check me out there. !ArvCord is the Discord channel. We just talked about how many Discords people are in, but we've got over 205, I think, members now strong over on that Discord, talking about a bunch of different stuff. We have music channels and anime channels and all gaming channels, obviously, and all sorts of different things, plus our general channel. So come over and check us out over there. The Shadow Crew has just gotten its own dedicated channel, by the way, so just so you know, their own dedicated role. So you can show your love to Echo Alpha X5 and Rock God and Hoodie and Trishy Mats with, of course, Shadowed Mage as your DM for that amazing campaign. But yes, so we've got that. So please check us out on our Discord. Website for that is arvaneleron.com. On the financial side, !Arv Shop is the area where you can check out the merchandise that we have. D&D with Infinity and Beyond. We have merchandise for that you saw John and Tren repping today. And then we also have Adventures in Middle-earth stuff as well. We're going to be making some tweaks to that coming up. And we also have some Esper Genesis merchandise we hope to put up there soon. That benefits the channel, as does the Patreon, currently sitting at $227 per month. Good stuff for you and for the channel. You can get inspirations for the players. You can get copies of one of my band's albums. You can get a professional character background written for you, professional epic poem written about you. You can get a writing critique of your own writing, stuff like that. Plus, as I said, inspirations. Also, subbing to the channel with that sub button like we did today is always much appreciated. And I think, let me see how many subs we are. Oh, you mainly stream Hearthstone, but sometimes FPS. Oh, no, absolutely, man. No, for sure. And I think I've got to go over and follow you as well. I try not to follow absolutely everyone on Free Earth because it gets overloaded, but I've got to make sure that I go over and follow you when I can. Ooh, we got a teaser. Oh, wait a minute. Let me see the teaser. Sound Clash, the Clampdown. Oh my God, I love it. That is badass. Look at this. Look at that. That is a great teaser. Holy cow, look at that. That's the new Sound Clash, the Clampdown. That's badass, dude. Wow, I love it. That's awesome. See, I have the best people working on Twitch. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. What was I looking at? Oh, yes, I was looking at this. I was looking to go to creator dashboard so that I can see how many subscribers we are up to. We are now up to, wait for it, 85 subs. Thanks to that 10 gift sub bomb from Burner and some other people jumping on board and resubbing. So, wow. We also just crossed the 250,000 view plateau. So, in case people are curious, we are now up to 6,369 followers. We have 85 subscribers, which equals 103 sub points and 250,000 views. So that's pretty awesome, folks. And that, again, having that sub numbers, the more that number goes up, the more that we can try to convince Twitch that we do indeed think we deserve partnership, and the more that the channel gets to make, do things that it does on the affiliate level. So thank you so much, everybody, for making that possible. That is super cool. And for being able to support things so that I can pay for things like what Shadowed is doing right now with that overlay you just saw. I get to pay for that when I have that support. So any kind of support that people can give in that way is much appreciated. Last, the publishing stuff. Exclamation point Icarus for my Icarus and Jelinek graphic novels. Again, the tentative release date for the retail versions of those is now November 10th. But we do have some pre-retail release editions available. If you want to go over to the link, which hopefully will pop up in just a moment, that exclamation point Icarus, that will bring you over and you can order directly from Athos Arts Publishing for the Icarus and Jelinek. I'm super proud about that. Thank you, Shadowed. And then exclamation point, that's that, exclamation point library for Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, a silver seller on DriveThruRPG, which means that it has made more, it is in the top 25% of any product that's ever been sold on DriveThruRPG, which I'm pretty proud about. And again, that's coming out in print edition very soon. I really can't wait to hold that in the print edition. And then we've got exclamation point Greyshade KS, announcement within the next couple of days as to whether that is going to be in October or whether the Kickstarter is going to be pushed back to February. If it's pushed back to February, the good news there is that it won't be pushed back any further. Either way, this is going to be a big Kickstarter for me and a big sort of push because it's going to be, again, a board game, a role-playing game. It is going to be the 3 novels, including Greyshade, edited by John Helfers, who you just saw this evening. I will have an audiobook from Trendane, who you also just saw this evening. And a couple of surprises. So I'm very excited about this. The board game designed by Dylan Bertolo is awesome. RPG is looking good too. That's going to be published by Alligator Alley as a part of this Kickstarter. So we're all really excited about it, but we need to make sure that obviously the manufacturing can keep up with what we're doing here. So that's going to be happening soon. Announcement on that also. Last but certainly not least, exclamation point BLM. Part of why I'm doing things like Sound Clash, The Clampdown, and other things like that is because of my fundamental belief, as I've talked about before, that I don't want to have to stand again in front of a classroom virtually this fall and then hopefully face-to-face next fall. I don't want to have to stand in front of my classrooms again looking at my students and looking at Black students and feel like I may be looking at George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Abner Louimas, etc. I don't want to have to feel Ahmaud Arbery's. I don't want to have to feel like I'm standing in front of these gifted, able, wonderful people and wonderful students of mine and feel like their experience has to be manifestly different than the also wonderful white students in my classrooms for no other reason than Black versus white. And the reality is that that is what we face right now in America and even to a degree worldwide. And that's why Black Lives Matter is so important. It is an affirmation of humanity. It's an affirmation specifically of Black humanity, because if Black lives don't matter, then no life really matters. And that's the point. That's why the all lives matter counter is so wrong, because the whole argument of Black Lives Matter is not only Black Lives Matter. It's that if Black lives don't matter, then no life matters. And that's what really is fundamental here. To use a Christian frame, we are our brother's keepers. And it is that important, therefore, that we acknowledge this. That's why trans lives matter, because if trans lives don't matter, then no one's life matters. And that's why that is the focus here. So exclamation point BLM for Black Lives Matter, that resource link is extremely important. And that has links to donations, that has links to education for both yourself and for others around you, ways to actually educate your kids as well. It even has things like how to protest effectively and all that kind of stuff. And it is a link that I am going to continue to add to over time with other potential links. But the reason I keep using this link is because that link is itself perpetually and continually updated by people who are following this on a literally hourly basis. And so I keep looking at it and going, that is way up to date and this is what I should be using. But please go over there because we mean it on this channel, and that's again one of the reasons that we're trying to do what we can in our venue to be able to support that. So that's the deal with that. But that is going to do it for me. I'm going to see all of you lovely people on Sunday. We are, I think, going to do a raid because we had a really solid turnout today. Raids are very simple. If you are not a sub, you're going to do this. Once you are brought over automatically, please type in that. You can just cut and paste that if you like. The Arvanauts have landed, followed by Twitch raid. Lowercase Twitch, uppercase R, lowercase AID. If you are a sub, you're going to do this. The Arvanauts have landed, followed by lowercase Twitch, uppercase R, lowercase AID, and then ARVANE, all lowercase, uppercase R, lowercase OAR. That get typed is ARVANE, all lowercase, uppercase H, lowercase YPE. Those raids are good for the people they raid. They're good for us. So please go over and give them some love when we are brought over automagically. And as I take a look here, I think, let me see who I want to raid. Who do I wish to raid? Let me see. I think I'm going to raid this person. Let me make sure that they're still... Yeah, they are. All right, good. So I know who we are going to raid. So yeah, just stick around. After the intro video is over, you will be brought over automagically to be rated in this way. I want to thank, and that one's actually really good too, Rock God. Yeah, good call. That's another good one. Absolutely. Good call. You can absolutely use that too. That is an excellent call on Rock God's part. I want to thank everyone who made this an amazing stream today. Thank you to Arudinel, Dragonspear, Rock God, Shadowed Mage for being wonderful mods tonight. Also to Sod for being a wonderful mod. Thank you to all of those people that I just mentioned, and Echo Alpha, Nonstop, Commander Dunsel, Crit Twitch, Little Red Dot, Lone Wolf, Mrs. Dunsel, Prince Justin, again, who resubbed at the tier 2 level today. Thanks again for that, Prince Justin. Radio Johnny Panda, Rippin' the Goon, Tren, and Trishy Metz. Thank you all for being wonderful subscribers. No, the outro, I guess. Thank you so much to my regular view and also my Patreon supporters that are not necessarily show up there, but you are also hugely important. Thank you so much. Thank you to my wonderful viewers, 1FPS, another TT viewer, Aiden, Axeman, Binkley, Black Fury, Commander Root, Diginferno, Dinu, Feet, Foxy by Proxy, Gigafrost, Gorgar, Instructor, Johnny Carvin, Kajiro, Let's Do This Streamer, Lurk, Sotaken, Remus Nino, Tad Kill, thank you for the raid at the beginning of the stream, by the way, Tad Kill, you Christensen, Universe, V&K, Virgoprog, Wilbur, and for that bot whose name I won't mention because it's a bot. Thank you everyone so much for being here. You're all lovely people, and best viewers on Twitch, as I've said many times, and I will see all of you wonderful folks Sunday at 7 p.m. for the joint Speculate Twitch event of Blades in the Dark. Until then, everyone, be good to each other, and I'll see you folks soon. Have a good night.